humans. Greetings, humans. Yeah, I went to go warm up a cup of cacao and realized I forgot to brew some, so I don't have any. So I just put on a pot. That usually takes a few minutes for this thing to fire up anyway and people to find me. Let's see. No one in the little pop-up thing yet. So, welcome. Take us to your leader. Well, let's see. They all have 4 legs. Well, it's quite cold in the house, so I think something warm might be nice for a while. Oh, hello, dog. But I'll get something to drink later, I'm sure, especially if somebody else is drinking. Drinking alone is kind of weird, but I'm perfectly happy to go and make something later, for sure. Time difference in midday. Yeah, it's definitely not midday here. Oh, Miss Amira. Big silly dog. Yeah, no one asked about the dog. Well, people don't get to see her as often. She has a harder time getting around in the office. It's a little crowded. Yeah, it's same time in Oregon as it is here. Oh, let's see. I should send a couple of these thingies. I think I saw here. Is that 15 yet? Yep, it is. Okay. And the next little share thing. Let's see. There's that. And that. Alright, that gets a few out. Oh! Should get tomorrow. Oh, and well, yeah, David's at home. What's up, you? What are you talking about, Miss Nerva? Oh, you're too soon. I have to go get my cacao. Silly cat. Let's see. That's good enough, I think. Let's see. Now to scroll back up a little bit here. See what we missed. Not much. Oh, thanks. They're good cats. Hello. Uh-oh, someone has a controversial question. What a wonderful way to start the day. Oh, that's an easy one. Do I use anything special for that magnificent beard? No. I don't do anything with my beard or my hair. In fact, I infrequently wash my hair because shampoo is actually genuinely bad for hair. So I rinse it off every now and then. That's, but I seldom shampoo it. Because honestly, the more you do things like that, the more you have to add stuff in to make up for what you're actually already damaging in the hair itself. It's also bad for your skin and everything else. But so yeah, no, I don't do anything with this. I brush it in the morning, so that's nice, and then clean it when it's dirty. Let's see. The controversial question is, do you like Twilight? I'm assuming you mean the film or the book, not the time of day? Because the time of day is nice. I'm going to go get my... Yes, I know that's getting warm. I'm going to go get the drink. I'll be right back. Should be about brewed. I hear it bubbling. Bubble, bubble. something warm. Yeah, it's nice and cool in the house, but when nobody's visiting, I seldom have any heaters on. I went for a nice walk, actually, a little bit ago. As I guess my way of getting out for New Year's was to go for a little walk. But it was, when I started, it was about 38 Fahrenheit, which for everyone outside this insane country is close to freezing. And then got progressively colder as it got darker. So that was nice. So between that and getting back to the house, and it's about 50 in here, Fahrenheit again, this is probably a good idea, you know. But yeah, the fact that this country uses Fahrenheit and practically no one else does is just bizarre. Like, why? Why? All right, let's see. What did I miss? Okay, did we get any clarification on the Twilight question? Because I don't know if that's the book. I didn't read it. If it's the films, I saw the first one and was so bored by it that I haven't gotten myself to see the others. But I have a kind of morbid curiosity, and at some point I might. But the idea of sparkly vampires that can play baseball during the day just seemed kind of weird, and the acting was terrible, so I just couldn't get into it. Some more Happy New Year's. Thank you. Let's see. Let's see. I don't believe in New Year's. I have sometimes gone to sleep early because who cares, really? But people are interesting, so I have to stick around, and talk to friends. Yeah, I mentioned the Khazar theory quite a lot because it comes up frequently as a question. It's often infuriating that it's spreading around so frequently these days, because it's not only completely false, but deeply racist in that it's been long proven false and people keep using it. It's really disgusting, but I'm happy to talk about it plenty of times if anybody wants to bring it up again. But yeah, there's literally nothing to it. It's just nonsense. Ooh, Cyprus. No one has ever asked me about Cyprus. Wow, that's a fun one. Kelvin. Let's see. Okay, good to know that the Twilight films get a little better, because, yeah, the first one was really difficult to watch. But, again, I have a morbid curiosity for terrible things. I actually just watched Rebel Moon a couple nights ago, specifically because everyone said it was terrible, and I had to see, is this terrible like no one should ever watch it, or terrible like Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension, like everyone should watch it because it's so awful that it's good? I don't know what kind of terrible it is, so I had to watch it. It was pretty just terrible. It was boring. But oh well. So, let's see. Oh, okay. I forgot my notepad. I'm gonna write down Cyprus. I still do a lot of old school type grading for some assignments. Keeping track of what came in, what isn't. Alright, let's see. Cyprus. Neat. Alright, let's see if people asked it or anybody else is here. Oh, wow, still nobody like that. Did I actually catch her on this, though? Let's make sure. There we go. Send that. Yeah, it's getting to where it's hard to send the little and share things because there's too many people. Let's see. Fantastic. Yeah, it's so bad it's good. I like terrible movies. In fact, I thinking of films that are so bad that they're good. Has anybody ever seen like Kung Pao Enter the Fist? They took a like a 70s Hong Kong martial arts film and then chopped it all up, wrote entirely new dialogue for it in English. One person dubbed all the voices, doing terrible impressions, and it's the worst thing ever. And I laughed so hard I saw it in the cinema. I laughed so hard we had to go back and see it again because we missed parts of it. It's just I mean, the jokes are bad, like that's a lot of nuts, like really stupid stuff, but somehow you just can't stop laughing at it. So films like that, like just terrible things. Let's see. Somebody said they have a question but hasn't said it yet. I guess waiting for anybody to pop up in the in the panel here. Cyprus. It's always kind of shitty when people can't get along, even though areas have been diverse for a long time. There had been Turkish speakers on the island for quite some time. There had been Greek speakers on the island for some time. Whatever, so what? They were all intermingled. Next thing you know, they're fighting each other. There's massive ethnic cleansing. All the Turks get pushed into the north. The Greeks get pushed into the south. And yeah. The only way that, it's an occupation in the sense that the only way that really North Cyprus stayed independent was the Turkish military has supported it, which is, Turkey is the only country that ever recognized it as a country. Although, interestingly enough, there's a consulate for the Turkish Republic of North Cyprus in Tel Aviv. I passed it one day just walking randomly along. It's actually not far from a beach. I'm like, what the fuck? Really? It's like a beach strip mall. And the last place that you would see something for a country. But, again, it's a semi-country and dirt poor. But, yeah, it's the saddest thing about it for me more recently was that the deal they came up with to reunify it before Cyprus joined the EU was actually accepted in the north. I mean, the Turks were willing to merge back into Cyprus and be a minority again, and the Greeks voted it down, which was just, what are you really? So this is another one of many places the EU has let me down. When that happened, the European Union should have turned down membership until they sorted their shit out. But instead, they let Nicosia in to the European Union in a divided state with the northern third of the island cut out of it. And because one part's in and the other's out, it's actually harder to resolve the crisis now than it would have been had they just kind of used it as leverage to kind of like push them along toward it. I mean, that was why they got the deal worked out in the first place and had the referendum and everything. And of course, people will vote for it because they want to get in the EU. And then they turned it down, and there were no consequences for that. So, yeah, I was disappointed by that. But oh well. I hope it gets resolved at some point because, again, I can never understand why people have to fight over shit like that. And no, everyone in this country must speak my language. It gets back to our nationalism theme the other day. Nationalism is just stupid. Humans know, I mean, it's not just humans, because humans have been able to live next to each other around people who speak different languages for a long time. Oh yeah, happy 2024 from the past for Nikita. People have always lived in diverse areas. I mean, it's really common, and yet somehow we can no longer tolerate it. So, yay. It's something about the modern world. But oh well. Yeah, I wasn't sure if people would want to have a kind of therapeutic kvetching session about how fucked up the world is, but we do that rather a lot anyway. Or try to talk about things that are more positive, or talk about what we've done in the last year and where we're going to go in the year to come. I don't know. I'm not really sure what you guys might want to do. But this is sort of better than just sitting around talking to myself. I don't like going out for these kind of things.
Hello. I wanted to show. Oh, there's a truck. I wanted to show you guys the monkeys.
Some monkeys. Ooh. Did she say we're going to see some
There were
monkeys?
a lot of monkeys here just now, and then this truck appeared.
Cool.
They, they've all gone into the tree.
Well, you got to look up then.
Oh, hello. There he is. Can you see it?
Oh, yeah.
It's a baboon.
Oh, cool.
Hello.
Turn around and show everyone your ass like baboons always do.
Yeah. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year from
Yeah, so I just came outside for a smoke, and there are these baboons just chilling. And then the truck appeared. I'm out in the bush.
Yeah, I mean, clearly that's not like deep in the city.
Yeah, hello. So we're out in the Kruger National Park. Morning. The Kruger National Park is the biggest national park that we have. We went on a safari yesterday. We saw 3 of the big 5. It was lion, buffalo, and elephant.
Nice. What are you doing, dude?
Oh, the baboons are back.
Yeah, and my baboon's trying to show his ass to the camera. Move, dude.
So
Move.
there's 2 baboons just chilling here, eating orange peels.
That's cool.
Now stuffing his face.
Yeah, the whole it blows your mind as a Canadian. I get that. I mean, the animals are different all around the world. There's a lot of places where even in cities you can get some wildlife, but not in much of North America because we have comparatively less wildlife anyway. But it's all very different. Maybe one of these days I'll catch you when I'm out walking around. I get to see being bobcats and eagles and stuff like that.
So
You are in the way, and I can't get my drink.
yeah, we decided to spend our New Year's at the Kruger National Park.
Yeah, that sounds like a great way to do it.
Yeah.
Very refreshing, you know. Oh, look at him looking right there.
Yeah.
What's up, dude? Just hanging out by the car.
Yeah. The baboons have kind of become used to human, I don't know, presence.
Right.
They're also quite brazen. And there's a baboon trying to open somebody's cooler box.
Yep. Lots of fun at picnics.
Yep. They've learned to open the drawers so you don't keep anything outside.
Yeah, we have to watch for bears that way here, because bears will get into the trash room. Yeah, raccoon too, but the bears are particularly good at things like that. You know, just opening stuff up and walking right into it, and people don't feel as comfortable chasing away bears as they do raccoons for some reason. So I get a lot of like fun pictures, people taking the area to, some bear raiding their trash.
And one of the baboons just stole an entire box of bananas.
Nice. Very nice.
This one's quite close. Oh, hello.
Made a note. Somebody asked about an anarchist lens on the Israel-Palestine issue. That's actually not as difficult as one might think. So yeah, I'll definitely come to that. But right now, I'm sort of captivated
And
by the balloons.
these guys have raided the entire cooler box.
Right on.
This one's really close.
Hey,
I think they kind of know that I'm not. Oh, and that's raining shit on our car.
what was that in the car?
Um, popcorn kernels.
Did they throw
So
popcorn at it?
they just dropped all the popcorn kernels on our car.
That's great.
I am sorry to derail the conversation, but
No, we just got here. This is a lovely start
hilarious.
to the year. This is great. If I knew how to make this bigger, I would.
I don't think I enjoyed this too much because that there is barbecue salt. Just spat out that that's the wine.
Wow.
Oh, look at that! I found a way to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? You know what they stole? Your popcorn.
Yeah, it's popcorn kernels.
What's up, dudes? I just walk right over the car. This is mine now.
Yeah. Hi.
This is
They're
great.
just chilling.
I'm gonna just ask. This is what you said you're in Kruger, the national
Yes.
park.
The national park, yeah.
Yeah, in South Africa.
Yes. And we're staying inside the park. There's some designated spots for people to stay.
I'll just pick these back out and eat them. I think I want them after all.
So what a way to spend New Year's Day.
Yeah, for sure. The cats can hear the birds. Their ears keep radaring around.
And the one thing that we're always told is that don't smile at the baboons because they see baring teeth as a sign of aggression.
Yep.
And because I get so happy to see animals up so close, I can't help but smile, so I have to cover my mouth because I'm like,
Yep. That's great.
yeah. But this is our beautiful country.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, I'm gonna head off. I just wanted to show you guys, like, hey, we just got a whole lot of baboons.
Yeah, no, that was great. Let's see. Let's pop that back down. How about that? All right. Hey, I learned something new today. Keep figuring new things out about how this works.
All right. Well, hopefully chat soon, and a very happy New Year's. And let's hope
Happy New
that
Year.
2024 brings a ceasefire.
That's for sure. Yep. Enjoy the park.
Thank you. Cheers.
That was great. What a lovely start to the evening. All right, let's see. that. And
Oh.
howdy.
So this is the first time I'm on here actually early. So how do y'all usually pick topics? Just randomly or do y'all plan?
It's been a mix. Sometimes it's kind of random, just the way office hours would work. And sometimes we've set in advance a kind of theme for it. I had sort of assumed because it's going to the New Year's, we'd talk about, the last year and the coming year, but we could talk about really anything. I didn't plan anything at all or think about it at all.
Well, it's already New Year. New Year's by me, so I already have it's a Scottish bear in hand. So I just wanted to ask one question, and you'd have to go in depth with it. But somebody was bringing up the idea that Protestant Christianity seems to have been the basis, at least according to this guy who did like work in response to Marx, the basis of capitalism, and in effect, it flows through the ideology of U.S. Society today, and is also linked to, other colonial entities. I'll just leave it at that. Oh, somebody said they like my accent. Thank you. But yeah, I just wanted to know if you have any rough thoughts on that, because I wasn't able to find any beginner's material to like look into it.
I think I missed something important in it, honestly. In describing what about. I don't know if I don't know what I misunderstood, but it all just sort of like jumbled together and
Sorry, let me
tried.
restate. It's basically, I heard someone else allude to the fact that Protestant Christianity lies at the basis of modern capitalist society and
The
colonial
Weber thesis. Okay.
colonial projects. So I was just wondering, what are your thoughts on that, even if it's just a rough overview?
Yeah. Okay, and I didn't forget the anarchist question in the chat, so I'll go to that next. On this, there is something to it because it aims for a different type of empire, a different type of colonialism. The form that you could still see with okay, so a neat way of looking at it is look at the early European colonial empires of the early modern period. So think about the Spanish and Portuguese versus the Dutch and the English, the way they're going about things. The Spanish and Portuguese still think largely in a kind of medieval sense. They focus on Christianization. The population's kind of intermingle to some extent. They don't do a great job of economically exploiting the territories in the same way. I mean, they exploit them in the sense of obviously forced agricultural labor, give us all your silver and gold, that sort of thing. But not exploit in the sense of planting colonists specifically to develop a modern economy, because at the time the Portuguese and Spanish economies were not particularly modern in a capitalist sense yet. The Dutch and then the English, because the English adopt the Dutch approach to capitalism, they immediately start thinking about how to exploit it in financial terms. And they have an easier time affording a lot of the development because of the joint stock corporations, the early joint stock companies, how to raise money to move tons of people and material over. And then let's divide up land and plant it and farm it and, start, building a self-sustaining economy. Where the Spanish are more like, give us all you've got, kind of like, yeah, let's exploit it that way, rather than trying to well, again, I'm stuck for a better word for it, but develop it in the capitalist sense. So it is connected to that type of imperialism, and it plays a part in later stages of imperialism as you head toward the high imperial period too. But I wouldn't say that it's fundamental to capitalism as an idea, because capitalism, the earliest developments of it are in the Arab world, and then it takes on a lot of further development in Italy, in the merchant republics. So that's, Muslim and Catholic. But the joint stock company is sort of key to the success of a lot of the later colonial projects and a lot of the most significant imperialist projects later. So in that sense, kind of, but it's less about Protestantism, and because I think the Weber thesis is way overplayed. I don't think there's anything fundamental to Protestantism itself. People talk about the work ethic that may play a small part in it, largely because, especially if you think in terms of the Dutch Calvinist approach, they don't know if they have any way of being saved per se, because they don't think that salvation comes through your actions the way Catholics do. So what they feel compelled to do is kind of work their ass off to prove that they're worthy in some ways, in order to then impress everybody else and convince themselves that they might have been chosen by God or something. That's the nutshell of what Weber's pointing to in this. I don't think that really lends itself well to capitalism or to imperialism. I don't think that that's really the driving factor. But people have pointed to that and said that may be part of it. I don't know that I have a hard opinion against it, but I'm not convinced by it. So I don't know if that helps there. So I can't really argue against it per se, but I don't find it compelling. I think that the issues are much more circumstantial. I think it's a lot more a matter of invented the Gilder and the joint stock company, and that did it. And I don't think it's because they were Calvinists that they did that.
So you think it's the invention of the notion of a corporate body?
What was that?
If you credit it largely with the invention of the idea of the corporation.
Partly, that's half of it, but the arguably more important one, because it chronologically has to precede it, it's the development of modern currencies and banking. The Dutch guilder is the first modern currency, and by modern currency I mean one managed by a central bank, because people have always stamped out some kind of currency, but societies haven't traditionally managed them effectively, managed the amount of currency available, or effectively regulated banking in a way that worked with central banks. And that was the first time that happened. And it turned out, oh shit, that's really, really helpful for a lot of these really expensive projects. And having that banking system is what allowed joint stock companies to come into existence, and then taking the kind of loans that they needed to then, boom, go out there and do everything else. So central banking in the modern currency, and then what we would call corporations, the early joint stock companies.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just need some seeds or just a little push to head me off in a little direction, because sometimes if I hear something in a vacuum, I don't know the direction to take that statement, especially since I'm not trained in any of this.
Well, you totally feel you. One good way and to look into the opposing argument for it would be, because I think of all these things evolutionarily. The Dutch banking was a significant step forward, but it was actually based on the banking reforms that existed already in Florence and Venice. So it built on things that Amalfi and Genoa and Pisa. There's a whole bunch of merchant republics in Italy, and they all had to have significant banking clans. But their banking was sort of transitional between the modern model that the Dutch pioneer and the medieval model. But it is a step forward. It is an improvement on the medieval model. And what the Dutch did is said, okay, that's cool. We can make it better. So it's literally building on a Catholic innovation, or not Catholic itself, but like but there were Catholics who did it. And then what the merchant republics in Italy were doing, that didn't come out of nowhere, out of thin air either. They based it on Islamic banks, because the idea of like writing a check, like what we still depend upon today, but we use like plastic and like ones and zeros in our phones and whatnot at this point, instead of like writing physical checks. But the idea of not having to hand people cash, leave the money in the banks, and use something in place of that, Muslims invented that. That's a medieval Islamic development, and it gave Muslim banks for a while a significant edge, which is why I say that Muslim commerce in the High Middle Ages and Muslim banking actually laid the foundations for capitalism. It isn't recognizably modern capitalism, but modern capitalism would be impossible without it. So instead of where people like Weber have done and tons of other people have been tended to do, is they're trying to locate a key massive innovation in one particular corner, when it's really a long-term evolutionary process with each thing building on something that came before. It didn't come out of nowhere. So I think that's a good way of saying, yeah, no, this doesn't make sense, because it just builds incrementally.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, bro.
All right, so there's a quick one I want to hit that came up in the chat early on, before we go any farther. And then, look, I got a couple of requests here. Let's get that done first before I forget. And then, sorry I'm yawning so much. I don't know if it's a cold or what. Maybe I should warm it up in here. I was yawning when I was walking too, and usually the cold can do that. Anyway, I'm not tired. I'm just yawning a lot. So, I don't know. Maybe having something warm to drink will help. An anarchist view on Israel-Palestine is complicated in one sense, because anarchists don't agree with each other on anything. And there's a lot of different takes on it, especially if you're thinking in terms of like broader strategy and long-term objectives. But there are two really significant elements where anarchist organizing in Israel-Palestine is important. And one of the reasons that I actually have, when I was going regularly there, when I would meet up with different activists, I would tend to hook up with anarchist activists and go and do things like that. So, things like Solidarity Sheikh Jarrah is like driven by, anarchist thought. The two things I would point to is, one, anarchists are inherently anti-nationalist. So for them, borders and countries are just stupid. So obviously the idea of dividing up into a separate Israel and a separate Palestine and fighting each other over, a scrap of land makes no fucking sense from an anarchist perspective. For anarchists, like, find your house, build your house, live your life, don't hurt other people, and life is good. Just don't fuck with people. You don't need a country that specifically represents people who speak your language. So screw that. So that's a motive for a lot of people to get involved in fights like this, is the anti-nationalist element. The other that's important here, though, that I think really applies to a lot of actions that you can see in Israel and Palestine, is the emphasis on direct action that anarchists have, rather than, let's wait to express our opinion by the ballot box, or, let's write a letter to our member of the Knesset, or, put an op-ed in the newspaper, or, all these like very officially type, take it through the right channels kind of thing. Anarchists just organize and go out and do shit, and they try to live their principles. And I think that that has a number of interesting lessons to teach in the context of these kind of activities, because, if the government is willing to do horrific shit to you, and you don't feel an ability to fight back against it, and think that the government is fully legitimate regardless of what it's doing, then, how are you really going to end this thing? How long is it going to stretch out? So anarchists would be like, don't pay your taxes, man. Throw trash at cops, man. They wouldn't think that they need to show a tremendous amount of respect to an occupying government. They're willing to stand up to it very directly, which is why anarchists often get into, much more face-to-face confrontation with settlers. Trying to stare them down, shout them down, trying to push back against them in that sense. Trump supporters know, because what Trump supporters want is a stronger state, not a weaker one. That's the paradox of right-wing populist anti-government activism, is what they oppose is the social liberalism, but what they want is a police state. So it's sort of like, look at the black shirts or brown shirts. They were anti-government militias while the government was parliamentary. And then as soon as they got what they wanted, they became a part of the official state and continued to oppress people with the state, because what they want is a strong state. They want strong policing powers. So any far rightist or even really right-winger that tells you they're anti-government is lying to you or to themselves, usually to themselves. This is paradoxically really true also of like so-called ANCAPs and right libertarians. Most of them don't really oppose government. They oppose specific functions of government, like social welfare. Sometimes, like some genuinely principled right libertarians might even oppose policing, but they depend upon elements of a strong state for capitalism to exist at all. So it's not really sincere. And a lot of the people who are part of those movements are themselves socially reactionary. So they're not, that's why there's a kind of like, libertarian to fascist, spectrum, like they can easily be radicalized in that direction because their sympathies are partly there already. It's just they have a few reservations about the state. And that's really the issue that you see with the kind of people in like the 1920s, 1930s that were opposing their governments. They were willing to, oh, hey, look at that. They're willing to fight back against their government, but only because their government didn't say the things that they wanted it to say. And as soon as they get what they want to crush everybody else and, push them under the wheels. So definitely not Trump supporters, no. Because the end goal for actual anarchists is to make sure that no one else ever has that power again. You're opposing hierarchy. You're opposing power structures. And that's an ongoing process. If somebody tries to take advantage of your revolution and seize power for themselves, then you have to oppose them now. It never actually ends. So it's a very different, the principles behind it are completely different, even if occasionally at certain moments tactics can seem similar. But anyway, the chief things I would say that anarchism applies to the Israel-Palestine conflict are in the anti-nationalist emphasis, because it points much more toward a unitary state or some kind of confederation. Why can't we all get along and live together and be neighbors and all that? And which isn't a utopian ideal, it's just human. And then in the preference for direct action over parliamentary procedures. And yes, exactly, decentralization of power. So a powerful nation state is therefore a problem in the context of Israel-Palestine. And from an anarchist perspective, it doesn't really matter if it's a powerful Israel or a powerful Palestine. It still would be then a nation state, generally thinking of itself as representing particular people, and would have policing powers and a military and everything else. And anarchists don't want that. Anarchists don't want cops to exist. Anarchists don't want militaries to exist. Anarchists oppose all standing armies. So any strong nation state is going to be a problem for them. So, let's see. No, anarchy does not require policing powers to stop an elite from forming again. What anarchism does is it removes the ability to consolidate power in the first place. That's the key here. By dismantling state structures, you can't consolidate power politically. By dismantling capitalism and other major concentrations of wealth, the kind of like economic aspects there, you can't use wealth to recreate state structures. So it becomes impossible. Think of it this way. How could a Jeff Bezos exist without the state? Because you need then something to, write out the deeds and produce like all different laws that support like stock markets and everything else. All that would have to go away. it would have to be a lot more consensual. If the person in your community that has a whole hell of a lot of wealth is a dick to everybody, then he's not going to get to keep that wealth. Because he can't turn to the state and say, protect me, daddy state, with your cops, because they're coming with torches and pitchforks. The people coming with torches and pitchforks will just end that. So the only way to succeed in any way economically, the only way to be better off is to also make sure the other people around you are also well off so that they're not pissed off. So you basically, everybody rises together. It doesn't mean everyone is exactly the same, doesn't mean there's perfect equality of outcome. It means that things are distributed effectively enough that everyone is comfortable so people don't actually have to like rise up in the same way here. Anarchism cannot be imposed by force. What anarchism is about dismantling the things that allow anybody to impose their will on anybody else. So it has to become consensual. It has to be done on a community level. Blockchains definitely are not. In fact, like, cryptocurrency is one of the most naked concentrations of power and wealth we've seen in a generation. Nearly all Bitcoin is owned by a handful of people. Wealth in Bitcoin is even more concentrated than wealth in dollars is concentrated. It's insane the way it works. And largely because it's incredibly expensive to produce it, to like mine it. And it's incredibly wasteful too. The amount of electricity used to mine a Bitcoin, I mean, you can power whole cities on this shit. Bitcoin, like cryptocurrencies, like the kind of like fake currencies that people like, produce with their computers or whatever. It's a deeply elitist idea. It's not actually free of anything. And it all depends upon legal systems anyway. It depends upon, major electricity infrastructure generally built and run by states and huge corporations. It depends upon, tons of like laws protecting, intellectual property and, internet structures and everything else. It's not, and there's no transparency in it at all. This is why, again, it brings exactly the opposite of transparency, which is why people love it on the dark web, because it's how you can like, the assholes who want to go out there and like buy like child sex abuse materials can do it with Bitcoin because the shit's not traceable in the same way. It's actually really harmful in terms of actual transparency. There's a the tons of this stuff is encrypted. Tons of transactions don't actually come up with that, and there's no easy way to get at a lot of this stuff because tons of the things processing around are literally encrypted in it. That's kind of the attraction to it and why it's embraced by a lot of criminal enterprises. And I can see why you're saying it brings a certain transparency relative to, like, say, central banking, although central banks themselves are audited regularly, but they are less transparent in some ways than a lot of other institutions are. But I don't think Bitcoin's any better. And again, the concentration of wealth in Bitcoin is higher than in any natural currency. And that's only going to increase because early adopters, you could run a couple of computers at home and you could mine Bitcoin. You can't do it anymore. Now you got to build massive clusters, in order to keep up. So the person who has the most money to invest already is the one who's going to have the most of it. I mean, it's yet another in a long string of right-wing fantasies against the government that all they do is they concentrate more power and wealth in a few hands. It's another one of the ways that a lot of right libertarian thought only lends itself to neo-feudalism. So, blockchain overall, there are certain elements of it that are useful, and blockchain can be employed in tons of different ways. NFTs are a horrific scam, but the basic idea of blockchain technology is nice. I mean, there's good things that can be done with it. There's good and bad things that can be done with it. But cryptocurrencies are like they're like pet rocks as far as I'm concerned. They're not relevant. But yeah, for securing stuff, doing more peer-to-peer stuff, I think more peer-to-peer computing actually makes a good deal of sense. So I don't have a problem with blockchain as a whole. Oh, Eric had come up before and then bounced back out, so must have been a problem there. So let's redo that.
Yeah, I didn't mean to
Let's see.
drop.
And then
Happy
let's
New Year.
see. Left row. Okay. All right, so that was the first few things. Okay, I haven't been able to keep track of the chats there, and no one who normally does the moderating has been around doing that. Let's see. Is anyone of the people on the panel already a moderator, or
I can you hear me?
I can? Yeah.
Okay, great. This is the first time that I'm using like this type of headphone microphone thing. So, um, thanks. But yeah, I'll mute and block only if I see any V or anything that's like harmful towards anyone and or your account. But besides that, I just kind of let everything go, unless you would like anything else. But I'm happy to help in that.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks. The one of the main things I'm hoping for is I can't keep track of all the stuff that goes in the chat too. So when people ask questions, I don't want them to get lost, and people feel like they got forgotten or something too. So if anybody sees anything in the chat, please, let me know if I missed it.
Can I ask something?
Yeah, sure.
So I wanted to get your thoughts on. My concern is with the relationship between war and civil liberties, and I haven't really heard much from the ACLU, and other than I think they wrote a letter on protected speech on college campuses, like that they sent to all the administrators, but I kind of feel like wasn't the ACLU started as like an anti-war against militarism, against the draft in World War I, and I'm very surprised that like they're not involved. I mean, in terms of like the genocide that's happening, I know that's more of like for international courts, but I do feel that any time in war, especially like during 9/11, it's sort of like the same thing is happening where we're being censored. I mean, this is what happens all the time during war. It's just censorship. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? And I only see it getting worse. And I thought it's Glenn Greenwald's. He's very interested in that, and he's been following this Biden administration's. I don't know. There was an article in the New York Times about anti-censorship ruling that the Biden administration was trying to curtail social media sites under the guise of this to fight disinformation, but I don't think that that's what it was for. I mean, clearly they're censoring through TikTok and Meta and so forth. Anyway, I don't know if that makes sense to you. My concern, it's all kind of wrapped up into, how it connects with war. And from a pacifist point of view and historian point of view, if you could just speak a little bit about that.
Yeah, it does, and ACLU does talk about a lot of the stuff that goes into it, but they are they do struggle with being spread a bit too thin, and the specific issue about Israel Palestine gets really muddy for a lot of people in terms of like social and cultural issues. So it's more of a minefield for them to wade into. But they have done a little bit on it, just not as much as I might like. In terms of war in general and the censorship, they do talk about these things. Again, it's just there's too many things that any one group can have to do, and they've fallen into a few niches, I guess, and a little bit away from the much stronger stance against war in general.
Isn't that because the public, though, Isn't it because the public is not putting pressure? Like
Yeah,
compared to like when Trump came
yeah.
into office, there was this huge explosion of ACLU. You got to be on our side. You got to fight for this, and they were collecting a lot of money. They were doing a lot of work with the money, but
They've done a ton of stuff against Trump, but yeah, they don't have. They're not pushed as much on some areas, and I think one of the biggest issues there, in relation to the public, is that specifically foreign policy issues and American empire issues aren't popular. So if you're trying to keep raising the money that keeps your organization afloat, so you can keep the existing lawsuits going, and you can actually fight back against some of this authoritarian legislation that shows up all the time, then they need to talk more about issues that more people care about. There have been times when Americans have cared more about certain wars. So, for example, during the Iraq War, they were plenty involved in things about that, or in the especially in the first decade of the War on Terror. There were a lot of places where they talked about that because more people talked about it. But when the public backs away from some of these issues, they don't have. It's difficult strategically to get involved in it because they have to focus a lot on fundraising too, just to survive, and that means they have to focus on more popular issues. It's an unfortunate reality of a money-driven economy to some degree. You can't focus entirely on principle. If you do, you go out of business.
yeah.
So I cut them a little
But,
bit of slack because of that, even though there are places where I frequently have wanted them to do more than they do.
right. Don't you think though that I mean there was a lot of concern and a lot of interest in the Iraq War, but I kind of feel like with this situation happening in Gaza, people have become more. Maybe it's just my imagination. Maybe it's just my take. I feel that they've become more conscious, war conscious. I see a lot of people talking about how going back to Iraq War as an example, and talking about the imperialism of the United States, and talking about how we're embroiled in so many wars that it just has to happen. We have to be involved in a war. And for my own personal interest, I'm a filmmaker and I made an anti-war film, and it's going to be shown in DC next spring. But I show it at universities a lot, and in peace and conflict studies departments really like it. And I just find that the interest in having this dialogue on not just a particular war that's happening, but just the more of the moral question, the ethical question for the long term, as trying to become an anti-war society, getting away from war, you know, sort of, getting to unwar, to undo our mind, our thinking of how we think about war, which is very much tied with nationalism. That's what my film speaks about,
Right.
nationalism in the context of war culture. The two are very much tied together. So my interest is really like how to shift the focus, like get this momentum going, and shift the focus into like the wider question, which is the institution of war. It's a big project, but it has to start somewhere, right?
Yeah. Honestly, I think that's a good way of looking at all of this because while there are a number of positive signs in what we're seeing in the last few months, activism wise, on these issues, it actually doesn't look to me like it's a huge change or that a lot more people care about it. I think a lot of that is just because of the way we easily self-select. The kind of numbers that you see, even in the very large in-person pro-Palestine demonstrations, we saw very large demonstrations at the time of like the Occupy protests, and yet they actually didn't catch on in terms of most people's perspectives. not in a way that actually shifted public opinion as a whole. There's a really agitated minority, and oftentimes, like a point that I made recently, realistically, all you need is a very activated, well-organized minority, and you can change things. So it doesn't take a huge number of people to really have an effect, but we have to be better organized than we are. I'd like to see more organization in this kind of movement, and I would like to see it continue to grow. One of the biggest problems we're going to run into here is that all of the money interests are going to be opposed to it, where in the anti-Iraq war thing, there were plenty of wealthy people who were perfectly happy to speak out against it, who weren't going to get in the way of it. It didn't have as solid a firewall among the financial elite that this one does, because Israel is actually very good for global capitalism and Palestine isn't. So they don't care. And you mentioned like the censorship that we see in a lot of social media stuff. This gets very problematic because we have handed over so much power to corporations and not states. The state is not directly censoring, but the corporations can alter who's on their platforms, and a combination of financial and state pressure can let them do that. And there's no easy legal way to pursue that, because the Supreme Court has given these corporations the power to do that. This is one of the reasons that I find it hilarious when, even though we ultimately, for real change, need some of them to accept that there's a real problem here and fight along with us. But when a lot of right-wingers talk about how they're being censored and how they hate censorship, part of me wants to laugh, because their politics are exactly why these corporations have this power in the first place. Right-wingers passed laws massively deregulating tons of industries and handing huge amounts of power to these corporations to completely control what shows up for them. So we now, if they're like, oh, you're censoring me because you don't like my my opinions or whatever, okay, cool, yeah, but it's your fucking fault, bro. I mean, that you did this. Like, it's hurting all of us, but it is definitely hurting them too. So I get that, but there's no easy way back from it, because especially in the context of the U.S., Democrats and Republicans both love giving tons of power to corporations. So where are you going to get rid of that? So it's like the censorship is a problem, but honestly, there's not a whole lot ACLU can really do about it other than continue to fight legal battles that they think they can win. And there aren't as many of those on these issues just because of the wide range of legislation and Supreme Court decisions that support a corporation's right to control speech internally. Did I see, were those shamrocks? Oh, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, it's Eastern Standard Time. Yeah. So,
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to the Happy New Year to the right coast.
We did it. We've
should,
entered a new year.
I don't know if anybody else is going to here, but I probably should get a drink at some point. But so I don't know, for the East Coast, Slanja and Prost and I don't know. Chaim, Skol, whatever you want to, salud, whatever works for you. All right, so I'm gonna
go get a drink. Go get a drink, Doc.
I'll entertain you for a second, and I'm gonna go grab something. Let's see. Add booze to this, or make whiskey sour. What do you think? Really?
First thought, best thought.
I don't drink anymore, but a whiskey sour sounds good.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
No, whiskey sour usually with the egg whites too.
I don't do egg whites. No.
Isn't that, or is that another one that I'm thinking of?
I think you're thinking of like the eggnog. Eggnog is like with egg whites, and there's like, I think whiskey is in there.
Yeah, I think there is like a different type of whiskey sour that you like whip up egg whites, that it's just like simple syrup, whiskey, lemon, and some egg whites, and it like makes it frothy.
Pisco
sour.
Someone said pisco sour. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's 2024.
Happy New Year.
Where's everybody located? I'm in New York.
I'm in Colorado.
Oh, good.
You're in what?
I'm in Colorado.
I'm in
Oh.
Colorado.
Oh.
What part?
I am not going to dox myself, but general Denver area.
Oh, okay. I didn't mean like specifically, but yeah,
Yeah,
same.
but like general urban large area. If
Washington
you're
State.
up this way. Where are you?
Sorry, you talking to me?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Or
Oh
where's
no,
everyone
you're
else
good.
like?
You're good. I was saying Washington State because everybody's,
Oh, so you still have a few more hours.
hmm
And where in Colorado is it? Cactus? What should I call you?
Yeah, I mean, just like up in the mountains a little bit, like west, but pretty much similar areas. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've been here for like 30 years, so I'm sure we
I
cross
I live
paths.
in New York though. I'm just here right now, but so yeah.
Oh, got it. So you don't live here.
No, no.
He's from there. I'm gonna get down. I think I've had my say
I wanted
with.
to say fight the power. If you're in New York and I'm in New York and you want to organize for anything, just let me know.
Yeah, you know what? I might have some screenings, hopefully in the spring, possibly sooner. So maybe you might be interested in. It's an anti-war film, you know.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Yeah,
Awesome.
yeah, and we're connected, so we can um, DM each other.
Hell yeah, just let me know.
I will. All right. Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year. Let's fight fascism, this next one. What's everybody reading while we wait for Doc Liam?
Ooh, I'm reading some stuff like nonfiction stuff, but I'm reading The Brothers Karamazov right now, which is so good. Have you read it before? Or is anyone?
No, tell me all about it.
I really recommend it. It's like Dostoevsky's last book, but it's really interesting. Really, I see why it's considered a classic. Yeah. I always like Crime and Punishment and The Idiot a lot, but yeah, I'd really recommend it. It's really cool.
It's great. Oh, do you guys hear the fireworks outside? I don't know if you can hear that. Your neighborhood's like my neighborhood. And my dog. Yeah, do you guys have fireworks where you are?
Yeah.
Because these are loud. I live right next to a park, and that's where like all the teenagers come and shoot off fireworks, so they like come right over my house. Thankfully, it doesn't seem to bother my dog too much. My neighbors' dogs, I know that they like give them like doggy anxiety medication and stuff because they get anxious.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of like out in the middle of nowhere, like in nature right now. Like, yeah,
I
but
love it.
just looking at the stars. But I can hear like fireworks everywhere. Yeah.
I love it. Do you know where Crestone is? Down by the sand dunes?
No.
That is super, super isolated. Actually, the latest HBO documentary that came out, what was that called? Um, love I don't remember. Anyway, it's based in Crestone. Um, it's like
Mm.
a town of 500 people, and it's a super wacky
Hmm.
place. Lots of cults like to set up ashrams and things there. It's just, but I was asking if you've been down there. I used to live down there, so I can speak quite a bit to it.
Actually, randomly, Professor, what do you think of the brothers Karamazov? Really quickly, that just crossed my mind.
Oh God. Um, I don't think I've thought about it in 40 years.
Yeah, I'm just reading it. We were just talking about it, so it's just passed through my head.
With fiction, I have a harder time not mixing up stories after a while. So I always have to remind myself of what it was before I can remember what my thoughts were. Fiction doesn't stick with me in the same way, I think, as a lot of other things do. I mean, even a lot of things that I really like, it just won't stick after a while. The ones that the fictional stories that I can actually speak well to are the ones that I've read many times because I really like them. So I don't know. I think I'd probably mix it all up too much.
What are some of your favorites?
In terms of fiction,
Yeah.
I've honestly the only things I've read in more recent years would be things like sci-fi and fantasy type stuff. Really.
Do you like The Foundation or Dune?
Yeah, I did really like both. Um, and I'm definitely enjoying the very different direction they're taking with the Foundation series from the books. The
Yeah.
books I liked a lot as a kid. Um, Dune, I still really appreciate
Yeah,
as a
Dune is.
story, and I hope that they keep a film series going longer so you can cover a lot of the later ones because there's a lot of really cool stuff in like God
Yeah.
Emperor Dune and Dune Messiah and Children
I,
of Dune. Never
I
really get.
just really, I just really hope they make Dune Messiah. I just really hope they let Villeneuve make Dune Messiah. Yeah.
Yeah, at
And-
least I'd like to see it go, but it doesn't have to go as far as Chapter House Dune, but I'd like
yeah.
to see. And I would honestly really like to see the 4 or 5 of those books done. Um,
Honestly, I'm really excited for the Rendezvous with Rama, one that he's gonna do after the next Dune part as well, which is probably gonna be awesome.
I had no idea anyone was optioning that. That's fascinating.
Yeah.
Uh, I don't know why a lot of Arthur Clarke books haven't been done. I mean, Childhood's End should have been a movie a long time ago. That and also like Heinlein. It seems like the only ones people want to make movies out of are shitty things like Starship Troopers. But why the hell can't we get like Strange Land? Like holy shit!
yeah.
I read a lot of like classic 18th and 19th and some good 20th century fiction when I was really really young. Because it was sort of like what was available. We were poor. I went to libraries. I started reading tons of classics, and they contributed something overall to my worldview, sort of as a whole. But a lot of the stories tend to blur together over time. I remember really liking. Um, I remember really liking Dostoevsky and Gogol and a number of Russian authors. Hell, I even like Chekhov. I remembered liking a lot of people like Dickens, but I a lot of the stuff just kind of it's too many decades ago, and fiction doesn't stick with me in the same way to really talk in detail about it without actually having to like remind myself of it.
Yeah.
Where a lot of science fiction and fantasy stick better, it's because people talk about it in meme communities and shit that I'm in, so I get reminded of it all the time. When people they mention a character, oh yeah, Gurney Halleck, oh shit, yeah, he's in Dune, and then da da da, and then something will it'll remind me of it, like it helps to keep them alive in a way that otherwise
Mm.
they disappear after a while. Yeah, Stranger in Strangeland is a great story. I mean, but there's quite a few Heinlein books. Oh, The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. Why? I mean, for all the fucking right libertarians out there, like they would love this book, this movie, and I would love it too. So like, why the hell isn't there a market for that? Like somebody should have made a movie out of that by now. But yeah, Clark stuff too. Like Childhood's End is great. Childhood's End is an easier one to remember because I've actually read it in 2 languages. Yeah, there's a number of ones just for fun. I've used fiction occasionally, like a story I already knew, and then go and like read a translation of it. So I read that one also in German. I actually read Harry Potter in Hebrew once, which was fucking hilarious. It sounds like shit in Hebrew, I'll tell you that. But it just doesn't feel right. But But yeah, there's a lot of stuff I've done that way. But yeah,
Do you like
rock
Joyce?
would be neat. That would be that would be really really interesting. I had not heard of that, so I'm gonna look and see who is that's the same. What is it, Villeneuve? The
Yeah,
same.
yeah. And Nels and Morgan Freeman is producing it, and he's been trying to produce it since like 2004, and he finally got Denis Villeneuve to make it for him. Yeah, because Denis Villeneuve was probably all over that.
Interesting.
Do-
I would not have pegged him for a fan. That's cool.
I'm so excited. It's gonna be awesome. But I'm sorry for taking up the time.
No. It's fine. No, it's interesting. Yeah. Yeah. I'm honestly not great at a lot of those kind of. I can have more productive like chats with people about science fiction and fantasy, even but shit like I played D&D for decades, so like fantasy fiction is fun, science fiction is fun, but it stays alive for me more because it's in popular culture than most of the fiction. I've read a lot of really fascinating fiction that I really loved, like The Unbearable Lightness of Being, right? Or for a great like Vietnam book, The Things They Carried, because it like sort of flashes back and forth between like present day sort of therapy and then like his actual memories, and it's some of the scenes in there were like wow, it's like a really mind fuck of a book, but I can remember more my impressions. I couldn't tell you any of the story. Like I'm not good at actually retaining a story if I've only read a novel once. Novels don't stick with me the way nonfiction does. I don't know why that is, but it's just my brain. Oh, more Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's. Oh, and somebody asked earlier what's the theme. I didn't really have one set for tonight, other than if anyone wanted to talk about what the last year was like, or where the next year is coming, or if we just want to like talk more personally, anything like that. Like James Joyce. Not really. The Dubliners was interesting. I enjoyed Ulysses only because of all the obscure references. I had fun like trying to see what all I could find in it, and then went looking for everything that I didn't figure out. It was it was an interesting challenge, but I can't say it was like I can't say it really sucked me in like as a fun, entertaining read.
Do you ever watch Battlestar Galactica?
Both
So
both of
say
them.
we all.
Yeah, I the first one I saw a lot in syndication growing up. I saw it when it came out and kept watching it because it was on Saturdays, and I like geeky sci-fi shit. But I actually watched the revived series twice. About I don't know, a dozen years apart, more than a dozen years apart. But I went and watched through it again just because I enjoyed the story so much. And again, for the same basic reason, like remember loving the story and the characters and whatnot, but I found I couldn't remember enough of it. So I wanted to like, I don't know, experience it again. Where some of the things that like with Star Trek stuff, like I've watched a lot of Star Trek more than once, so they stick a little bit better overall. But even there, after a while, they start to fade. But I've watched all the different Star Trek series that have come out and things like that. I never got into Stargate. I think somebody asked. I enjoyed the first film. I started watching the first season of the original series that they did, and I couldn't get into it. And I never got a chance to going. I wanted to go back and give it a chance again, and I never did. And it just got to be it was too late. But I've always wanted to. But there's a lot of science fiction type shows that I've been into forever. I've been into Star Trek since I was a small child, Doctor Who since I was a small child. So I mean, there's a number of them that have been around for a long frickin' time.
I love that. We have a question in the chat about what your PhD is in.
I'm a historian, specifically a historian of ideas. So I look at transformations in systems of thought. So I study politics, philosophy, economics, things like that, religions. But it's in history, and the two areas that I teach the most in are in the Middle East and Europe. Although I have a number of like funky thematic world history classes, like a global history of sexuality and shit like that. So fun stuff. Oh, neat. So I don't know if you guys can read what's on the glass here. So
Omara.
it's for O'Mara's Country Cream in County Tipperary.
That's awesome.
Yeah, my uncle
Um,
got me a few glasses like this years ago. So it's great.
I love it. Yeah, cheers. Happy New Year. I do have a question on
Oh,
Israel
dear
Palestine.
TikTok. Yes, this is apple juice. I won't describe exactly the ingredients of this particular blend of apple juice that I make, but this is apple juice.
Yeah.
Mm,
Apple juice, educational
mm.
purposes only, TikTok.
Yes, yes.
Pay no attention.
There's
I
apple juice.
actually, my question has to do with if you could elaborate more on why you've mentioned before about why pro-Palestinian causes should really stay away from bringing up the APAC issue. And I was wondering if you could
Yeah,
elaborate more on that.
the key there is that lobbying as a whole is a problem, but when you talk about one particular lobby, it puts people on the defensive, especially since it appears to be an ethnic lobby, and especially since there are a lot of Christian Zionist, a lot of Christian lobbies that do exactly the same thing in terms of Israel, and it's also not actually the source of the problem. Where it's tempting for a lot of people. I get why people want to think that it is. I totally understand that, but the simple fact is, people in Congress would not take that money if they didn't already support it, because that's how that works. I mean, you can't walk in and get them to completely vote against everything that their constituents would tolerate and that their principals would tolerate and everything else. They have to have a mix of other reasons to back something. So when we say APAC is the problem, it sounds too much like Jewish money is the problem. And that goes back to a 19th century anti Semitic trope. So, what it sounds like is the pro Palestine crowd is anti Semitic. And we're not generally. There are anti Semites in the pro Palestine side, but most people are not. And I get that. And obviously, being pro Palestine or anti Israeli government is not anti Semitic. But specifically singling out APAC does look like it. And I say that again as somebody who thinks all financial lobbying is trash. Again, I don't think corporations should exist, much less PACs. I want all of that money out. But it's a systemic problem. And talking about APAC specifically and not lobbying as a whole, it starts to look bad, right? And when we talk about it as the cause of this problem, it's factually inaccurate too. So I tend to think it's harmful. And for me, I tend to think strategically. And I know this can piss people off at times, but I want to think like, what is most effective? What will best help the pro-Palestine message actually change minds? And a focus on APAC is not going to do that. So
I get that.
yeah, there's
Yeah,
money in politics in general is a huge fucking problem. But there's a shitload of Christian money that pours in supporting Israel, and a shitload of corporate money that is in favor of those kind of ties there, and all the rest of that works. It's a huge problem overall. It's not that particular lobby that's doing all of it. They are harmful, and and actually I've used excerpts from the book The Israel Lobby in a class before. We do need to talk about APAC, but I think that kind of discussion, specifically of that pack, is something that should be discussed in certain contexts, right? So there are academic discussions around that. There are discussions around lobbying where it's important. There are discussions, so like how lobbying affects politics, and you can show APAC is a particularly pernicious lobby. It's a particularly insidious one because it crosses the political boundaries so effectively. There are a lot of really damaging things about APAC as an institution, but when in popular culture and popular movements, we talk about it as the reason for American support for Israel, that's both wrong and plays into an anti-Semitic trope. So I think it's just strategically dangerous for us. I would rather let the political scientists kind of like charge on that issue.
I get that. Yeah, to focus on just one single lobby instead of lobbying itself. I remember he didn't stand a chance, but a while ago there was a single issue candidate, Larry Lessig, um, from Harvard, but that was his one issue. He was like money out of politics and get lobbying out of politics. He was like that is the one thing, and his argument was that nothing else can get done until that gets done
Well,
first. Now,
yeah,
I think that
yes and no. The problem there is that we can't get it out until other things are done. That's the trick. But people are right when they say we can't get most of the things that we want without getting the money out of it. So that's true. But a big focus on trying to get rid of those kind of things. Yeah, the ADL is a trash organization. Criticizing them makes sense. But again, there's a danger of putting people on the defensive because of the long-term history of anti-Semitism in the U.S. and in Europe. This is where, again, strategically, I think a focus on the real bases for support for groups like AIPAC is more important. So talking about Christian Zionism, helping ordinary Christians to understand why are their churches telling them to support Israel. Because if you get ordinary constituents, if you can get Americans as a whole to change their mind on this issue, then Congress can't take that money anymore. Then it lessens their impact. They'll still be around, but they won't be as powerful. Right now, they're super powerful because the vast majority of the electoral base for the two major parties in the U.S. is pro-Israel. Most Democrats and most Republicans are pro-Israel. So it means that anybody in Congress feels comfortable taking that money. If you change the minds of ordinary Americans, and that means in practice, tons of liberals and, Christians and whatnot, then you're essentially neutering, AIPAC as an organization. You take it back down to like being a normal lobby. And then we can talk about let's destroy lobbying as a whole and really solve the problem. But criticizing AIPAC while most Americans support Israel is going to strike people. And again, this is not a factual issue. It's an emotional issue. It's going to strike people as anti-Semitic. And when you strike people as anti-Semitic, you put them on the defensive, and that makes them support Israel harder. Like, nah, bro, I'm going to fight harder for Israel now, and then we're fucked. So it's a matter of like actually understanding your audience. Who are you trying to sway, and what is the way to go about it? So it's not a matter of, again, saying AIPAC is not a problem. Again, I literally assign readings on why AIPAC is problematic in classes where I'm talking about political science and how to fix this kind of shit. But in terms of a movement, I think it would actually shoot us in the foot. It's in the same way that, like, when people talk about the Khazar shit, they're shooting us in the foot because they're literally spreading an anti-Semitic lie. And it's one that essentially it exists only to delegitimize Ashkenazi Jewish identity. And that has nothing to do with Zionism per se, because most Ashkenazim historically are not Israelis or Zionists. So it's a whole separate issue. You're basically telling Ashkenazim you're not quote unquote real Jews, and that's just going to make people defensive and make people support Israel even more. So the more we do that, the more we fall into those traps, the more we deepen support for it and actually harm the pro-Palestine movement. So that's
and
just me.
I love that. And Doc Liam, I want to say too that I went to here in Colorado last month was the global it's the largest fundraising event for AIPAC that was here. And so there was obviously a lot of protests outside. And some of the things that I saw was that, where I saw people yelling at Jewish people that were, lined going from the convention center down, and they had the whole, it was obviously a heavily guarded event, and I saw pro-Palestinian people screaming, "You're not a real Jew," and things like that. And I was just like,
right.
That's another discussion about like protest tactics and things like that. And I see that there's some really, really good questions coming through with the chat, including like censorship in university, which I think that we should talk about, and some of that. But it that was very disturbing to witness.
Okay. So you brought up another perfect one there. So AIPAC can be problematic depending on how it's brought up. The Khazars can be problematic, right? Well, actually, they are just in general. But when people align with the Neturei Kartai, for example, when they're supporting like that particular Haredi group, they're basically they're inserting themselves into this fight, which is a deep, deep struggle inside Judaism between the Haredim and everybody else. And they're a small, small part of overall Jewry. And which, if you basically say only these really, really fringe people are Jews and everyone else is not a Jew because of their other positions, you're going to put people on the defensive and they're going to like swallow up whatever Israel is selling. This is actually one of the reasons that so many American Jews find it so easy to keep supporting Israel year after year is it puts them on the defensive emotionally. It makes it feel like you're attacking them for their Jewishness and not for a political position. You know, if it's
Like,
having conversations
sorry.
about Israel are really important, you know, but wading into that kind of culture war, I think, is really a bad idea for us.
Got it. And if new guest, if you could mute
Yeah,
or
no, like Liam, I talked to you yesterday, and we talked kind of about like a lot of these things, and it, like just like I was on mute, and I was just like yes, thank you, like thank God. Like, I'm looking at my mom right now. We are on very opposite sides of certain things, but like I just I just the fact that we lose the like fight in everything that we say, like when we just go into these like weird, just like, well, if you think of like these like weird, like I don't know, I, I'm gonna say like the first time I ever heard the Khazarian theory, I was playing World of Warcraft when I was 12 years old. And it was
Sort of a
just
weird
insane.
context.
Yeah, like he's like just like it was some dumb like thing like that, and just like I don't know, it's all dumb. It's all dumb. I don't know.
It is, yeah, but it's again, all these kind of issues can be discussed, and they all are important in different ways. Things like the Khazar thesis, I'm very comfortable talking about in a setting like this because this is explicitly an academic setting. This is office hours in a way, and we can talk about this and discuss like what it means, where it comes from, what support it's had and what support it hasn't had, things like that. But when things like that spread around in popular culture, they're going to touch people's identity, and the single worst thing you can do if you want to get somebody on your side is affect their sense of self. It makes them defensive, and then you're just fucked. So things like this are harmful. The Khazar thesis is a whole new level of like harmful because it's literally false and pernicious. But the question of like aligning with the Neturdi Kartai, this is problematic in other ways too. The simple fact is they have some scary bad views that I think most people would disagree with. And it's like aligning with somebody because of one issue and then holding them up as the right kind of Jews. It's not just that you're going to turn people off. It's making and what kind of group are you really platforming. It's sort of like if you found that there was a really, really good idea that the Westboro Baptist Church had and you decided to work with them on something. You don't want to platform people like that. It just doesn't make sense. The Haredi groups in general are deeply reactionary people. They're not conservative. They are like super, super conservative. So like they're misogynistic. There's all kinds of like really cringy aspects culturally. And I'm kind of uncomfortable trying to draw people in that way. Well, again, they're social reactionaries, right? And they're social isolationists too. They really have they're racist about who is a real Jew. They're part of this broader culture war. I mean, these are the kind of people who are out there like throwing buckets of human feces on other Jews' heads because they're not praying the right way. They're the kind of people who go around telling other people you're not a real Jew. They're horrifying to like women and children. I mean, it's really kind of like you're making a deal with the devil.
It's actually like really funny because like I'm looking at my mom right now. I'm asking like her to like ask any questions, and you don't have to, mom. But like she
Hi, Mom.
she did go like to Israel when she was younger, and she lived on a kibbutz, and she just developed that just like the what is it, the who rocks at you?
Children.
Yeah, ultra orthodox children would just like throw rocks.
There you go. I mean, these are the kind of people who they literally stone people for getting on the bus on
Literally.
Shabbat. You're like, oh, you're riding the bus on Shabbat? Holy shit. Bam, bam, bam. Right? They're tearing down movie posters. They burn movie posters. They've like,
Yes.
they're scary people because they really want to completely and tightly control what they see in their communities. And the more they associate, the Jewish community as a whole as theirs. So the danger is, as they are growing in influence in Israel, the more they think Israel is theirs, and the more that they are platformed in the broader Jewish world outside of it. So like, again, in the US, the more you encourage them to attack other Jews and to push these kind of views in their communities. So it's really, it's very much a deal with the devil. So that one makes me really nervous too when people do that. But I do get the temptation, like, siding with people that like seem like they share your views. I get that, right? And they're definitely anti-Zionist, but not really. They're not even anti-Zionist.
I really wish my mom would like speak up, because like I think she genuinely, I'm looking at, like, I'm sorry, Mom, but like you genuinely, you have such good views, and you also like, I don't know, dude.
There are people in the chat that are asking for your mom to tell her story. So for whatever that's worth. And Dr. Liam,
hi, Mom.
Maury.
People want to talk about censorship in universities too, and listen to the story.
I seriously, I wish you would.
Talk about what?
I wish you, because we both do not agree on things, but I think you have good like.
If she's ready,
It's
when
a new
she's
year.
ready.
It's a new year.
Ready. Happy New Year.
It's a new year.
I'm happy to answer a question, but
all right, awesome. Okay, so what I will say is, me and my mom are very different, and she's happy to answer questions. She did live in Israel for like a year, right?
Mhm.
So yeah, you lived in Israel for a year.
In the 80s.
In the 80s. Okay, don't date yourself.
Hey.
Very different Israel.
But no, like, I love my mom more than anything, and we very much disagree on this conflict. We have talked every single day since, and she is much more on the pro-Israeli side. But I don't think she is as much as you think you are. So I'm just gonna give her my phone.
Well, that right there is a really important point, and what I tried to raise again recently. So many American and European Jews, if you actually get them talking about their own views in general, they're going to agree with you on most things. And it's a matter of how do you approach the Israel issue. And if you actually get people to look at what's happening, I think most pro-Israel people are not as pro-Israel as they think. It's more a matter of defending the idea of like a Jewish homeland and the security of people there and things like that. It's not, they're not all going to march for Bibi. I mean, that's the key there. I think that realistically, if you find better ways to communicate, peeling away liberal Zionists is the single best way to actually expand this group here, and then defeat groups like AIPAC. Get actually American Jews to understand just how fucked up the situation is, so that they can stand up there. Because realistically, what the far right has done to American Jews is they have gotten them to swallow the most explicitly fascistic view of Zionism possible. And it's not where most people see themselves. They don't see themselves putting on a black shirt and marching in rallies. That's not how they feel. And people just don't know. what they've signed up for, because they're getting information through a very, very specific filter. And we need to find a way to broaden that. But if you put people on the defensive, you can't actually introduce the ideas that would get them to question that and then realign it. Again, there were Zionists in the early 20th century who wanted a binational state, there were communist Zionists who wanted to organize the Arabs and build things up there. The idea of living in that land is not inherently fascistic. It's not inherently violent. But the worst possible trends in Zionism are the ones that have been dominant, that have gained and have been growing steadily in power over the years. And I think that we'd have an easier time correcting this if we can turn it back around to some of those earlier impulses. So the rhetoric really matters. So honestly, bringing in voices like your mother's, I think, matter.
Yeah. And I genuinely, I tell her every single day, I want you to go on here and Mom, come on.
I don't actually know what you want me to say.
I'm
happy
to say how you feel.
I guess my feelings are probably very complex, like most people's are, or any thinking person should approach this issue with respect for the complexity of it. And it's hard for me when people say, are you pro-Palestinian? Or are you pro-Israeli? Because it just is so limiting. Are you a Zionist or not a Zionist? All of these categories just seem so ridiculously limiting to me, because there are aspects of Israeli culture that I'm very much opposed to, and the Israeli government that I'm very much opposed to. But yes, I do believe that there is a need for there to be a state where Jewish people feel at home. I absolutely have great empathy for Palestinian people and don't think they should be going through what they're going through. So I don't like to be limited by any of those labels of being pro-Palestinian or pro-Israeli, or being a Zionist or not a Zionist. Define Zionist for me, because I hear that defined in so many different ways. For some people, it's a slur. For other people, it's a movement. And so I just don't like the way everyone seems to be limiting each other in these discussions. And many of the protests are just abhorrent to me, because they also seem to really simplify the issues. And
there's something very human about that. I think it's easier to organize when narratives are simple, and that makes sense. But the more that you take the simplified narrative as the actual truth and limit yourself that way, the more it actually harms the actual ideas of the movement. You actually caricature yourself.
I think a perfect example of that is when you rip down posters of hostages, and then you look at people you can't give them an explanation. And I think actually, if you could turn to somebody and give them an explanation of why you're doing that, it may not look like just such a cruel, senseless act.
Right. There's a sense of empathy that I think is necessary. Because it's an understandable emotional reaction, because the pro-Israel narrative gets so much media coverage. All major media is comfortable talking about the hostages, but whenever they talk about what's happening to Palestinians, even in the current thing here, much less the everyday suffering, but even in the current one here. So I just read a Reuters piece, while I was having some dinner a little bit ago, and every time it mentioned the death tolls, it had to say from the Hamas-run ministry, and it's basically casting doubt on everything. And that really, it's profoundly alienating and hurtful to people on the Palestinian side of this. But when they lash out in ways that are profoundly insensitive, by, say, attacking the people who were held hostage, as people, then it doesn't make anything any better. It's understandable, but it's just as wrong as what's happening in the first place. It's when people bring up the whole pro-Israel, pro-Palestine thing, my often answer to things like that is I'm pro-human, and I have friends who are Palestinians and Jews living in the area. So I have Israeli friends and Palestinian friends. My friends are all people who want to fix the situation. I'm obviously not going to hang out with, with settlers, but I'm pro-human, which means it's possible to be pro-Israeli and pro-Palestinian. But
Yeah.
the current Israeli government and the way the Israeli government has been structured for decades is deeply harmful to both Palestinians and Israelis. And it's harmful to Jewish security. And I think if more American Jews understood that Israel is the single biggest danger to Jews worldwide, that Israel's actions are deepening anti-Semitism around the world, that it is creating a sense of fear and anger and distrust, and it's associating Judaism with Nazism, there's some really, really nasty aspects of this. And the simple fact is, especially looking at current actions here, there's no military solution to this. Everything that they do there is going to create more militants, and more militants will ultimately make Israeli Jews less safe. It keeps the thing going forever. So if we can approach this, and again, there's a lesson here I'm trying to hope that more of the pro-Palestine movement can see. If we can approach Israelis themselves with empathy and talk about their own fears and their own desires for a future here, we'll have an easier time actually getting them to turn on their own government and change their government.
Well, I think they were starting to do that, and maybe not for the same reasons. There was already a strong movement against the government, and I that really did go by the wayside. I mean, this was really poor timing on Hamas's. Yeah, they really were starting to challenge this government more and more, and I would have loved to have seen how that played out, but that's not going to happen in the near future. And so what you basically did is empower a right-wing government, because no one's really going to protest them now. I mean, I know there's some protesting. It's quickly silenced because once you're in a state of war, a lot of those personal freedoms do go by the wayside, and that's everywhere. But I do think that I guess I would disagree with you about how most American Jews feel about the Israeli government. I think most American Jews are very aware of the problems within the Israeli government. I do think
there's a point I do want to clarify on that one, if that's okay.
Sure.
Because it plays into something you just raised that I think is important too, in the sense of one of the reasons for the timing of this attack by the H group is actually to intervene in Israeli politics, and that happens a lot. It happened also during the Oslo process, and there was a ton of bombings there to kind of derail that process, and happen again after Camp David and everything else. There's a reason they do that, though, and it's because the government. When I talk about the government, I'm not talking about the current cabinet. I'm not talking about Netanyahu, because when people look back and they talk about how folks like Rabin were actually good because of Oslo, that is a problem, because Rabin was a hardcore ethnic cleanser and an ethno-nationalist, and he did not foresee any possibility of a sovereign Palestinian state. He was trying to find a way around a sovereign Palestinian state and a way around giving them actual rights inside the state. It's another flavor of the same kind of problematic narrative. It's something that has existed on both sides in the Israeli political system. Ben Gurion is one of the most harmful and violent of all Israeli leaders on these kind of issues, and he's technically not a right-winger. There's something about the governing structure that's problematic, the governing ideology that's problematic, but it's not about all Zionists in Israel or all Israelis or anything else like that. It's much more complex, but it's a matter of trying to reform the overall movement, but not talking about a specific cabinet, because Shimon Peres was not great. Ben Gurion was not great. Rabin was not great. The Labor Party was also really, really awful to Palestinians. but they did it in a way that was less off-putting to American Jews, so they looked good. And I think that's one of the things that things like the H group are responding against, because they want us to look at what is the core ethnocratic ideology. Because unless the ethnocracy changes, even if assume weird miracles align and there's a two-state solution that actually works there, which set aside why it wouldn't, but assume that could happen. 22% of Israel's population are still Palestinians, and they're still going to live under apartheid. Unless you can actually change the way that it thinks of itself there, the way that it thinks of its relations to minorities, nothing really changes fundamentally. And that, I think, is the deeper problem that we have to get at. And one of the ways that I think that the pro-Palestine movement really struggles to talk to American Jews and help them to see the problems.
I want to say something in support of her mother before she leaves. Can I say something?
Please do, yeah. Please do.
Okay. First of all, I agree with the mother, what she said, kinda, but she's not gonna like the end of my response also. But I have to ask you guys one question. Do you know when the idea of Zionist started? When is the idea of Zionist started? When was that?
Sorry, are you asking my mom?
I mean, whoever knows, Dr. Lime or your mom.
Here, y'all care if I answer?
Well, it depends on what it means. I mean, because Zionism as an idea has been around there since the diaspora began in different forms. Zionism,
What date was that?
current political form, goes back to the middle of the 19th century among Jews and goes back to the Protestant Reformation among Christians. Zionism in its ethnocratic form goes back to the early 20th century. So it just depends on what we mean.
Okay, no, the Zionist is way before. It's before 1900. Did you know that?
Yeah, I just gave several points that were before 1900.
Yeah.
It just depends on
Who
what
was
form of Zionism you're talking about.
who was the journalist who started the idea?
If you're talking about Herzl did not. Herzl came to it decades afterwards. Herzl is not a founder of Zionism at all.
I think Theodore, something with the name
No.
Theodore.
Theodor Herzl is not a founder of Zionism. Theodor Herzl developed a specific political form of it that ultimately created the ethnocratic version of Zionism.
Okay, the idea. That's what I'm trying to say.
But
The
idea predate the political idea of Zionism predates him by half a century. And there are other forms of Zionism that go back, hundreds and 1,500 years earlier than that. It's everyone who talks about, people are always saying Theodor Herzl started Zionism. It's a myth. It's simply not true. He converted to Zionism. He discovered Zionism.
So what I'm trying to say here is from my you probably know more than I do. Theodore I was reading about him. He's the one who started to get to political and stuff, and he started to implement the idea 1897, something like that. So the people of the Zionists themselves, they start the idea, they worked on it, they did whatever they have to do to implement and to support their ideas. So they did whatever is best for them. And I do not blame them for that. Actually, I say good for you. But my problem is the root cause of the problem is not because they are doing what's best for them, it's what the people, the Muslim people, or you can call them the Arabian people, are not doing what's best for their own people.
Dude, what?
So before I blame the Zionists for doing whatever is best for them, I have to blame my own people, my own Arabs or Muslim or whoever you want to call them. They are not doing what's best for them because they sold their own people, and it's a history proof of that. So before I say the Zionist is the problem, no, the root cause analysis of the problem is us not doing what's right for them. Go ahead.
So you're going into things like the land sales and whatnot early on. I mean, yeah, there's a lack of.
Before that, when the King Al Saud, he signed up. British gave him a gun to kill anyone who opposed him. He killed the Uthmani and Sultan. And before that, that's what I meant. It's more than just the land. I'm talking about the Arabs.
Right. Sure, yeah. The where Herzl ends up being important is that Herzl developed a specific form of Zionism, what we can call political Zionism, that focuses on the diaspora and on mobilizing governments and mobilizing money and resources to go in. And in the long run, that group, that was inspired by him because he died almost immediately after getting this going. They're the ones who create the ethnocratic aspect of Zionism. So Herzl ends up, one of the reasons people point to Herzl as a founder in the sense of like Israel is because of the specific approach that he started doing there. But, Zionism had been being discussed for decades before that point, and actually the migration of Zionists to Palestine started 20 years before Herzl even became a Zionist. So it's kind of problematic when we point to him, because what it does is it leaves out a lot of the other time. The Zionists of the first Aliyah, the first wave of settlement there, they're the ones who actually interacted with the Palestinians and collaborated with them and like, hey, can you teach us how to farm here because our methods suck? And like, there's any number of ways it could have gone, but the political form ends up creating a much more damaging ideology. So Herzl's approach in the long run is part of the problem. But there were Zionists decades before that were not inherently problematic to the Palestinians. So it's a more complicated narrative there. But I think that the point about to the mother there is again, I think that blame should be spread around too, because there are plenty of places where not only Muslims in the region, in the Ottoman Empire, and more broadly fucked things up, but also Palestinians repeatedly fucked things up too. I mean, they didn't organize themselves effectively to counter it, because oftentimes they didn't understand what was going to why it was going to play out the way that it did. So people fell into traps in the same way that we're today falling into tons of traps. It's understandable. So I don't think it's productive to blame Palestinians or, Jews about this. I think it's more effective to talk about the core ideologies, right? The specific ideas that headed people in harmful directions, rather than saying a particular whole people are a problem and have failed,
What my idea was,
Totally. And Happy New Year. Sorry to cut.
Is there a, hold on, did I see, I want to see if Be Blessed, Be Blessed is in here, but still not popping up into the discussion part. So you still don't have anybody to effectively, like, help steer things to me that comes out of the chat, because there was something I saw a moment ago that was troubling. One of the things that shuts down a lot of accounts and shuts down lives and everything else, I don't want to lose my handle here. All of my social media accounts match. I don't want to be one of those people that gets like blocked out. And one of the things that gets problematic is when you get Zionist trolls in there. I had somebody popping up there like, no, not apartheid at all. And you look at who the page is and it's like super pro-Israel account. I want people out of the chat immediately. I block people like that when I see them. So I think the safest thing is to just simply block that, because they're not the people we can have those conversations with. The people who are hardcore already on that side, all they're going to do is try to shut these accounts down and shut these conversations down. Right. So for me, I want to know who they are and block them outright. So if we can, find a way to do that, or get them, maybe if you're going to if you can throw them out, Be Blessed, great. But like document their names so that I can outright block them on my account, because I don't want to deal with this kind of crap. Oh, here's another one who's saying block me. Okay, cool. I will do so. Thanks. Bye. I don't think it's helpful, right? Because there's really, really harmful tactics that they're using to do mass reportings. And I don't want to fall into that trap.
Okay, what I was
Yes,
trying to
and
say,
I've seen that real time on this platform, because there are some of those that, work for platforms. Anyway, I've seen it very real time.
I want to talk to anybody and everybody who actually is willing to talk. But anybody who is just going to like attack and lash out, it's not worth it. It's the same approach I take with like far rightists, right wingers in general. Fine, I'll have a conversation with you, or I can talk to you offline or something. But I'm not going to interact with far rightists in these platforms. Block. It's not worth it.
Yeah,
Can I
your
can I ask
safety
something real
and
quick?
your
Let me clear my point just for 1 second.
Yep, you can
What
clear
I
your
was
point, and then I think we should make some more room on the panel.
Okay.
Moderator here.
I'm
Yes,
sorry to
thank
say
you.
is the Z group, they worked hard from 1897, maybe before that, from
Before, yeah.
1987 all the way to 1948. Prepare. They work hard. They study. They plan. They put
They
money. They
did.
knew what they're doing. So before we blame them because what they're doing, we should blame ourselves. What we have been doing for our own people, our own cause, our own goal. That's why I'm saying is before I blame this person who's doing what's best for him, I should blame myself for sleeping, and all I do is just eating,
I feel
get
you.
married, and doing nothing. That's my point. I
Yeah,
was trying to say.
I feel you on that, and this is one of the ways that again I tend to poke at everybody in different ways. In my classes on this, I walk through and I show good and bad things done on all sides of this because it's not a matter, and it's not like a both sides and trying to say that there's equivalence again because there's massive power differentials, but the way things happen for a reason. And there are a lot of mistakes made by different Palestinian factions along the way. And the best thing you can do with any mistake in history is learn from it. It's not a matter of recrimination. Don't relitigate the past. Don't go back and say, well, we're terrible because we fucked up in this way. Go back and look at those mistakes and say, this is a place where this is a teaching moment. This is a place where I can improve how I do things so that we don't fall into those traps again. That's something that everybody should do on all sides. And I think that's something very useful in the
Correct.
point you're making there.
I agree with you on that 100%. That's what I always tell my kids. It's if smart people learn from others people's mistake, but if you don't learn from your own mistake, you
Right.
are the
Both are
opposite of
important.
that smart.
Good. Yeah, exactly. And we are more likely to learn from other people's mistakes. It's easier for humans because nobody likes to think that they screwed up. Just like it's hard to change people's beliefs. Most people's attitudes don't change easily because it's very difficult for people to think that they were suckered in some way or they made a mistake or they failed in it. No one wants to think that they were the bad guy in something. And if you approach them like, you Yahtzee, you bad guy, then they're just going to double down on it because no one wants to think that that's really true of them. But if we help them to understand why we think of them that way, like without falling into those kind of recriminations, it's an opportunity for people to look deeply into themselves and actually improve. It's a lot harder for humans to correct their own mistakes than it is for us to correct others. That's why I love all those people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones kind of statements. I love all those. Like what's the great one from Jesus? Don't like
Ye
go
without
look at the
sin,
specks
be
in
the
someone's
first to
eyes
throw.
when you have like a plank in your own or something. It's like, yeah, these attacks on hypocrisy. It's true for all of us in every place. We all fuck up in different ways, and we have to depend on other people to help us to see that. And there's good ways to do that and bad. So to your core point, yeah, I totally agree. There's a lot of ways we can improve.
Thank you so much. Do you have any other questions?
Oh yeah, and Rod already threw something into the chat that's good too. You like the first mistake, and it's a lesson. Yeah, exactly. It's when we keep making the same mistakes over and over again. That's where the problem comes in. But the deeper people get into it, it just gets harder to help people to see that, and harder for them to see it themselves. It's not that it's impossible. People can be firmly committed to a terrible idea for decades and still learn. But when they're not approached well, when they only have like an affinity group that keeps reinforcing their views, and then everyone from the outside attacks them in a certain way that reinforces those views. This is why I've mentioned this a few times in previous lives, but because it's a useful example. Because I've sat down and I've interviewed militants in a number of different factions around the world. But one of the ones that really sticks with me in kind of some scarring ways is I remember sitting down with some former phalangists in the Lebanese Civil War. And these are people who were carving crosses into people's chests and like gouging out eyes and putting in formaldehyde and like really horrific stuff. And they're like, they're still proud of it. They're still proud of what they did. They've never been able to look at what they did as wrong.
which means that no one around them has helped them in the right way to do it, and they weren't able to do it for themselves. And if we find good ways to do that, if we're able to do that, if we're able to find ways to talk to people, you can help people to realize those mistakes. But people will tend to get worse instead of better if they're left in those circles, if they're left in that kind of like stewing in that environment forever. There's a lot of like unrepentant Yahtzees out there. And I think that's kind of like, I don't know, it's something I think we should care a little bit more about, at least, I guess. Like how to make things. I'm one of those like stupid people who wants to make the world a better place before he dies, kind of thing. I don't like standing aside and letting things just go on and on. So it's just yeah. Anyway, I'll shut up. Oh, there's a little pop down here. Let's see. Oh, there's a name I've never seen before. How cool is that? Do we have a space? Oh, no, we don't have a space. Oh well.
Yeah.
Oh, you're doing that now. Okay, cool.
Yes. No, I was doing it before, but I just wanted to
right
let
on.
Erica do her thing.
Thank you.
And then jump on when she wanted to hand over.
I'll drop down in the comments. And
No. I mean,
be blessed and Happy New Year for a day.
Happy New Year. I'm 6 hours in already.
Oh yeah, it's already. Yeah, in the middle of your, or is it morning for you? I guess.
Yeah, it's 2024 where be blessed is, yeah.
Yeah.
Should I?
Rad, no, I dropped you because it's actually better for the live if we drop the people on the panel when they're finished rather than you drop yourself. Just because I don't know why TikTok prefers it that way. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
But I saw you said bye, so I wanted to do that in order to clear up space.
Oh, I didn't notice. Nat dropped back down.
Yeah, no, she dropped out earlier. So
okay, yeah, I saw her drop. I just noticed the name isn't on the list anymore. There,
No.
I loved actually hearing from her mother this time, and because those are voices I think we need to hear, and we need to find ways to talk to people. So yeah,
no, absolutely.
I'm sorry. I get kind of like worked up about something like that, but I mean, I think it's very, very important that we get better at having those conversations. It's just something
I like what you said a few days ago too, and I've been really sitting with it too, where you were talking about how I don't know if you said evangelical Christians are the key, but I think maybe that's what you said. At least that's what I've been sitting with, is that like there needs to be a lot more conversations.
Yeah, there too.
The evangelical movement, because I think like that's just a huge, huge key when it comes to this issue. I don't think that it really moves without getting some of the evangelical base to care and to care about all humans.
Right.
But I don't know how that happens. I am seeing some questions in the chat about like, how does it work for like justice for Palestine or for justice for Palestinians, like in the future, or, you know.
I'm not sure what they mean by that just from that, but just to touch briefly on your last point there, a lot of Christians in the U.S. and American Jews, I think, both need to be talked to in better ways. And I think that if you can bring more of those people in, I think we've won. But if we can't talk to them effectively, because I think most Jews are genuinely good people, and in these ways, in the same way that I think most evangelical Christians, their hearts are often in the right places, even if their churches are wrong. But when we paint with the broad brushes and basically tar all Christians with the horrifying theology that many of their ministers have, we've lost them already. In the same way that if you paint all Jews with the crimes of Israel, you've lost them already. There has to be a better way to do that if we want to change it. So to get to the other part that we need clarification on, like that, how do you get justice for Palestinians? It won't happen as long as people hold to those ideas, as long as people still are comfortable believing that they're already right and that they don't need to learn more about it. That's our that's where, and back to like Rad's point earlier about, turning some of the lens on ourselves and realizing where we communicate ineffectively. This has dragged on for 76 years, in the state form, and much longer if you go back to the settlement period, largely because we don't communicate well against it. And I think that if we change that, we've got a better shot. Hey, a second face. Hey, it's so cool. Even better, like on a New Year's too, because I don't want to like drink apple juice alone, because it's weird to drink apple juice alone. So it feels more comfortable, because it's apple juice is a very social drink. TikTok, it's
Sorry, I already drank my apple juice. Can you dig it?
I'll go get some apple juice. Just
there's
joy,
faces. It still
just
works. It
celebration.
feels like a social event.
Yeah. Uh, I was gonna ask if if okay, so what that guy was saying, I was thinking the same thing you were saying. Like Theodore Herzl is basically kind of like a theory bro, but was a piece of shit. But like, because his idea was ethno state versus Zionism in general being something besides that, like that existed prior. Like it's basically, it just represents the idea of going back, not inherently building an ethno state, right?
Sort of. Okay, so I want to I'll clarify that slightly.
Okay.
Herzl's major contribution is as a propagandist and and in organizing among the bourgeoisie in exile. So bringing more middle class Jews who would never think of moving. So people who weren't actually going to go be practical Zionists, but were willing to contribute money. And then in turning the focus to talking to governments and trying to get support from governments and in politics. But he wasn't around long enough for the shift into ethnocracy, for the shift into an ethno state. But the faction that he created, the WZO and all the organizations that start building up after that, like the JNF, those institutions are the ones who did do that, who did set those foundations. They took a lot of the trends in European nationalism and imperialism, and they ran with them to their logical conclusion for their day.
It
Because
wasn't in.
again, it was a matter of once you start talking to the bourgeoisie were already imperialists and they were already capitalists. So they applied those lenses to this situation. The earliest Zionists were not. They were mostly socialists. And even the second and third waves, they were still mostly socialists from Eastern Europe. But the institutions created to support them were bourgeois imperialist institutions that laid the foundations for ethnocracy. So it's less that Herzl said do it this way, and more a matter of he created the techniques that, like the basic framework that naturally led in that direction. So his intervention was still very unfortunate, but he died a year after the first World Zionist Congress. I mean, he wasn't around long enough to really be blamed for how it played out, but he definitely set the stage for it by bringing those folks in to the conversation. Does that make better sense?
I have to read his book, but because as far as I've heard, his theory was the theory of the ethno state, but that's just so it was.
Yeah. It is definitely a nationalist solution, but it doesn't go into the kind of exclusivity that it would really take on. It's pointing in that direction. I'm just saying he didn't live long enough for us to really say how much of it really was him, but he laid the foundation for the drift into a hard nationalist approach and an ethnocratic approach.
Okay.
But again, he disappeared almost immediately. So it's much more like Chaim Weizmann and his successors.
I don't know if that's sorry.
At least oversaw the process.
So I have. I'm going to probably ask the most basic of questions on this. And yeah, please try and help me kind of get my head around this. So there were people already living on the land. And if, just like any other nation in the world, should people want to move to that land, there are rules and ways to, that people can do that through migration and so on. So if that is the case, and that process has been circumvented with the establishment of the State of Israel, then how can the Palestinian people, one, trust any process because the land was theirs in the first place? They have had their autonomy completely taken away. And two, why should they trust a people that arrived and then completely, essentially, take over and ruled over them?
Well, the simple fact is you kind of can't at that, but without at least some progress toward a middle ground in on that issue, there's no way to make progress. So it's sort of like there's a whole lot of like Israelis who are hardcore against their government and against ethnocracy. So if it's like I can't trust any Israeli, that doesn't work. If it's I don't trust any government of Israel, I agree with them, they shouldn't. And that's why I try to point out that Ben Gurion was also trash on this issue, that Rabin was also trash on this issue. Everyone's like, oh, Rabin wanted peace. No, Rabin was a hardcore ethnic cleanser. Rabin was not a good guy. During the Intifada, Rabin was saying we should unalive as many of these people as possible. He's a hardcore supporter of torture during administrative detention. Rabin is not the peace lover that you think he is. So the governments are a problem. People aren't necessarily a problem, though, and that's a whole different kind of dynamic, I think. As far as autonomy and their land, realistically, they didn't, though, because they've been part of tons of empires. Again, nation states are a modern idea. So while there was always Palestine, because Palestinians lived there and they lived in a region that we tended to call Palestine, they didn't have autonomy or any kind of like real control over their own affairs. They were part of they were part of the British Empire, then they were part of the Ottoman Empire, then they were part of the Mamluk Empire, then they were part of various sultanates and crusader states and emirates. Like it's never been like a Palestine in a sense of like actually giving Palestinians a voice. They have been victims of everybody else around them. But that's realistically true of most humans in the world. I mean, most people have never been part of a particular ethnic group that seizes control and has absolute control in a territory. But the Israelis have done that, and their government is a problem.
No, but then that's my pain point on this, because
Yeah.
if the natural course of like the trajectory of creating the nation state for the Palestinian people had been allowed to happen without without it being intervened by the colonial powers of the British, for example, then they would have had autonomy just like any other country in the world.
Actually, no. Honestly, no. If
Okay.
if it had proceeded naturally, if say the Ottoman Empire had collapsed, but European powers hadn't stepped in, it would be part of Syria today, along with Lebanon and Jordan, because that was the dominant idea among the bourgeoisie, among Palestinians. They thought of themselves as having a greater Syrian identity. The ruling class among Palestinians thought of themselves as Syrian, not Palestinian. People knew they lived in Palestine, but they thought of Palestine as part of Greater Syria, i.e. the Greater Levant. So there would have been a single Levantine state. The idea of a division into a Syria, a Lebanon, a Jordan, a Palestine, that's actually a consequence of European imperialism and the way European imperialism drew the boundaries.
Okay, so I'm gonna kind of explore the two roads that would have happened. So if it was part of a greater Levantine empire, then and that was the choice of the people that lived there, so be it, right? But
Exactly.
if, however, if we go down the road of the British did intervene, so take like many continents that were ex-colonies of Britain, and they attempted to fight for their independence, so on. Oh gosh, I think I've maybe thought myself into a circle now, because essentially what's happening right now, would that not be considered a fight for liberation from the colonizer, I guess Britain, and in this case Israel?
Well, again, in the longer term, it's a fight against everybody. I mean, it just depends on how you want to set the core of your local identity. The main reason that Palestine is the main political identity is Britain and Israel. if Israel and Britain had not been there, that would never been the case, but it would have been a local identity, which is what it was. Because people have local identities. Think about like the people in Gascony today in France. Like they're Gascon, but they're also French. And their main political identity is French first. So there would have been a different, larger identity that they could have held, and then they would have still had a sense of local identity. Yes, we're also Palestinian, but my political identity is in this, greater Syria or something. If there had been no outside empires, people might have still later fought each other and subdivided like some European powers have done, but we don't know that would have been the case, and I kind of doubt it. Just looking at the broader sweep of Arab history, that sort of ideology just doesn't make as much sense to people on the ground. They're more comfortable with like local identities, and as long as the larger imperial power doesn't directly interfere with them, people just don't care. So I don't know that it would have turned out anything like what we have. Realistically, we kind of have this whole conflict, to thank for there being a Palestinian political identity, for better or worse, and again, as an anti-nationalist, not necessarily a good thing, that we all keep subdividing ourselves into different ethnic, political identities. But the Palestinian political project is a consequence of Zionism and British imperialism. Palestinian local identity is not, and there is a difference.
Mhm.
And people often mix those up. People want to say like Palestinians have always had a political identity going back way, 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 or they want to say no, it's all just a modern product of like Yasser Arafat and all the rest of that. And both of them, they're wrong. All right, they've always had a sense of a local identity, a local sense of self. But it's like hey, I'm a Californian, but California isn't a separate country, and I'm not fighting to make it one. Palestinians would have thought more or less the same way.
Okay. I think I might come back to you on this one.
Cool. Like
let me figure that out in my head a little bit.
I'm gonna grab something very quickly.
Do you know who was next in line?
I've just been kind of letting the conversation
Fair enough.
go, but be blessed. I was going to say that it looks like the chat really appreciated your question too, because they've been enjoying it.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, that the chat enjoyed your question, and y'all should just look at Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the dog. She came with the name. She's just laying in my lap like this, y'all. This is
there's a British comedian who has a cat, and he called it Chairman Meow, which I always thought was a hilarious name.
It is.
I love people who call their pets after, political figures.
When I got this dog, this is just a tiny little tangent and probably TMI, but I was really sad. And then I'm like texting my therapist. And I'm like, is it okay to like break up with someone and then like immediately buy a dog? And she's like, Erica, I support this. And so I went down and I got her, and I knew her name was Ruth. And I saw her, she like my daughter, and I just fell in love with her. And then I'm filling out the paperwork, and the lady, who was clearly conservative, this was down in southern Colorado, and she looks at me and she says, "Are you going to change the dog's name?" And I look down, and on the paperwork it says Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And I look up at her, and I was like, "No, she's named after my idol." Like, no, I'm not changing her name. And then anyway, so this is my dog, Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
A1, I think you wanted to contribute to the current topic.
Yeah.
Oh, is that like a? No, it's not. It's what kind of dog is that? Because it reminds me a little bit of the cockapoos I've seen.
Yeah, she's a Havanese.
Oh yeah,
so all Havanese come from Havanese are from Havana. So all Havanese come from several families that I think there were like 11 dogs that escaped Cuba, and all of Havanese are traced back to those. So this is.
It's cute though.
Hello? Yeah. Okay, cool. How are you, Liam?
Good.
Man, you keep him
about pets though. So I was just thinking as soon as somebody said like pets as political figures, my mind went back to I'm still on some low level kind of grieving the loss of my last tortoise. I was the third generation caretaker for my grandfather's desert tortoises. And the last survivor was Suleiman. He was my he was named for Suleiman the Magnificent. He was like, I still miss him. So my mind flashed back to to watching Suleiman walk around in the yard. So anyway, so where are you going to take us instead?
Liam, you keep impressing me because what you said in the past few minutes is not just on point, and I wish that Arabs listen to you for a change, because that's exactly how I see things in the Middle East. I'll give you a couple of examples, and I hope people are just a bit patient with me about it, or at least you have the patience to listen to my points. You know that Ahwaz is part of Iran. It's been part of Iran forever, correct? Do you know what Ahwaz is?
Yes.
There's not a single Persian person in that area. It's all Iraqi tribes, southern Iraqi tribes. It's complete. They speak the same accent of southern Iraq. They're the same names, same surnames. I mean, the same tribes exactly. They have cousins who are Iraqis and cousins who are Iranian passport citizenship. Yet nobody nowadays can say that, hey, where's my Iraqi's historical right in Ahwaz? Nobody can go to the UN and talk about this at all. If the Brits and the French decided that there should be Kurdistan in North Iraq, in northeast Syria, nobody could have said nothing about that. And nobody could have said, oh, these are the borders of Iraq. I'd live and die by them. I'd be a martyr if I get killed on these borders. Nobody would say that. We actually accepted Sykes-Picot, those artificial borders, and then we want to create reality and reflected historically on the region. The truth is, as you said on point,
I think we lost you there.
Palestinians had to be removed by Jews, by Zionists. They would have been a part of, if it weren't for the French and the Brits, they would have been part of the greater Syria. Like Lebanon, which is an artificial country that has no roots in history. I don't know where the name came from. Yeah, it's a region, but it's part of Syria. The difference in accents between Palestinians, Jordanians, Syrians, and Lebanese is way less than the difference in accents between northern and southern Iraq, for example. And you know that very well, right? So does that make Iraq 3 countries? Well, as long as Levant is 4 countries, right? And we say there's no place for Jews in it. It's just, we just, lied the lie, believed it, and trying to die by it. The truth is, there was a UN resolution. I wish people could have just taken a breath, and instead of dragging the whole area, the whole region to forever wars, forever terrorism. I mean, listen to how Arabs are very hypocritical about these things. Zarqawi, who was a Palestinian Jordanian, who killed all he could get his hands on from Shiites Iraqi. Guess who is supporting Hamas nowadays? Iraqi militias, the same Shiites Iraqi militias who are supporting Hamas, sending them money and like, it's all bullshit. Sorry to say, but this is not. And now, if you go to Palestinian rooms, I know what they think of Shia, but I know at the same time they wouldn't mention it at this point. Not a single Palestinian rooms I listen to on TikTok would say anything about Shia, would say anything about Iran, just because they have some hope. I don't think that anyone should have any moral high ground after supporting Saddam with all his atrocities and now complaining about Netanyahu. Netanyahu is actually an angel in comparison with Saddam. Yet you go to each and every house in Gaza City and you'll find Saddam's picture on the wall. Why is Netanyahu such a badass, an asshole, while Saddam was a good one? It's just religion. Just remove Aqsa and remove the wall from that area, and then that land would become worthless, worth shit. Nobody's gonna bother about it if it wasn't for religious, fantasies.
Yeah, sorry, you have 2 mods. You have 2 mods here, kind of putting a pause. Can you take a breath and some water and Pod?
Yeah, there's a couple of things I want to clarify there too. And somebody just said it in the chat there too. It's not the religion. It does end up being like there's different factors there. Anti-imperialism is a big part of the reason that people often like Saddam because he fell afoul of the European powers. Now, granted, he was a terrible person himself, but he did fight against them. So
Hold on, A1. You
it
need to
plays
listen
into
to
that.
responses.
There's also a sense of like the nationalist movements there. I mean, one point you were getting that really early on was good. The sense of like, and at the end of the day, all borders are bullshit, but nationalist movements tend to fixate on borders. And when they do that, then they cause all kinds of problems and keep fighting. And we do tend to fixate on certain enemies and not others. There are a wide range of political reasons for that. It's not religious. And Nasser said in the chat that Zarqawi doesn't represent us. Yeah, this is true. But he does represent a particular political faction, and that's the key here, is there are particular political enemies. There are certain political factions, movements, states, and they tend to co-opt peoples, and it makes it look like a black and white issue when it's really not. It makes it look like more monolithic than it actually is. Humans have much more in common with each other. We would get along perfectly fine if people weren't dividing us into these different tribal political identities and getting us to fight against each other, which means that at the end of the day, Zarqawi and Saddam and Netanyahu are all assholes in exactly the same way, because they're all trying to divide people against each other for their own power, because that's how people stay in power in the first place. They stay in power by lying to people and manipulating them. It's the only way it works.
Yes.
So that's the key.
Yes.
And so in a sense, you're right, but
there's a verse in Quran.
Painting with too broad a brush that can lose people too. So we do have to try and be careful about that. At the end of the day, it's not the religions. It's not just siding with your religion. It's whatever political faction you self-sort into. And there's different reasons people can do that. And I've seen this. Like there's so I've a vivid memory actually of one night in Tahrir Square during the protests there, of like a vendor, because people obviously make money on things, right? He's a vendor. He's got all these little cards out, and he's like selling all these like portraits of people. And there's like Che Guevara and Mao is on there, but there's also Saddam Hussein and Gaddafi. And people who like Saddam and like Gaddafi, they like them because of certain things that they said, certain things that they did. But at the same time, both were also very harmful. It's a matter of 100%. Understanding why people liked them. They both stood up against European empire. They both yelled about European empire.
Sorry, would you mind?
There is a verse in Quran. Just one last point.
Hold on.
Yeah. Okay.
We need to make sure that we're not talking. Yeah, we're making sure that we're not talking over each other and interrupting. So when you ask,
no, I'm not.
Hold on. Please listen.
Yeah.
When you have said your piece, if you could mute, let Liam respond, and then back and forth.
Okay, I should have done that. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm new to TikTok, to be honest with you. Okay, well, there's a verse in Quran, Liam, and I don't know if it's the word of God, but I take that as a good wisdom. إن الله يسلط أبدانا على أبدان. In simple English, God turns bad people against each other, and that's how he takes it. He seeks revenge and justice at the same time. Do you get that?
Yeah, no, I do. I just want to. I would want to further complicate it, and not to say Allah doesn't know, but I'm saying like it's because a lot of ordinary people end up following terrible leaders. There are a lot of people who end up endorsing really, really bad leaders for good reasons. So the leaders are ultimately the ones who are more problematic, and the ideologues are the problematic ones. But people can very easily get suckered into supporting all kinds of terrible people because the parts that they see look good. The parts that they're aware of make sense to them. So I mean, yes, to the point, but it's not just like the bad ordinary people are not necessarily all the bad ones, And oftentimes the people fighting each other the most in the streets are victims themselves because they've been manipulated into doing so.
I was 5 years old when I decided to live in the States. I couldn't make it there because I'm Iraqi. I couldn't get a visa. Yet I settled for Canada. And do you know why? Because I think that's the right way of getting a citizenship. It's not national. It's a contract. Citizenship is a contract between you and the state and the authority of the state you live in. It gives you your rights and it enforces your duties. That's all that you live anywhere in the world. You should have equal rights. Jews, Muslims, Arabs, whatever. That's why North America is the land, the land of the brave and the American dream fascinated everyone on earth. Thank you so
A1,
much. I rest my
hold
case.
on 1 second, A1.
Yeah.
Random, did you want to contribute to this, or was it a separate question that you wanted to
Should
ask?
I mute myself meanwhile?
No, hold on. I'm asking somebody else.
It's sort of a follow-up to this question, but it's not sort of a back and forth thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
so give me 1 second then, Random, because I wanted to add a couple of points. So there's been a request from the chat for you to confirm which verse, which surah in the Quran that was from.
I've heard it, but I don't know where that is either.
Yeah.
I've heard that, but I do not know the source. So please, yeah.
So if you could think about that, A1, and then let me know. The second point is, I think that maybe that you're taking a very idealistic view. So let me take America, for example. I think that's a very idealistic boilerplate view of what is America. But that doesn't necessarily exist for all peoples in America. Definitely doesn't exist for the indigenous Americans. It definitely doesn't, work for people of a lot of marginalized groups, not just people who are African American, not just.
Uh-oh. Did we lose you? Is anybody else there? Is it just Be Blessed to cut out, or is that me?
It's just Be Blessed that dropped out.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, good.
Yeah, she might have gotten, well, she's still in the app, so it's not a phone call.
No, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, your audio's
okay, perfect. Yeah, no, I had the low battery thing come up. So yeah, the point I was making is that with the idea that America is the land of the free, that's a very nice, shiny kind of boilerplate kind of thing that is put on the idea of America, but that we know for fact isn't true. It definitely isn't true for a huge number of groups, Indigenous Americans, African Americans. In fact, most marginalized groups are completely excluded from that idea of it being the land of the free.
It's just a lie. Land of the free is propaganda. A lie, in my opinion.
It's not a lie. It was a visionary people, a few people that were very good visionaries, way ahead of their time, the founding fathers of the state. I didn't say they were perfect. They were not God-given. They were not
ahead of theirs. Yeah.
They were not sent from God. They didn't have a divine message. 100% far from perfect. Guess what? It kept getting better over time. It kept improving itself. That's what religion lacked.
No, but hold on, A1.
Well,
it actually hasn't.
I beg to disagree.
It actually has not done that.
Yes and no.
In 2023, we're looking at women's bodily autonomy being questioned.
It keeps, transforming itself. It keeps improving. Improving sometimes means you go in the bad direction first and learn from your lessons. That's what Arabs don't know how to do.
No, but
exactly.
Hold on 1 second, A1. And I think you have to be careful on not going into kind of being very anti-Arab in your rhetoric. But
anti-Arab. That's anti-Brits, anti-French, anti-everyone.
Okay, yeah, I know, but
I think I see where he's going. I think I do see what he's trying to say.
Napoleon, the second most important character in history after Jesus, as I read somewhere, and before Muhammad. Guess what? He was a French nationalist who grew up speaking Italian. He was Italian, Corsican. He was not even. He doesn't know how to learn to speak French. He never really spoke good French. He always had a broken French. Yet because he was Italian, he was the most influential influential French leader of all time. I don't mean he was good or great. I meant the influence he had. He wasn't even French. This is not how you, like, he was an example of what America should be later.
Well, not I mean, in the sense of like
A good example.
Marxism,
Yeah,
no,
you know what I
because
mean, right?
Hold on,
yeah,
A1, hold on.
no,
Yeah,
Put your
I
mic
think
muting and letting Liam respond to that one.
I think I do know what he means, but I also know why you guys are reacting that way. Bonapartism actually is a significant trend in American history, and it's really negative. But there are good things that he did. And in the sense of like being influential and pushing things in the right in a positive direction, that for better or worse, he did do some of that. Same as the framers of this country. They were visionary. We shouldn't take that away from them. They were also scumbags. I mean, Thomas Jefferson had some really good ideas on governance, and he was also a white supremacist. So it's like everybody's a mixed bag, you know. But was what they were trying to do here better than the religious states of Europe? Yes. I mean, the idea of a fully secular state that wouldn't fall into religious conflict is a genuinely good idea.
Exactly.
It's just and it actually has improved in a number of ways over time, but it's always like there's always these fits and starts in it. So there are problems. There are places where we roll back, and there are places where we're actually this is where Bonapartism is particularly problematic. This country is getting more and more authoritarian in a kind of like Napoleon way, like that's actually bad for us. So there's good and bad influences along the way. But it's we often we paint ourselves into these corners where the way something comes across it like because I totally get the reaction, you know, to what he's saying, but I think I can see where he's going with it, you know, like there are good things about what was done here and a lot of really fucked up things too. And it ultimately how well something plays out has a lot to do with us. You know, because all the places where the U.S. has improved have become because of mass popular movements here that have forced power structures to do it. Once anybody
you were trying
A1, please hold on.
Yeah,
you're going to have to mute your mic, please, A1, because otherwise.
Sorry, it seems like I lost.
Last quick thing, just kind of like following on there, because the initial people overthrowing that European model came up with something that was better than it. But this when you create a new structure, it immediately ossifies. It starts to look out for itself. It becomes conservative, which is why Washington immediately put down revolts that were objecting to taxes that were higher than the ones that sparked the revolution. You know, I mean, it immediately looks to run backwards. People have to stay vigilant, and people have to push back against this all along. But for all of the flaws in them, we should acknowledge they did actually try to make something better. And the problem always is politics. It's power politics, you know. So it is more subtle, I guess, is the point I'm trying to say. Like I can see where he's going with it, but we do need some.
Can I give you examples of where I'm going with it
before we move on? So my issue, I think, with the way that A1 is looking at this is that it feels like he is cherry picking with very dark sunglasses on that are really rose tinted on what these ideas and these individuals are without actually holding a balance on exactly what is being looked at. So take, for example, he's saying, okay, we learned from these things. We did learn from, women's rights, for example, and then it's been rolled back. So those kinds of concerns are the things that I think is raising people's alarm bells right now, because those things are things that are from a very dark past, where we had people's rights and our ability to be able to engage with the kind of society we want were things that we hoped we had not only learned from, but we'd been growing towards an ideal rather than where we are right now, which is rolling back on rolling back on women's rights, rolling back on civil liberties, for example, rolling back on even our interaction with government and how much we can actually hold our governments accountable. And some of that is being done by particular religious groups, for example, or under the guise of particular let me be fair, under the guise of particular religious groups, right? Because it is a way to instigate people because religion is held very dear. Now, it just so happens that America is a, on the whole, is it fair to say a Christian majority country? And that's being used. Now, had it been a Muslim country, I'm sure Islam would have been used. So I think that it's important to be able to examine these things fairly and in a measured way rather than cherry picking these ideas of, oh, no, those people are bad because that's the ideas they hold, and those people are good. And that's where like biases start to show up.
If I can briefly, because what I'm trying to do then I think is mediate between both of the views that you're expressing, because I think that honestly both of you are applying a particular set of like tinted glasses to this. The way I would approach what you're pointing to in terms of the rollback is look at popular opinion among Americans. If you go back 60 years, most Americans did not support the idea of abortion at all. They were solidly against it. But in opinion polls now, it is solidly in favor. And every single place it's been put on the ballot, it has been protected, even in conservative states. Even in conservative states where they put it on the ballot, people support the idea. It's a small minority that has captured a significant amount of power that is our bigger problem. So America keeps improving, but we keep being governed by assholes. So there are places where it's possible to put on like too dark a shades and too rosy a shade too. It's possible. I think it's easier if we can try to understand where each other is coming from and find why does someone think that way and why do I think this way, and then see where the truth actually lies. Because it very much depends on what you want to focus on. If we want to talk about the political system, you're absolutely right. Be blessed, and I talk about that constantly. We're 62nd in the world in civil liberties. We've been rolling back for decades in that. But Americans broadly support civil liberties. And that's an improvement because that also didn't used to be the case. There are places where we can get better.
I think I can accept. Yes, I can accept that. I think that the general public's ideas have improved and have been very sophisticated. However, the governing powers are using every strong arm way that they can find in order to try and make sure that they dictate to people, and that's where the concern is for me.
Yeah,
and
I know. I totally get that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
all I was trying to say
Can
before
I?
is I think I see where both of you are going from with this, and it doesn't have to be antagonistic. I think we can probably
not at all.
find agreement.
No, not at all.
Yeah, go ahead,
At
Owen.
least not from my side. Can I just follow up, please, on what's been said? I never said that the states was perfect. I said it because it's man-made. But guess what? That is a regime, that is a system that I can debate. Nobody can claim divine authority over me. That's not something that theocracy can give you. You have no room to debate. You have no room to become a real democracy, which is the real problem with a lot of areas in the world. If I want to go by Arab narrative about Palestine, then I have to abolish Australia, New Zealand, Canada, United States, and so on, probably Mexico as well. So we don't have the right touch to reality. If Arabs think that they got it rough, then guess what? Look at Japan, look at Germany. They could have fought till the end of it, till they could have died till every last man of them, or kid or woman, but that's not what happened. These are a couple of the best current governing system, states of, and economies at the same time. They actually used their enemy, the United States, to become a good country. That's what Arabs should have done with Israel. Use it, make yourself better through it, because you don't lose when you work with with Jews. I can tell you that. Okay. What we did is we're gonna kill everyone, get killed till every last one of us, and that's it.
Unalive.
We deny, yeah, okay, get analyzed by till the last one of every one of us, and that's it. History should stop here. History shouldn't move on. We are not going to accept reality regardless. Remember, states became nuclear when it ended the World War II. Guess how many nuclear heads Israel has now? So I don't know. The fight is just not fair. You're asking the impossible, and you gotta have some reality check at some point.
There's a place here I want to do the same thing here, that I just a minute ago with be blessed, because I can see where there's a real objection to this, because it seems like you're using some of the Arab mind tropes about Arabs as a whole in terms of democratization or whatever. Theocracy is actually extremely rare in the world today. Most Arab states are actually broadly secular, and if you're looking at trends among ordinary people, most Arabs don't want a theocracy. In fact, one of the reasons that a lot of the extremist movements are broadly unpopular is seeing what it looks like in places like Iran and Saudi Arabia and saying that shit's not for me. It does have an effect. There's a danger of conflating the people and a general perspective of people with the way the governments work. The governments are fucked up everywhere, and the Arab world has some of the worst governments in the world. That's not their fault, although, because that's true in much of the world. Many of the reasons governments take root in the first place, are part of a much broader problem. There's a ton of factors involved in why those regimes came to power in the first place. And many of those regimes pursue really harmful objectives that ordinary people disagree with. And there's a lot of great studies of popular movements on the ground, labor unions, civil society organizations. There's tons of opinion polls of what people really want. Most Arabs would be perfectly fine in democracies in the same way that Europeans are. Most Europeans didn't support the idea of democracy either until they had it, until they had an opportunity to build it organically themselves. That opportunity has largely been kept from much of the Arab world because empire has managed to concentrate power in a small minority to keep democracy from developing, to keep the organic processes from building it up internally. And I think that's some of the stuff that I think you're reacting to. There's a lot of the internal fighting there. There's a ton of these different factions, building up here that are all really, really problematic, largely because it's never really been free to pursue this direction. But the people are fine. There's nothing about Arabs that wouldn't let them do this. So again, I can see kind of both of where you're coming from, but there's some nuance I think both of you need in the positions there, and in particular what you're trying to point out here, because there's a danger of falling into some of this Arab mind Orientalist tropes here. It's not Muslims and it's not Arabs that are bad. It's their political systems. It's the economic systems that have imposed on them.
Sir, I didn't say they were bad. I said they were unable in the 21st century of self-governance. That's worse than being bad.
That's so unable, yes, but not because of themselves. That's all I'm trying to say. It's the same issue with Americans and Europeans. They didn't either, They had to be given the opportunity to learn it, and that I think is what we want. The sad thing is, and somebody mentioned the Palestine election that brought Hamas in the first place. The key there is really it's one of the reasons that I get really pissed off when we oppose Islamists participating in politics, even though they themselves are problematic, because it's the only way you can ultimately tame movements like that. You have to develop a concept called so that there's this idea of a loyal opposition that's necessary for all republics. Any kind of democratic system, you have to understand that if you gain power, other people can win the next election. But if you gain power and try to make it so that you never lose again, you haven't learned that yet. That lesson has to be taken in deeply and held on to for any democracy to thrive. Islamist parties have to learn it. And the only way to learn it is through practice, is through being integrated a bit of time into the political system. Whenever Islamists actually win an election, people freak the fuck out and attack them militarily, which it makes them double down on the most regressive elements of their philosophy. It makes them more authoritarian. It pushes them more toward being T groups, and it slows this whole thing down. Look at all the Christian parties in Europe. Like a lot of the Christian parties that developed in the 19th and early 20th century, they wanted to impose canon law. They wanted Christianity to literally dictate views. But they had to learn through practical politics that you need a larger coalition. Not everyone agrees with me. This is why I loved the way Ennahda worked when they first won an election in Tunisia. They immediately formed a coalition with secular left parties because they tried to build a bigger tent because they understood not everyone agrees with them. But the Muslim Brothers in Egypt did exactly the opposite. They tried to consolidate all power in themselves and crush everybody else with really regrettable results, which is why, for all of its failings, Tunisia has been much more successful than Egypt has. There's other factors, but that's in terms of specifically the democratic aspect of it. You have to be willing to talk to other people, to build coalitions, to think more broadly like this. Build that idea of a loyal opposition. And I think that has to develop organically. You have to have the freedom to do that. As long as there's something preventing you structurally from having that exposure, having that opportunity, we're never going to get there. But it's not something about Arabs as a people. It's about the structural circumstances. That's the only difference I want to make sure we get.
Arabs are the victims of the Ottoman Empire, which took 600 years of their, civilization development. Arabs are victims of whatever dictatorships but the problem is Arabs weren't patient enough to learn how to self-govern from the West before they started having, revolutions and aspirations of becoming independent. Just learn from civilizations. You have to admit that you are behind before you can move forward. If you keep dwelling on history and past and Saladin and Sahaba and whatever, Islamic invasions, Islamic empire stuff, you're gonna keep heading backwards. You're never gonna move forward. Learn from the rest of the world, and then when you feel you're good enough to self-govern, then you can do that. Otherwise, 21st century, hundreds of years after most of other people in the world, most of other ethnicities of the world are able to self-govern, we're still debating what kind of system, if democracy is evil or not, if religion is the absolute truth, which sect of religion is the absolute truth, which one should lose his head, which one shouldn't, and then we are trying to self-govern and show the world that we are good enough to do so. I'm sorry, we're not. We're gonna need a couple of 100 years. We need brainwashing. We need to watch and learn. Just don't look at someone who's a complete stranger from a different civilization, from a different background as complete evil. Because guess what? He has family too. He has aspirations. He has fears. He has worries. He has religion. He has all of the above like you. And guess what? He's just doing the best he can. Just watch it and learn if he is better than you, if he's good at something. As a physician, as a dentist, as an engineer, you learn from others who are more senior than you. As a politician, as a community, society altogether, we're not able
Okay,
to watch
sorry.
other societies and learn.
I'm so
Thank you.
sorry, A1. I'm so sorry, A1. I think you need to take a breath. And Happy New Year to my Westie besties.
Oh, that's all good. That's already.
Happy New Year.
The
Happy New
mountain
Year.
time zone's now New Year's. Yeah.
Yeah, mountain climbers. We have mountain climbers, and then Westie besties are on the way in an hour. But Happy New Year to the mountain climbers.
But yeah, mountain's now there. Yoo-hoo! Happy 2024
I
to
don't
you.
know. Yeah, and I think Random had A1.
I think Random and
Nasir
Nasir wanted
Random had a
to
question and
might want to object to what was being said.
Yeah, Nasser does,
but
and I kind of do too. There's places where that it's definitely off base there, but I can see where he's coming from on it. I would there's a huge grain of salt that has to come in there, but on some level. It goes back to think about the idea of defensive development that took root in the 19th century. People were saying, hey, we can't totally reject outside influences. That's how Mehmet Ali started modernizing Egypt in the first place and built a much stronger state. And Egypt briefly became strong enough to challenge the Ottoman Empire itself until Britain stepped in to defend the Ottomans. But it wasn't a matter of westernizing. It is more subtle than that. It's a matter of selectively borrowing certain ideas and then making them your own in order to improve where you are. And there's places where everyone in the world does that. That's kind of normal. But where I take serious exception to the whole we need 200 years and everything else there. But there are debates happening in the Arab world that probably shouldn't be happening if certain things hadn't slowed down some of those processes. Again, it's not the people, it's that they were forced into colonization with a bunch of really, really, really terrible people put in place afterwards that really slowed the process down. But it is happening. People are having those debates. There's a ton. I mean, I read reformist debates all the time. There, people are having those conversations now. They often don't have the ability to put things in practice because they live in authoritarian states, and that's a much bigger issue than I think A10 is really giving voice to. There's there's a kernel of truth to what he's doing, but there's a much bigger problem here.
I think the challenge more is it seems like A1 is glossing over colonialism completely.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. The
and
structural
and
issues,
yes,
exactly.
exactly. And
Yeah,
without acknowledging that colonialism not only was an issue but and did a lot of damage, but also the idea that, oh, if you behave, you will then be allowed to possibly self-govern, rather than what has happened with a majority of the West, for example, of they found their feet through iterations. So those are, I think, those are the things that are probably getting people a bit prickly. Let me jump
right.
to randoms because he was here first, and then Nasser.
Yeah. So I guess just one thing to add on it, when we say which country is better or worse, you should always ask for whom. So
Yeah,
so, so like yeah, I mean, United States has been great for a certain class of people, and for some of them have been getting much better. For some of them, for some people, has getting worse. For some people who was absolutely miserable, it's a little bit better. For people who were outside United States, it was not a fun experiment. But again, but again, like yeah, so it's a very nuanced subject. So I don't know how to dissect it, but yeah. But one
yeah.
more thing I would add to
Thank you.
it is that like most places, like United States is a very specific case in general because it was, I guess how I guess the government liked to paint it became to a place that was empty, which it wasn't, absolutely not, but they perceived it as an empty place, however they did, and then they basically didn't have much aggression to fight off, so they could sort of run an experiment, let's say, for lack of a better word. But usually democracies take sort of it's an experiment. It takes time for it to mature. It takes some time for the culture to get adjusted to it, the people who are part of the system. And the Middle East hasn't had that time, hasn't had that mileage. Like one of the things, I'm from Iran, and one of the things I sort of argue with people from my own country is that we need to go through all these misery to learn. Like it's not something you can just shortcut and just get through it. And the moment you try to shortcut into a great system, it's not gonna work. Nobody has a secret recipe that works for everybody. So, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. These things need to develop organically. This is where anybody who thought that and there were Arab scholars who did this too, who actually supported the American invasion of Iraq, thinking that Iraqis will never get their shit together, America can do it. It doesn't work that way. These things have to develop organically, and they're going to take a slightly different form everywhere in the world because there are different paths to modernity. There are different paths to democratization. But it has to develop organically among the people on the ground through their own civil society and cultural and social networks. And if it doesn't, if you try to impose it, it's never going to be stable. So yeah, I mean, again, there's a lot of research on these movements all across the Muslim world. They do exist. They simply haven't had the freedom to really experiment because of, again, colonialism and then neoliberalism.
Exactly, and yeah, and again within Iran, everybody sort of says the revolution was horrible, which ended up being horrible. But I've read the people who actually started get the whole ball rolling. They were real scholars. They were like philosophers, scholars. Some of them were assassinated before the whole revolution. It's like there's a whole body of work of intellectuals that led to the revolution. But because the society as a whole was not ready, it just turned right wing and it just went sideways. Or
Exactly, and it took years. This is I'm constantly criticizing Americans who diss the Iranian Revolution. It was a very big tent. There were ethnic separatist groups, there were communists, there were liberals, there were students, there were women's groups, there were small business owners, yeah, and yes, there were religious radicals. It was a huge number of people involved. It actually took 6 years for the Khomeinis to fully consolidate power.
Yep.
And the single biggest factor that helped them was the incompetence of a lot of the other factions, like boycotting elections or whatever, and then Saddam's invasion. That helped consolidate power around the Khomeinists. But I mean, up through 1983, the first post-revolutionary president of Iran was an avowed secularist, and the prime minister was a secularist too. They got marginalized, they got pushed to the side, and the Khomeinis seized power. I mean, because again, outside factors. In this case, they got invaded by a proxy war, so it kind of like it makes it harder to go through those natural learning curves, those bumps and hiccups that all societies need in order to develop democracies.
Exactly. I mean, somebody's writing in the comments that Shah was living better than his, in Shah people were living better or something. Well, no, really. Like Shah was great for the city people. I was like, my family was part of city people, but everybody who's outside the cities had a miserable life. The only thing is that people don't hear their voices. They don't have a voice in this whole thing. Everybody who's every Iranian who's outside Iran is from the city centers that were sort of rich, and
Yeah,
I guess for them it was better. For me, it
the
was better.
bourgeoisie was well off. Go figure.
Exactly, the bourgeoisie they had the
But that's it.
2500 sort of celebration of, I don't know, Persian Empire, which was super bourgeoisie, hundreds of millions of dollars and parties and stuff. But I guess most people didn't. Yeah. So
Oh yeah,
anyway.
and at the same time, because they had refused to invest in the countryside, peasants were using essentially medieval techniques. And like under the second Shah, they actually built one of the earliest fully automated factories in the world and started building a nuclear plant. At the same time that people in the countryside were using medieval techniques and did not have electricity and running water.
Exactly.
They were refusing to invest where they needed to invest and instead doing big flashy things that only impressed the tiny urban bourgeoisie. But that's created a very polarized vision where some people think it was better. But no, it was a horrifying police state that was economically mismanaging the country, and that's why it had a revolution.
Exactly, yeah. So just changing from that topic a little bit. So one of the things.
Hold on, Random.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Because I want to stay on this topic because I think a couple of people wanted to comment on it, and then I'll jump to you for your question. Nasser, did you want to refill?
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, I want to say something's off with my screen. I can't see you, Professor. It's like zoomed in on the box. So if you wanted to say something and I wouldn't, and like you signaled me, I wouldn't be able to see it. I'm sorry. I just wanted to
Does
say.
anyone else have that problem?
Oh
No,
no,
I
I
think
think
it's
what
on
you
my
need
end.
to do, Nasser, is if you can you see any of us in the panel?
Yeah, I can see the panel. Yeah.
Okay,
I just
just
only can
pick
see.
one person, click on their profile, the little square will pop up from the bottom, and then click on
Yeah.
their face, and it should take you to their profile, and then just come back. It should fix the screen.
Oh, maybe like hit expand to go to them or something. No, it's different. Never mind.
Oh.
You figure that out for a second. I'm gonna
Sure.
I tried
Does that work?
didn't work, but like maybe be blessed if if the
So you
professor
drop and
wanted
come
to
back,
signal
yeah.
something. Can you stop me? Yeah,
No,
I can drop
if you
and come
want, you
back.
can drop and I can bring you back while Liam's getting a drink quickly.
Okay, sure.
Okay. While we wait, if we could try and see if we can tap the screen and try and get us to 100K. I think that we've been so engrossed in the conversation today that we haven't even mentioned that. For anybody who's new, if you could follow, please. If you want to come back to future lives, if you want to make sure that you follow Liam's account and some of the videos he posts, it also will tell you when he's going live. And then if you are already following, if you could please click on the yellow heart next to his name at the top. That would be really good. Yes, my profile picture does tend to cause a lot of commotion sometimes, but it's staying and it's staying forever. So you just have to get used to it, folks. Um, yeah, so yeah, if you could hit the yellow heart at the top, it does help the live a lot because it just means that it shows that people are engaged. Yeah, I think today people have been okay. Oh, not really much backstory, Cake. It's just been that I enjoy her story. Her name is Jocelyn Wildenstein, or well, Bride of Weinstein, or if you want, sometimes people call her the OG Catwoman, which is what I prefer to call her by. So yeah, there we are. No, I've not forgotten about you, Roger. I will definitely make sure that I get to that question. And one other thing as well, if if people do ask for requests for books and things like that, then if it's on topic, then usually Liam will respond to it straight away. If it's not, you want to ask for later on, then we can definitely put that through put that in the list. If you don't want to come up and can't come up and want to ask a question, either tag myself or Erica, and one of us will ask on your behalf. Yeah, and we'll ask for your behalf, and we'll see if we can get to your question. Other than that, if you do want to come up, then do request, and then we'll just cycle people as and when we get to the time. Random, out of interest, where are you? Where in the world are you based? Oh, Random isn't with us anymore. What about you, Nasser? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Whereabouts in the world are you based?
I'm in Stalin's hometown. Stalin's country.
Ah, okay.
That's what I walked back in the room to is Stalin. Come on, people.
It took me a second because I was like, did he
Don't
just say
depress me.
Stalin's hometown?
Stalin's country. To be
No, I meant she asked me where I was based. I told her I'm in Stalin's country.
You're in Georgia.
Yeah,
Neat.
yeah,
I
it's
didn't.
really cool.
Cool.
So I'm in San Francisco.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, we've moved from
Ooh.
apple juice to mint milk or something along those lines.
It's it's one of those Bolt House juices. Yeah, it's a fruit juice. Yeah, it's some kind of fruit juice with spinach. You can believe whatever you want.
There we go. Well, Nasser actually says that you're fine to actually state what kind of drink it is, and the chat is requesting to know what the drink is.
I don't think I'm allowed to talk about those without getting bananaed.
Ah,
No,
fair enough.
alcohol. I work for them. I know their policies. Alcohol is okay.
Really?
Yeah, I worked for them during COVID.
I was mixed different things.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I seldom
I
do
would
the
be
same thing
careful.
twice. There's a
Yeah,
handful of things I go
smoking
back
is.
to, but I enjoy mixing stuff when I do them. I mean and some of that is just I don't know. I enjoyed bartending school in the first place, so it was fun. I'm trying to remember what did I put in here. I started with an Irish whiskey and added some Irish cream, but a caramel Irish cream, and then the green is from creme de menthe, and then there's some coffee liqueur in it, and then there was a fourth. No, was it creme de menthe coffee? No, I think it's just those four. I think it's just the four. So it's an Irish whiskey, caramel, Irish cream, coffee liqueur, and creme de menthe. Is this one anyway? The last one actually we used I make my own funky simple syrups, and that one was like the simple syrup that was part of that whiskey sour I did was made with maple and cloves, which I think gives it a fun character. And then I added a little bit of Cointreau to it, so it was like rye and then lemon and Cointreau and then but this clove based simple syrup.
Mish is asking if it's a fancy grasshopper.
No, it wouldn't be a grasshopper, but not many drinks use creme de menthe because it's an overpowering flavor if you don't use it right. So it's similar in that way.
And Soul Speak is making some accusations and calling you the bourgeoisie, but I think you'd resent that as an anarchist.
It's bougie to like whiskey.
No, I
That
think
seems
it's the fanciness of the drink.
Oh, I mean, anybody can mix things. There's nothing about. I mean, working class people are allowed to mix shit too.
I say that the fact that you refuse to name it is very anarchist. So,
Yeah,
so speak. I think he rejects your accusation.
well, people can say whatever they want. I don't care. But yeah, it's there is a certain privilege in actually having different ingredients in the house. So there is that. I wouldn't call that bourgeois. I'm able to pay my own bills, but I'm still working class. But yeah, I don't make cocktails very often. Usually only when people are here. But I always do keep a number of ingredients in a big cabinet. It's hard to describe, but it's like an old chest that my grandfather had. So it's got like two locked glass cabinets on it in the upper part. So I keep a number of things in there just so I can make variety when people come over. People give me a sense of their taste and I can do something. But yeah, that's kind of bougie in a sense because most people can't afford to have things that they don't use most of the time. The nice thing about hard liquors is this shit can sit there for months or years and it doesn't go bad. So it's nice in that way. But yeah, I get you. It's kind of bougie.
I think So Speak has conceded the point with a laughing emoji. Nasir,
I think it was a joke in the first
no,
place.
I know.
So to speak, but it's like, it's funny because it's like there are definitely bougie elements in my lifestyle for sure. But what are you gonna do?
Nasir, I think that
When did Darth
you were
Vader enter
ready
the
to
chat?
add.
When did Darth Vader enter the chat? I'm hearing a. What is that?
Oh, I think. Well, I'll leave it to Nasir anyway. You go ahead, Nasir.
It's a sound. What is that?
I think
Thank you.
revolution is your revolution.
There's a background sound.
Yeah,
I'm not the one who's hearing Darth Vader, right?
I'm
No,
definitely. Is EPI
it's
still? Did
yeah,
EPI maybe fall
EPI.
asleep?
Yeah, I'm wondering if some. Oh, I think EPI might have fallen asleep. EPI, you
Could
there?
it be snoring?
Okay, is there a way
Yeah,
to?
that's very possible.
Possibly.
I
So
think
I'm gonna
EPI
drop.
is
How do you mute?
Sorry,
Does
I'll
that-
drop them. If
oh,
they want to come back, they can come back. It's not a problem.
I guess there's no way for us to control the microphones. Huh.
Oh, there is. I think there is an option, but
Oh,
it's
okay,
fine
don't
for
worry.
now. Yeah, it's fine. Go ahead, Nasir.
So much. I just wanted to add to the what A1 said and the idea that the Arab world should follow the West and we should learn from them, and also the idea that also random dude mentioned that we need mileage to cross and that we're not now prepared to what so-called liberal, so-called democracy. I believe this is like I totally disagree with it. I believe also the false argument that we are not ready, we need to cross so many mileage to be prepared for it. This is just a deep-rooted idea in colonialism when they said that these people are still not prepared to rule themselves. We need to prepare them. The thing is, we are now the Arab world is capitalism, but the structure that capitalism evolved is not the same structure that evolved in the West. Like for these ideas, I would stand with Louis Althusser, the French philosopher. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing the. By the way, I was
I'll just
heavily
say,
criticized. Althusser, yeah. I'm sorry. Like I only read for him in Arabic, so I don't like.
oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was heavily criticized for actually siding for him with him. They called me a mechanical materialist, but
That's a
I
whole fun conversation. Ask me sometime about his reading Capital and the arguments I had around that. I mean, I had so much fun with that. But that's
yeah. So like this one, yeah.
whole side tangent.
We need. Yeah, I would love discussing him and like structuralism and like I'm like my favorite author in all times was a Lebanese who was a student of him. Mahdi Amel. I'm not sure. He's not like very popular in the other than the Arab world.
What was the name?
So Mahdi Amel. He was assassinated. He was a
Oh,
Lebanese Marxist.
I've heard the name. Yeah, yeah. I don't think I've read anything, but I know who he is.
Yeah. The thing is that to try to develop into the liberal democracy of the West right now in the Arab world, this is a totally forced argument. We don't have the same structure that they were in. We developed our capitalism is under imperialist effect. That's how it was. That's how it developed in our countries. Like even before capitalism, there are some historians that argue that in the Arab Islamic world, even the pre-capitalist system, let's say, economic system, wasn't the same in the Western world. So to argue that both could follow the same way on the same road, I believe it's completely false argument. Also the idea that how the Arab mind should and the Western mind, it's completely false and deeply racist actually. And I mean, Edward Said, I don't know how we can say these things after Edward Said wrote Orientalism. And I really don't know. Thing is, some Arabs also, unfortunately, some Arab authors supported this idea, like Muhammad al-Jabari, who's unfortunately, supported this idea. What I really believe in, that in the Arab world, under the conditions we're in, the only road we can take is straight towards socialism. We cannot follow what the Western people did. It will never work. We are in totally different structure, and I cannot imagine in a million years that we could follow what the Western people did. And so I don't know what you think about that actually.
The latter part makes it more complicated because honestly, it's the path to a socialist alternative is problematic everywhere. And it'll be problematic for the Arab world just as it's been problematic in the West. But you're absolutely on point that there's no one way to things. The idea of tutelage is bullshit. The idea that there's one modernity is bullshit. There are tons of paths to modernity, and it has to fit the local context. It has to fit the experiences of the people implementing it. It's going to look different everywhere in the world. And whenever people try to think that there's one way to do things, it's just a kind of mental imperialism. It's people who have taken in like a certain way of doing things that appeal to them, and they think that must be the way. It has to be. Oh! Don't fall! Oh. Sorry. A fat cat fell off the chair, and the first thing they do with the claws go into your legs. So I had to catch him. People have to. It has to be experimented. You have to it has to build organically. You have to go through the processes and then see what it looks like. And the nice thing about political experiments is that some won't work, but you learn from them. There's plenty of things that have failed in history in terms of political experiments that sounded like really, really good ideas, but you have to go through the process. And realistically, if we can break international power structures and stop getting countries from fucking with each other and stop multinational corporations from fucking with people and just let people develop organically, who knows where we'd end up. But the international power structure changes everything. So, but to your first point, completely agreed. To the second point, I don't know that there's a direct path to socialism.
I mean, I want to maybe clarify. Oh, sorry. Just want to clarify what I said. So I didn't mean that it's going to take a long time for it to have it. I'm saying for it to cross a satisfactory, and that satisfactory is a questionable thing because everybody's satisfaction is different. But basically, for it to be a satisfactory democracy, it's going to take a mileage. Right now, I mean, people are not happy with what they got, and they will have to do experiments. It's have to sort of be internalized within the culture, and then hopefully people will be happier or cross a 50% happy range, or whatever we want to define that range. But I'm not saying they can't have it or none of the. It's just an experiment that has to come. So for people to sort of get comfortable with it. And
that's true everywhere. That was true here, and it's true in Europe. I mean, our democracy is still shit. We're still trying to make it better. And European democracy has taken a long time to get to where it is, and it's still shit in most places. So Yeah, it's going to take time. And no, actually, I found a way to mute A10 there. I found the button for turning off microphones.
Oh
like
yeah, no, you can mute. I think it's also a mod
yeah,
thing that you can
it's
probably.
the button name is microphone. So I press the button, say microphone, and boom, sound went away.
Yes, no, I think it's a mod thing that you can also give me, but I'll mention it later on.
Oh
For
yeah,
the time
no,
being, yeah.
yeah, we'll look for that. But I found it.
Go ahead, Nasir. I think you were finishing up.
Yeah, but I have a question. Right now, if I look like the other side of imperialism and not like the global north, what is the road that we should take? I mean, what do you, I really cannot see any other one like besides going straight to socialism. I mean, maybe at the third road, the what do you think about that? Like Chinese experiment. No. Okay, I
Oh,
take them
no.
back.
No, it's really hard to get out of that. Any third road, both the Chinese and the fascist ways, they're no. I don't mean straight to, but I mean like what it means will vary. I mean that it's going to take a lot of stages to get to a stable socialist system. When people try to impose a system very rapidly, none of them stick. This is actually when Napoleon came up earlier. That's one of the interesting lessons of the French Revolution. Is the French Revolution tried to do too much too fast and tore itself apart. Its ideas were far better than those of the founders of this country, but it was too fast for the country, so there was too many reactionary elements, and it came apart. The U.S. has been far more stable, which is why we have one shitty constitution for 2.5 centuries, but it's been able to evolve a little bit. If the people were better organized here, that could have worked out better. A good example might be, say, where countries like the UK are going, or the Scandinavian countries or whatever, where if you look back at 19th century Sweden, it was one of the most oligarchic states in the world. Its early democracy, almost no one could vote. It was one of the most economically unequal places on earth, and yet today it is the most economically equal place on earth, and it didn't do it through a violent revolution. So there's a ton of ways to improve things, but it has to be worked out on the ground in different ways. I think anytime that something too radical happens, it doesn't work out. Now, that doesn't mean you can't be moving to socialism as a goal there and imposing socialist ideas in different ways. Like, let's implement this, let's build toward that. But any radical shift from one system to another very fast has tended to be very unstable or tyrannical. It's the only two options. You either end up with an authoritarian state, or you end up with constant revolution and turnover. And neither of them are really desirable. So that's just my basic perspective on it. I think the direction is correct. Although I think some elements of what we conceive of as socialism has to adapt to the way that technologies have changed our world. Since the 18th and 19th century, we sketched out what socialism means. But the basic direction is the correct one for the Arab world. So we don't disagree with there at all. What it's going to look like on the ground will vary from place to place, and the path to it will vary from place to place. That's all I'm trying to say there is because I want it to be sustainable. Think about, okay, so I can't help playing off your name, Nasir, right? So think about Nasir in Egypt. Nasirism collapsed immediately. Sadat unraveled all of it. Things have a hard time sticking when they're too different from what already existed there. So there are, I think, more effective ways to do this that would make it actually sustainable, and we could build on the progress rather than losing it. And I'm not talking about liberal incrementalism, please don't caricature my view, but I'm just saying, I take a more evolutionary view just of these kind of processes, because that's the chief lesson I take out of studying ideas in human history, is that everything builds successively. Cultures evolve, political systems evolve, economies evolve, right? If you can find a way to steer that evolution, you get what you want. If you try to subvert that evolution, you don't. it ends up coming apart badly. That's the core of my point, I guess.
Possible, Professor and people, if possible, I just want to just last comment. I'll just say it, then I'll just drop right away.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
want to say last thing. Thank you so much. The thing is, Professor, why first of all, I would like to say that I'm concerned about the word authoritarian. I just want to leave. That's just a remark. Very concerned about the usage of that word.
We have to have conversations about that sometime.
Yeah.
A broader conversation of socialist experiments has been overdue, I think. And I think you and I should plan that and make sure that you can both be there. Maybe we can do it jointly, things like that. I want to have a nice broad conversation on that as we go forward.
We'll be so glad to do that.
It'll be fun.
Yeah, for sure. I would love it actually. And I'm also myself, I have some doubts about it. So I'm not like, I wouldn't be like so strong. I'm open to really open in that matter. My point is about when we try right now, when we try to think about mention capitalism and say, political systems in the 18th and 19th century, I really don't like that comparison to now because I believe capitalism and imperialism have developed and became way stronger. Like if we look at them before, like imperialism, how they had to be physically controlling countries in the first 20 centuries, but afterwards they started appointing comprador presidents, also controlling the ideas. Like for example, let's say if anyone reads the recent history of the Arab world in the 50s and the 60s, most Arabs didn't even know how to pray. They didn't even know. They didn't practice any Islam. Actually, who helped spread the Islamist movements were basically the Americans with the support of the Saudis. Now, for the process of controlling the people, like this, my point is, I really believe that imperialism is because they have the power right now, and the bourgeois, they are controlling and they are developing way faster than the other working class, their enemy. That's why I believe that the only solution we have has to be has to be a revolutionary violence in the Arab world, and I can't see any other way, to be honest, because they are developing so fast. They have um, they're controlling the ideas of societies. They're basically moving us as they want. And one more thing about Nasser, I was actually named after him. Yeah, my dad is the generation who grew up loving Abdel Nasser.
Yep.
And the thing is, I believe if we look at his experience of an example, I think the most crucial point of why he failed is because it was very centered about him as an individual. He didn't have a functional political party that could continue his movement. But I think this is basically 90% of why the Nasser failed in Egypt. And this is his most crucial mistake, was that he didn't have function. He was the only communists who were oppressed during his reign were practically had a stronger functional party than he did, who he was ruling the country. Unfortunately, that's why Sadat managed to um, lead the regressive movement afterward. But I really think under this imperialist control of the Arab world and third world, I know you don't like using that term, but I think that's the only way. It has to be radical. And after the radical revolution violence, I think for a period of time, you might need what you call authoritarian state. I believe it's crucial, but it has to be ruled by the working class, the leadership of the working
Questions
class.
how? Yeah. Yeah, that we really need to do a day on this. We just absolutely have to schedule a day on this. I think it'd be so much fun. In fact, God, I wonder if I could get anybody to come on to TikTok. I've had so many fun conversations with friends of mine like this over the years because I have a lot of ML friends who take very similar views, and we've had a lot of productive conversations over the years, and there's some places where I concede their points, and places where they concede mine. And I think that kind of dialogue, I think, is very useful because it strengthens both of us. So it's definitely useful to do. I am kind of, I have difficulty with it specifically because of the kinds of things that I study. The way that I study change over time affects the way that I look at this. Because in ideological terms, I understand what you're talking about. It's whether or not something really sticks. And I think the saddest thing is, and this is something that I think a lot of MLs would agree with, is most of these experiments have collapsed in different ways. And as much as people want to blame that collapse on the outside, a lot of it is internal. A lot of it is because people are genuinely unhappy with the way it's worked out. And it creates tensions within it that make them unsustainable. And I think that if we're going to get, I mean, so there was something very beautiful about what they were trying to do with the initial Soviet experiment, especially if you go back to the pre-state Soviets, the kind of like organizing people and trying to like, provide for everybody and train everybody and things like that. There's a lot of really productive directions it could have taken, but the needs of power end up corrupting where they want to go. And it's very difficult to escape those traps once you fall into them. So it's an authoritarianism that's dictated more by the circumstances than it is by an ideology. So I think I get also, we can talk about this later, but I think I get also why you're sketchy about that word, or touchy about that word. I think it's more about why it happens, because it's not an ideological authoritarianism. It's one that's dictated by circumstance. But once it happens, it's a trap that's very difficult to escape. States like that never fully democratize. They just can't. They're not able to do so. And as soon as they try, because of the decades of sustaining a particular system, as soon as they try to democratize, they collapse. And that's the Soviet lesson right there. So without changing a little bit about the tactics we apply, my suggestion is it will always lead to something like the Soviet collapse in one way or another. It's never going to be truly sustainable. And I would like us to build productively toward a future that can keep building in a positive direction rather than constantly falling back, start over, fall back, start over, because that's much of our history as human beings. Over thousands of years, that's our history. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. I'd love it if we could find a way to stop falling backwards, because those collapses always, they cause so much suffering for ordinary people, and that just breaks my heart, I mean, just the impact on ordinary Soviets of the collapse. I mean, how much living standards fell. How many people were literally drinking themselves to death for 20 years before it finally turned back around. It's not desirable. I'd like to put us on a path where it's consistently sustainable if I could. I don't know if that's just me being idealistic, but that's just because of the particular ideological lens I have from my study. And that's why I would love to spend a whole day. We can invite people to this, and I'll see if I can draw some friends, and maybe we can have like a really productive conversation on it. Does that sound good to you?
It sounds amazing, Professor. I totally agree with you. I believe the same man doesn't step in the same river twice, and I believe what we did like 100 years ago, we cannot do it again. And yes, I agree. We should change our tactics, and I would love to schedule a day.
Yeah.
Saying that, I'm gonna.
Yeah. Let's
I just
plan
want to thank you.
sometime. I can't fall into a bad joke here. Sometime next year, you mean? Next year?
I'm already next year. It's actually 11.
Nasser and I are from the future.
Exactly. At least once I have to make that joke. I mean, it's like a bourgeoisie thing. Maybe I have to do that. Oh, so anyway, everyone makes a next year joke.
I'm Liam.
Also, Liam, we've got a time check as well, because I think that the the crowd is about to riot if we don't get to go with you when you play the bugle.
Do people really want to do that?
I don't know, chat. You have to
I
let
mean,
Liam know if you do want
you
to
have to
see him.
understand it is the most unmusical experience of your life. It's noise. It's like farting through brass. I will fart through brass. I mean, my I guess my view on it is by the time I'm 80, I'll be able to hold a few consistent notes. But I play for about 1 minute a year. So I'm not going to get good at it anytime soon. But it's I fell into the habit in two ways. One, it was my grandfather's bugle, and he used to do this shit. You know, he was in the Marine Corps. You know, he collected a few of these things. He had the bugle in his house. Cool, I want that. I remember him doing that on New Year's. I want that. And the other part is, as a kind of quiet, introverted sort of person who likes his space, you know, I hated my neighbors making so much noise on New Year's. So it was a kind of revenge tactic. Like, oh, you want fireworks? You want fireworks? I'm going to make the most obnoxious noise I possibly can, and I'm going to aim it right at your fucking house. And I just started doing that. And it just sort of stuck as a habit. I don't live around, you know, I don't live in a city anymore, but I still kind of do it. So, but
Well,
I have to warn you, it does not sound good at all. It's noise.
like I said, chat, this vote is over to you. So put yes and no's in the chat if you want. Let's see how we get on.
Yeah, either
I can
yes or like
mentally spell
smiley
you.
face, smiley face for yeses. I think the chat seems like overall yes.
It's
Yeah.
I'm willing to embarrass myself if you want, but again, this is not an instrument I've ever tried to learn how to play. I deliberately play it badly.
I think they're willing to take the chance and go with us. You know, we'll go with you anyway. So
Maybe at
yeah,
least for a few
definitely.
seconds. That's it. That you know, I won't do it long. But maybe around midnight I can walk out onto the back deck. It won't the light won't be good because there's only one tiny light. You guys know I don't live in a city, right? So there's no street lights or anything. So it'll be one tiny light. You won't see much. Because when I step out in my backyard, it's mostly starlight. But I can play for a few seconds and then come back in.
Oh, we're good with that, I think.
I don't know what it's going to
Yeah,
sound.
you have 16 minutes. So
I'm not. But especially since there's a few people saying please don't. I mean, I'll just make a few terrible notes and then come back in just for
Oh
the
no, I
tradition's
think
sake.
not a few. I think that's just one person so far. That's the
No,
only
I
no
thought I
that
saw
I've seen
two.
so far.
Is it the same person? I thought I saw two. But um, let's see. Ray Dawn is a no, and where's the other no?
Fight.
Okay, so that's two. So I mean, either way, but a couple of seconds of terrible noise and then be done. And
Yeah,
then
I
come.
mean, I don't think this live is ready for democracy yet, Professor. I think we need to let you make your executive decision and go blow the horn.
I'm an anarchist. Are you kidding? We operate by consensus.
Okay.
Spend
Yeah,
hours
sure.
debating
Yeah.
this now.
I mean, to the point that people in the chat are already doing a 15-minute countdown. But there we are.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so gosh, I probably should use the loo before that point. Yeah. Again, I'll just carry this thing out for a
Yeah.
minute. I can put it out there. Mind you, it's gonna be dark for a moment. You're not gonna see anything, but I'll turn one light on and then I'll grab the bugle, make a noise for a second. But I have no idea what this microphone's gonna pick up or what it's gonna sound like. So you should probably lower your volume just in case, because it's a
Yeah,
lot
I'm ready.
louder than my voice is.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm good. Just a point of kind of housekeeping. Please, can you make sure that when you are not speaking, that you mute and also kind of mute on and off as you make points? Just means that we don't have disruptions in the chat, so that yeah, we can just make sure that I'm not having to keep telling people to mute or unmute. Mitch, you were next in line.
Well, I'm glad we were able to kind of exhaust the topic we were on before because I didn't have anything to contribute there. I will say, when you said when you were talking about like you can't force it, it has to happen organically on the ground. Like the first thing that came to mind for me was like Lenin's attempt to kind of goose the dialectic and and make a revolution happen and yeah, like you said, it sort of falls apart when you don't let it happen on its own. Um, I did have one question for you, Professor, just kind of total non sequitur here. Oh, and also I was pleased to see you platforming Minerva earlier. So,
Yeah, wait. Do you mean the cat, right?
yes, yeah, yes, the cat. What
She's
other Minerva is there?
she platforms herself.
Well, as she should,
Yeah, cats are superior life forms.
I'm curious as to like how you would respond in kind of a sensitive way that doesn't sort of get people's backs up to uh, the claim that you see a lot nowadays that especially certain like protest slogans being used by pro-Palestinian marchers, like from the river to the sea, etc., that they are inherently anti-Semitic, especially if you understand the history and you go back to like the original Arabic slogan. I've encountered that argument a few times, and I don't know. I mean, you see it being really effectively deployed by politicians like Elise Stefanik and others who would really like to, would really like that allegation to stick and be effective. And yeah, I struggle with responding to that with tact and sensitivity because I do understand where people are coming from, and I think the people who kind of level that criticism at the marchers, they're mostly making it in good faith, and they believe that they're often nervous and anxious for their own safety and not for nothing. So just would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, that's honestly a really good point to bring up. I'm surprised no one's ever mentioned that before in these.
Oh, I
The
assume that was a repeat, but I'm glad it isn't.
no, the river to the sea thing. Yeah, it hasn't. I mean, like, okay, so people ask about the Khazar thing constantly. Like there's some things that come up a lot. This is not at all. Um, I'm torn on it personally, so it's hard because I do understand where most people are coming from on it, and whether that's calling for a one-state democracy or just saying, hell, for fuck's sake, the West Bank touches the Jordan and Gaza touches the Mediterranean. I mean, it could just mean that. There's a ton of ways to take that on that side, and I'm sympathetic to a lot of those trends. At the same time, I'm partly drawn back to the strategic question of like how it can be weaponized, because there is a powerful sensitivity people have, especially in Western countries, but also among Jews worldwide, about G-side. And it sounds like that. Now, this is wrong. It's stupid. I mean, the idea that it means that is just fucking absurd. So I get the reaction. I mean, there's no way, I mean, any pro-Palestine person should hear that and say, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I mean, yeah, of course they're going to think that. But but again, it's a matter of like where you are, like your framing, we exist in different discursive frames. And people who live in a particular box where that's what they hear, when you hear that, that's the meaning that they get because of the discursive frame that they're in. And that may cause some damage. I'm torn on it because I'm very strongly sympathetic to what people really mean by it and by their own lived experience. And I hate having to constantly say, you know what, the victims have to be the ones that have to like modify their language. But at the same time, strategically, it's hard to get around that because all the power is on the other side. all the wealth is on the other side. I mean, they're the ones who dominate the conversation. So if we don't play to their emotions in a sense, like, use language that reaches them, it actually harms Palestinians. So to me, it's similar to some of the things we had before, where honestly, I worry that things like that aren't actively harming the Palestinian cause and hence Palestinian lives. That's the key there. I completely understand the chant and I agree with it. I mean, I fundamentally agree with it, and not just, and honestly, I don't even take a two-state view. Because then again, I want a unitary state, and that would still be freeing Palestine, even if it's not getting rid of the Israelis. But that's what they hear. They hear you want to get rid of us, and that's the important part here. And there's several places today. I like that at several points today, through several different questions, we've gotten to the point of raising a really interesting topic of mental colonization. We all acquire different, to use a technical term, discourses, different like intellectual frames as we go through our lives, different things that constrain the bounds of the knowable, that make it clear that this is reality and that is not. And you have to account for where people are and what frames they're in, because sometimes we just talk past each other. We say something that is very true to us, and they hear a completely different thing. They don't hear what we're saying. It means something. And the temptation is to say, well, you're just a liar. You're just stupid. There's something wrong with you. People are always doing that. That's not the case. They are simply in a different place. They grew up in a different environment. They hear different things. It means they have a different reality than you do. Reality is not objective. Reality is inherently subjective. We build it up across the course of our lives through the experiences that we have and the things that we learn. And it makes it difficult to hear different things. So I have resisted speaking out against that slogan because I'm so torn on it personally. But the core of my position, so to get to your question, the core of my position is I don't think it's a good one to use. I think that in the end, because it's profoundly alienating, because it is read in a very different language, it makes it harder to reach the people who can be swayed. Ignore the assholes who are always going to twist your views. Always ignore the hardcore people. But there's a huge, huge swayable audience that if you reach them in the right way, if you reach them in a place where they are, they can change. And it may be one of those, but I don't speak out against it because I am torn. So I don't have a hard view on it. I don't feel that it's my place to say, please don't do that. But I'm tempted to think that it may be harmful. So I'm kind of on the fence on it, if that makes sense.
Well,
but
I'd love to offer a thought on it, but if you're not, sorry, if you will allow us, I think French would also like to ask something. Are you okay with that, Mitch? Or do you want to respond first?
5 minutes.
Ooh, 5-minute warning. Ooh, less than 5 minutes because I gotta walk out too, and I have to use the restroom first.
Okay, so we'll do. Do you want to do that first, and then we can cycle back to this?
No, I mean, if depends on. We might have to cut off at a certain point, but I don't want to like stop. It was Mitch's questions,
Yeah,
right?
no, yeah, it was Mitch's question.
We should like maybe we can clarify this part and then we can like build on it after the New Year thing.
Okay, sure.
Okay, well, I'm glad that I'm not the only one who finds it difficult, and also y'all are going to get me digging up my my Althusser if you keep talking like this. Let's see. There was that, and then I also wanted to mention kind of along the same lines, and I'm trying not to take up too much time here because we're under a time crunch. In Philadelphia, where I live, like I'm sure I'm sure you're familiar with demonstrations like that. It's kind of like herding cats. It's very difficult to convince people that a slogan that kind of rhymes and goes well together isn't maybe the strategically best one to use. So, for example, in Philadelphia,
it feels good, you know. I get it. That's the hard part. I totally get why crowds want to do it because I have done it before. I totally get why we want to chant that. So I'm very schizophrenic on this issue.
It just reminds me of an example from where I'm from. I'm from Philadelphia, And in Philadelphia, there's there are a couple of really well-known, well-liked Israeli restaurants. One of them is called Goldie. That's kind of the more fast foody one. And during one of those demonstrations, the marchers stopped in front of Goldie and said, Goldie, Goldie, you can't hide. We charge you with G-side. And if you talk to the really well-informed protesters, they have a whole, like the owner of the restaurant actually did like raise funds for the IDF and is like kind of an activist in a way. So they have a way of kind of justifying it. But just on its face, it seems like just a clear-cut case of anti-Semitism. The governor of Pennsylvania, Democratic governor Josh Shapiro, came out and condemned it. And it just kind of became, and as an anarchist, maybe you're not as interested in organizing dynamics like that, but it's such a tricky situation sometimes.
I was a politician briefly.
I'm
a very pragmatic anarchist.
All right.
I'm So I'm very interested in those kind of things. So yeah.
2 minutes, Doc.
Yeah,
warn you. If you want to be on time,
you got to be real with you.
This is good though, because you're actually setting up a really interesting nuance point that we should come back to. So please, if you can hold that, like let's put a pin in it, because the idea of, because it sounds like they had good reasons. If individual people are problematic, we should be able to call them out. But if we call them out in ways that people who don't know that hear something different, it also hurts too. So it's one of those places where I'm very much of two minds. It's a very difficult nut to crack. It's one of the reasons that, and again, I'm surprised no one's ever raised this. I am very much of two minds. I don't have a hard position on this one at all. There's a lot of places where I will tell you, please don't say this. It hurts us. This one, I don't know. It's a much tougher one to sort out. So I relish this conversation, please. I want to, if you guys don't mind in the chat, can we carry forward a discussion of this phrase and like get more perspective
to know about it as well?
Because I'd love to get more perspectives on this and what we can do. Because if there's ways to make to phrase clearer to people, if there's ways to like help get around it, then great. I'd love to do that. And if there isn't, then maybe we should consider not using it. But I want to have
I have lots of thoughts on it, but just want to make sure. Oh, time check as well.
It's time check.
Yes.
Okay, so I finished my whatever the hell this is. I'm gonna run to the restroom and carry this thing outside. Let's see.
Okay.
Let's see where I can put y'all. Let's see. Let's see. Well, it'd be super boring to sit in the dark, so I don't know. I don't probably still can't see anything. I'll be right back.
I was really lucky this year. For some strange reason, my neighborhood decided that it was being assigned to do all of the fireworks. So I ended up seeing the fireworks from literally every single window in my flat, front and back. It was insane. I felt like they were doing it just for my benefit, but there we are. Have you hit New Year yet, Erica?
Year. I think it's right now. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year,
everyone. I just want to say too, like I'm so grateful to like find like-minded people out on the interwebs. So Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Same.
All right, you guys asked for this, so
suppose we need a light out here. Someone else is blowing
this is
something
definitely a moment in TikTok.
Let's see. Wow, even with the light on, it's completely black, isn't it? Even with the light on, you can't see a damn thing.
It's okay.
Oh no, that's fine. I think the sound alone should cut it.
Let's see. Okay. Can you hear somebody else's air horn? Someone else has got the same terrible idea I do.
It seems like a battle with the neighbors.
Have I tortured you enough, or do we need to do more of this crap?
No, we're good. It's just I'm cracking up because of the neighbors.
Yeah, the neighbors are cheering and whatnot because I think they hear me too. But yeah, this is great.
No,
That
the
that
chat
was
says they want more.
that was
Look,
beautiful, Professor. Thank you so much.
two houses up here. I wonder which house it is. Whoa, someone just set up a firework. That's dangerous up here. I can't see anybody. The fun thing about this is I a lot of the houses up here are part-timers. And none of my visible neighbors are outside. So I don't even know which house this is coming from. But the fun thing about mountains is sound carries very far. But someone up here is having a good time. Happy New Year, y'all. Or, to all the people who are already in it. Okay, obviously already you've had a Happy New Year, but Happy New Year to you too. But to all my left coast buddies, to the left coast, left coast is best coast. Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everyone, wherever you are.
Yeah, no, this should be an annual tradition now.
Yeah, I thank you for at least being indulgent of something I've done for a number of years, for quite a few years actually. It's
Well, thank you for taking us with
terrible, but it's terrible, but it's fun. Okay, and this is where it hangs up, waiting for next year.
Westy besties, left coast, best coast.
There you go.
Westy besties, left coast, best coast.
Left coast, best coast. It's actually really, really convenient being a leftist and on the left coast. I don't know. I've always liked that. So yeah, I kept my grandfather alive. One more year.
Liam, are you able to see somebody in the request called Rewan or Redawn? Redawn, because I can't seem to see him.
I have. That's actually the person who said, "Please don't do it."
Oh.
Sorry.
Redawn. I don't know if we should. Yeah. Can you hear us? Raydawn or Redawn?
I would guess Ray, but
yeah, it's probably Raydawn. Ray?
I'm an elephant? Oh, that was cute, but please don't make me a Republican. But that
Ray,
was
can you hear us? Oh.
Inawa. Huela bona. Huela bona.
Yeah, I was going to say that answer before, Professor, was much too nuanced. I think Elise Stefanik is going to ask you to resign your position, and you should be prepared for that.
I have a really funny relationship with her whole shtick. One of my exes and still like a best friend lives in her district in the North Country. So I'd been aware of her for a long time. She's a horrifying human being, though, so bring it. Wow, she's bad. Wow. I have so many places I want to argue with her. God, she's terrible.
Unfortunately, Lauren Boebert is not moving to my district, so I cannot help to vote her out. But
yeah, see, that's the thing. That was the weirdest thing about taking over the cabin instead of where I used to live. Is now technically I live in a Democratic district. I mean, and Democrats are a whole different type of awful, but it's not quite the same. And I don't have any representatives who are kind of like fashy that way. Like, hello, hi. Oh, nobody gets to see you very often. Mira. Hi. Would all that noise scare you? Yeah, I just scared of your dog. This is my retired doggo, Amira. She doesn't like loud noises. Hi.
Yeah, as a fellow cat gentleman, I felt really badly for my boy this evening because fireworks have been going off since 11 p.m. Eastern time. So he's been hiding.
Yeah, the cats never seem to care as much. They look around. They're like, "Why are people yelling? What's going on?" But they don't. It doesn't freak them out the same way. It makes her very insecure. So I always have to spend a little time with her. Same thing on the 4th of July. When the fireworks go off in different places, I can spend a little time like, it's okay, Biva. Hi. Good girl. Hi. Do you need to go out and see what's up? You want to go make sure there's no bad guys out there? You have to go outside? Maybe if I let her go see that it's all okay. I'm going to take her out of the backyard for a sec. Hey, you want to come with me? What's up? Amira, come on. Let's go make sure the world isn't ending.
There seems entirely undisturbed.
There we go. Okay, I'll let her chill for a minute. She's safe in the yard, and then I'll come check on her in a minute. Oh, actually, I needed to use the loo first. Anyway, do you guys have some housekeeping to do, be blessed?
Yes, sure.
I'm going to run for a second, and then I'll probably actually... hey, it's New Year's. I'm allowed to have another drink, right?
Yeah, I think New Year.
Absolutely.
It's the first drink of the year, so absolutely.
Oh, yeah. The other ones don't count.
No,
I
at all.
completely forgot. They don't count. They're last year.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Bird, I'm jealous. I'd love to be near a river, being able to, to see the fireworks. That seems like a dream situation to be in. So we're going to go, Mitch. I think French wanted to respond to the previous point. I wanted to respond. I think, Erica, you wanted to respond as well to the previous point
Oh,
about the phrase.
no, I was just gonna say like tap the screen and send the gift and Happy New Year, all the things. I have comments, but I think other people are way more intelligent in this room than me, so I'll stay quiet.
No,
But
not
thank
at all.
you.
I think it's good to be able
And
to
just
get different perspectives. So yeah,
just
we'll
show my
go
doggy.
French, me, and then we'll do French for his question, A1, and then Ray Dawn. Yeah. So let's see if we can tap the screen furiously while we're waiting for Liam to come back. Again, if you're not following, then please do. If you are following, please click on the yellow heart. If you do get a moment, some of the topics, both in these chats and things that are currently happening in general, are usually points of discussion that Liam posts about. So it's always worth checking his posts and seeing those if you don't already, and interacting. But yeah, one of your viral ones came up on my feed today. Actually, I wish I could remember which one it was, but yeah.
Because there's so many people who tell me that nothing ever comes up anymore, so I don't know the degree to which I'm shadow banned. Maybe it's only partial now.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I think that's why I keep encouraging people to have a look, because once they start interacting, then it will come into their feed. The feed is one of those things that you can actually influence,
Yeah.
like knowingly influence by making
Because the
sure
big
that you
companies don't like
interact.
me.
Yeah. Well, if you interact with people, because sometimes what happens is people will interact specifically with the live of one content or one TikToker without interacting with their feeds until they actually know, oh, well, let me make sure that I do. And then that then tends to make a balance.
I have a fun democracy question for y'all. You don't have to worry about what else would go to it, because that's a much bigger question, but what should I use as a base? Choose a liquor as a base, and I'll build a drink around it for myself. Does anyone want to throw some stuff out there? Let's.
Oh God,
Well, it
this is
depends on
real
what you've had
anarchy.
before. It
What was
depends on
that?
what you've had before.
Well, I'm never going to do the same thing twice. I mean, that's just not me.
Well, but I'm meaning if you
But
were
the
like with
first one,
whiskey
the first one
to
was based on
start.
rye. The first one was rye, and the second one was based on Irish whiskey.
Do you have any absinthe?
I
I
don't
knew it was
anymore.
going to get anarchy. We have
That's funny.
absinthe and moonshine is the other option.
Well, I mean, moonshine's
And
hard to
I
get.
want to stay
For
with
me,
whiskey.
moonshine just has to be real moonshine, not this fake bullshit like bougie moonshine. I mean, it has to be. It would have to come from my neighbors, and I don't know anyone who's got a still. So, But yeah, no, I don't have any absinthe left. In fact, I looked earlier. I was thinking about Minerva, and I was thinking like, gosh, maybe I'll make something like on Sambuca or something, 'cause good Roman drink. But honestly, I think my ex took all of my anisette flavored drinks. So, let's see, what do we got here?
Yeah, I
As
vote with
the resident Mormon here, I would suggest that you start with a base of chocolate milk. I think that's a solid start there.
That's super Mormon right there. Yeah, for sure.
Let's
I have
French
sake.
Peacock Exmo here. So,
Yeah,
we
two
have that in common.
tequilas so far. A whole lot of whiskeys and 2 tequilas. 1 bourbon. Okay, so the first one was bourbon. I used a rye bourbon the first time around. Oh, I don't have any pineapple juice left. Sorry. There's some fun drinks I can make with pineapple juice. Yeah, anise is I'm iffy on it. There are some things that's really good, and I've made a number. I've developed a number of really interesting cocktails that use anise in them, but in like candy, I can't stand it, which is weird. So like in some contexts, I like it.
Maybe Jen, to stick with the imperialism theme that we've kind of started to establish a little bit.
Does anyone concur there? Gin would be. Oh gosh, I haven't made a gin-based drink in a while. Let's see. That's if anybody comes up with that, that's interesting. I don't have any Jaeger left. Actually, the ex took that too, and I've never replaced it. I don't use it as much, but she really liked it. Amaretto I have. I can since somebody said it, I can add amaretto to probably most things that people are suggesting. That's good stuff.
I'd be a special gummy. There's somebody that said a special gummy.
I honestly, it's.
Be careful, Doc. Be careful.
I've fallen into a habit of using CBN in the evening sometimes to kind of like slow because I'm hyperactive. And it does help, but I don't need it. And so I go through like phases. It's been about 4 months since I've had anything at all, based on a cannabinoid, but I just replaced things. So I do actually have some, but they're mostly CBN types. So I don't know if you guys want me to slow down that fast this quickly.
CBN. Oh,
the ones that
I just learned about CBD really recently. Now you're throwing CBN at me.
Yeah, CBD is good for like just general body stuff, but it doesn't have any of the high stuff. CBN is good specifically for sleep. CBG is a good like general like health kind of thing, but at best I will sometimes do blends with like indicas, or indica and CBN are fine. I don't actually like the feeling of being high. I don't like anything that fucks with my head. If I don't think clearly, I'm not happy. That's why I'm fine with this. Actually, it takes a lot of drinks to really fuck with my head. I have a hyperactive liver. My brother still talks about this shit. At his wedding reception, I had 17 mixed drinks over the course of the night, and I was completely lucid. It takes a lot to make me drunk. But it doesn't take. It takes quite a bit, but it doesn't take as much with strong THCs. But I don't like it. If I start to feel weird, I get unhappy. Oh, arak. Yeah. See, but again, that's an anisette drink. All of the anise-based ones, she got all of those. She wanted them. She liked them. I got all of them to her, and I haven't replaced them. So sorry. No arak, no sambuca, no ouzo. I had ouzo. Ouzo's fine, but I don't have any. Sorry.
Sake? How do you feel about sake?
Sake is good stuff, but I don't often buy it. Let me think. No, the last bottle's gone. I don't have any. Sorry. No, I don't have any cognac.
I feel like this might be why you don't get drunk, because in between drinks, it's a long deliberative process to figure out what you're gonna drink next. you got to keep them coming.
There's space, yeah, but yeah, over the course of hours, yeah, it'll. And I process them fast. I basically piss out all the alcohol. There's been a lot of whiskey and bourbon types, and only a handful outside of that. And it doesn't look like anybody has seconded your gin. That would have been fun. but nobody. I don't see anything else in the chat about gin. I guess nobody else. I guess you Brits and people like gin.
Do
I
you
don't.
want more Jen in the comments? Because I think if you want more Jen in the comments,
No,
you
no, I
say
don't
that.
care
It's
one way
gonna.
or the other. Honestly, I'm just giving the dog time. But it's no, I'm just surprised nobody else has said it.
Roger is specifically saying beer.
Yukon Jack. Holy shit! Oh god, I swear to God, I had a friend in high school that put Yukon Jack in a fucking sports bottle and brought it to school. Like that was it. He had a very difficult life, and he was a functional alcoholic from very early on. And so I've never bought a bottle of Yukon Jack because I associate with him. Like it hurts me a little bit, like because I knew what he was going through. So sorry, I get it. Like it's interesting. It's strong as hell, but I won't buy it. Yeah, nobody else seems to care. Two Southern Comforts. Hey, is anybody interested in a slow,
Support.
comfortable screw?
Okay, all right. I was gonna say I gotta object to Southern Comfort, but
Oh, I don't think I have any orange juice. Well, actually, I got some mango. That might be close enough. Hmm. I'm tempted. Maybe.
I vote whatever makes you
It'd be an
happy.
interesting change because I actually do have a bottle, and it wasn't even my choice to have, but I do still have a bottle with some Southern Comfort. It's not very good stuff, but I do have, and I always have slow gin because it's interesting as a mixer. Um, I'll I'll I will invent something with that and be right back with the dog. So I'll be on like 60 seconds, whatever. Do some housekeeping. That seems like a decent idea.
Tap the screen. Can we like while he's gone, like get up to 150? I think that's pretty close within reach.
Oh yeah, that's very within reach. They
yeah.
can probably even
How
do that
fast?
before Liam comes back. Sorry,
Oh,
Mitch, what was
okay.
that?
Yeah.
Just on the topic of the algorithm, it's interesting. It took me a long time to find this live. It took maybe even a full week of like joining and spectating far inferior lives about Israel and Gaza and the things that we talk about here. I don't know why that is. This is right up my alley. So TikTok algorithm kind of failed me on that. I don't know if there's any kind of shadow banning element to that, but who knows? The more inflammatory lives definitely seem to be favored by the algorithm, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I think that any live that's hot, and I mean hot by way of a lot of like activity, then it tends to show up more in people's FYP. But again, it's very easy to be able to try and manipulate that. I always hit the not interested in content that just isn't for me, and that I tend to get into the sweet spot. Every so often, TikTok tries to throw me a curveball, and I end up getting like a day of really odd content. But again, just hitting the same not interested usually gets me back to where I was and the kind of things that should be on my feed. So yeah, maybe try that. So I think you just hold on the video that comes up in the for you and just let them know not interested in this creator or not interested in this particular live or whatever it is, that the middle one basically.
Yeah,
And then yeah, that
I
should
think
kind of
that
figure it out. That said, it is sometimes interesting to go to the hot lives, because if you're willing to kind of sit through the chaos, some of them, not all of them, do end up finishing with some sort of balance. Yeah, never hers. Definitely never hers, because I'm sorry, she's a grifter. So there really is no point in anybody ever going, because it's for no other purpose other than for money. That's it. Whereas some of the others, where people's beliefs and ideas are kind of really fighting against each other, some of those can be quite interesting, because I think sometimes it's good to be able to hear people's different ideas, even if it is from a point of view where people are, angry and shouting, and it gets interesting sometimes.
It
So.
is. I was gonna say. I mean, I can't claim that those lives were forced on me. They kind of played to my worst impulses, and I try to keep a cool head, but it's not always easy, et cetera, et cetera. So, but a lot of the things I've asked about here have come from those contentious conversations. So
Yeah,
it's
well, I mean, you're not
interesting.
alone. I think quite a few people
Whoa.
do keep hearing the same thing and come back.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we
Yep.
can.
Yeah.
Somebody told me recently that lives were restricted to over 18s by default. They're not. Because I just got a pop up that says live age restricted. Your live may contain themes not suitable for younger audiences and has been age restricted. So they're not by default. So that's I got to find out how to make that a
Oh,
normal thing because that's common in these. I got to find a way to get around that. So shit.
it might
That's
be the apple juice thing. So
well,
yeah, we
yeah,
won't be talking
but
about
somebody
apple juice
said
anymore.
under 18s can't get into them. Period, and that's apparently not the case.
No,
So
It's
definitely not.
against community guidelines.
Uh, there are people as young as I believe 13. You're just not allowed to put them onto the platform. So if somebody sounds a little young, then I always say you have to. The chat will usually remind you and tell you to do an age
yeah,
check.
okay. If anybody knows where the setting is, send me a DM or something. Because if there's a setting to make lives like 18 plus or whatever, I'd rather do that because I talk about G side and shit. I mean, given my profession, I don't think having 13-year-olds in here is a great idea. So if there's a way
I
to restrict
think.
that, I'd like to do it by default.
Well, I don't think it is possible to do it by default. However, oh, somebody says that there is a setting. I will definitely investigate it. But
Okay,
if
cool.
there
Yeah,
isn't,
yeah. Pickle Jen, then if you know where it is, please send it to me by DM or something. I'd love I want to do that, and I haven't found it yet. I'm
Liam,
still
just start every one of your lives by crowdsourcing a cocktail recipe, and then
Just set the
well, I mean,
foundation.
you
I
don't want
don't
to
want
tempt.
pop-ups though. If they're
Yeah,
noticing me, the more attention I get, the worse
yeah.
things are. So that's
Well,
anyway.
until you start doing
I
choreographed
combined several
dances, I
things
think you're
people
safe.
said and came up with something distinctive. So yeah, that's possible. I could try. Yeah, I could ask Dominic. Anyway, if Pickle
Oh yeah,
Jen
this is definitely his
knows,
wheelhouse.
no, that's faster. Dominic is slow to respond, but that's also possible.
I wanted to throw out a term, Doc Liam, while you were gone, we're talking about some of the other like problematic lives, and a word that I just made total sense to me was that rage farming. Where it's just rage farming, like trying to get people enraged because that gets more views, and that's what, yeah, that's what gets people's attention. And I once heard someone ask this question to the Dalai Lama in person about like why do really horrific things make it on the media? And the Dalai Lama's answer was really profound to me, in that he said, it's obviously from a Buddhist standpoint, he's going to talk about like Buddha nature of us, on the very, very, very deepest level is going to be, good and compassionate. And so he says that the reason why these things make the media so much is that it goes against the the compassionate, empathetic human, and that is why, and that humans try to make sense, like we're always trying to make meaning, and so that's why like the really negative things, and we can talk about news on a separate thing, but just on a very deep level, like that's why the rage farming, that's why the negative things get so much attention. I loved that response from the Dalai Lama. It really kind of, you know, rewired some of my brain with that. But that term, I wanted to throw that term out for you, Mitch, was that rage farming. I feel like that's a lot of what these lives do. sometimes.
I appreciate that. That's a much more generous explanation than I would give, even referring to my own attraction to that kind of thing that I can't deny. I can only kind of try to discipline.
Yeah, thanks for that. It's like there's a morbid curiosity about things that are genuinely awful. It's like, why do people love those like TV movies about serial killers? Like, why are we attracted to like the genuinely worst impulses? Why do people like slasher movies? I mean, nobody wants to send their kids to a summer camp that gets attacked, but yet we love going to slasher movies. I think there is a kind of like weird morbid curiosity. So that's a
Well, and I
really
think
neat way of looking at that.
we're trying to make meaning. Like it
Yeah, we're
doesn't
trying to
to
understand it.
those of us that, you know, feel others and care about other human beings. And
Yeah,
I think that also, like, this is something within my own life that I've realized is that there are certain individuals, like, we know we can see it so much here of like the Darvo, you know, defend, attack, reverse, victim, and offender. It's just kind of over and over and over. But I think that we try to make sense when we come across manipulative and toxic people, or trolls on platforms such as this that don't have any empathy. And like there's a place that it's like I have to make sense of this. Like I have to
right.
make sense of why an abuser or an oppressor or someone who lacks empathy, like I need to make sense of that. But I think more and more, like where I'm coming to in my own personal life, is that there's a lot of things that I'm just not going to make sense of, and that to recognize that, like that there are certain individuals that just don't have empathy, and no matter what, I'm not going to understand that. But maybe that's why I'm so attracted to those types of documentaries, you know, to serial killers and serial lovers, you know, all those things. It's trying to make meaning because it won't ever make sense to those of us who are compassionate.
Yeah, that's beautiful. A term that comes up a lot for me, like my way of looking at that is that our brain is a pattern engine. It will make sense of the universe regardless of what's actually physically true. It'll take what it knows and it'll make sense of it and it'll give it a shape. We're driven naturally to that. It's an evolutionary response. So just, if you guys don't mind me going like evolutionary anthropologist on you for a second, that's something fundamental to being human, is our ability to make sense of things and our drive to make sense of things. And this is one of the reasons that we end up with so many different perspectives, and why you can say that people who have a hardcore Zionist view and a hardcore pro-Pale view are honestly both good human beings. They just have very different experiences and very different, tons of things that have played into that shaped them. And it's possible to shift that. It's possible to change where they are if you do it the right way. But we make sense of the reality that we have based upon the information that we have. And if we don't have good information, we make bad sense of the world. So yeah, rain can be the tears of the gods, or it can be like condensation in clouds. It's a very different view of what's true, but in some level, they're both true because we make sense, we shape our realities. I don't have, it's on the other side of the room, but the whole psychology section's over there. But for anybody who's interested, The Sociopath Next Door is a really interesting book. Like, people who struggle with empathy are a lot more common than you think. It's at least 10% of the population that really fundamentally struggles with the concept of thinking like somebody else, and that just can't do it. Most of us, if you talk to us the right way, we can change the way we think. We can accept, Erica has a different view than me, and this is why she has a different. Oh, okay, but a lot of us will never be able to do so, and that's more common than we tend to think. It's not just people with clinical diagnoses. It's a common neurotype, and honestly, if we know that, we can avoid falling down really pointless cycles where we spend time arguing around certain people or certain ideas. Like, we waste time, we spin cycles attacking people, fighting over things that aren't worth it. Spend your energy where it's actually going to be profitable, where it's going to help somebody, where it's going to make somebody a better human being. Don't spend it where somebody honestly cannot understand why you are the way you are. Most of us can. At least 90% of human beings can, if you approach them the right way, understand where someone else is coming from. But some of us never can. And if we get caught up in those kind of like extremes and we fight those extremes, we're wasting our energy.
Yeah, and I mean, I on that note, I mean, I wonder if that seeming lack of compassion, to your point, Erica, is like its own kind of response, right? Like it's a way of trying to resolve that that tension, is to withhold recognition from the person who has beliefs that you can't accept as legitimate.
I'm on the wrong side of the room for some things, but like for Buddhism, the Dalai Lama is definitely worth reading. You know, don't think that any one human being has it all figured out, but there's definitely some interesting simulating thought from the Dalai Lama's texts. You know, and just Buddhist texts in general can be stimulating regardless of your perspective. You're Jewish, you're Muslim, you're Christian, whatever. The fun thing about Buddhist ideas is that Buddhism is not truly a religion. If you think about it the right way, you can be a Buddhist and be an atheist. You know, it's a way of understanding humans and what they need. And I think it can be stimulating regardless of where you are and regardless of where you take it. So I was happy also that you raised that
Yeah,
element.
I'll just say that too. That's my master's in religious studies and history of religions is very, very heavily weighted on Buddhism. So my shelf looks like yours, but mostly Buddhism. So
It's fun
if you
stuff.
ever
Yeah,
want to
there's
talk, and actually, I'll just say this one thing, and then we'll move to important questions. But it's really funny because I named my daughter Alia, but I found it's from Tibetan Buddhism. Alaya is the eighth consciousness in Buddhism. It's the last, it's kind of like the last consciousness. You have the sixth consciousness, and then you have the thinking mind, and then the eighth consciousness is where it's kind of like where all the samskaras or where the imprints are placed on. So to know the essence of Alaya is to know enlightenment. So I changed the spelling for my daughter, but my daughter is I phonetically spelled it out, so it's Ahlia. But then it's so funny. It's so funny because
that's Hebrew.
I made that in from Tibetan. Oh, sorry, from Tibetan.
Yeah.
You know, it's yeah. Is that how it's spelled in Hebrew? Because I
Well,
didn't know that.
you often put an H at the very end, but in terms of
Okay, yeah.
transliteration, but obviously
Sure.
transliteration is not an inexact science because
Sure,
it's
sure,
going
sure.
from.
It's same with Tibetan. Yeah.
But yeah, it's the I have sometimes wondered if that higher state of consciousness is somehow distantly etymologically related because aliyah means to go up. And in ancient Jewish tradition it means like go up to the hill country, go up to Jerusalem, but it has a go up sense automatically, like in the core of the
Isn't
word. And
See, I
there's a sense
find
of
this
like ascending to higher consciousness that's part of that in Tibet. It has occurred to me, are they like way back somehow related? Or is it a
isn't
funny
that
coincidence?
isn't that amazing where you
Yeah,
have
it could
Aliyah
be a
in
funny
Tibetan,
coincidence too, but you never know, you know?
Aliyah
It's
in Hebrew, and then Aliyah in Arabic, which Be Blessed just said. It's amazing. And then I only knew it from Tibetan with my background, and
right.
then
As a
it's
higher
been
state.
coming up a lot more, and my
Yeah.
daughter just kind of laughs. So anyway, side note, but
Yeah,
I'll let the one with an important question.
I think it's beautiful because like at least Arabic and Hebrew are closely related languages. So a sense of going up would make sense in both cases. But Tibetan is a wildly different language family. But ultimately, all language goes back to a core population in East Africa, right? So is it a complete coincidence? It could be. Or is there something about that sound that could signify going up in different contexts? You know, there's no way to know that, but it's like, it's fun. I think it's a fun way of thinking about it, at least.
I love it. I love it. Yep.
To anybody in the chat that's still here, that was here, there was a few people who suggested amaretto. I included that, and I've never done that with this, but I enjoy doing this. So this is like there's mango and amaretto and Southern Comfort and there's something else. I can't. What was it? Amaretto. Oh, and sloe gin. So it's a little bit like a slow comfortable screw, but not, because it's mango, and then I added amaretto. So but I tend to do things completely different. So yes, TikTok, this is an above 21 live. This is above 21, because while I want to say this is orange juice, it's not really orange juice. You've noticed correctly that this is an above 21 live. You've got it. Thank you.
Is it good? That sounds.
Yes. I'm
okay.
surprised.
Okay.
It actually
Do
is.
we?
The proportions matter, but it actually is. I'm enjoying this. It's not, I mean,
Do we? Oh,
not as good as my first drink of the night, but this is good.
Sorry,
I'm getting used
Erica,
to
go ahead.
live. I'm getting used to live. I'm sorry. I'll get better at not cutting people off.
No, you're good.
Be blessed. I wrote a few questions down from the chat, unless you have another um, pressing
I just
question.
wanted
I
to
know
see
some
if
of.
we could exhaust the previous conversation, and then we can get back to it. So, Mitch, I wanted to first of all let you finish the question before Liam went to get the drink or the discussion you were having. If
Yeah,
you
the
could,
discussion, exactly. Somebody just mentioned that, and again in the chat. We should circle back.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I was done with my part of that. I mean, if we need a refresher, I mean, I was just
Yes, please.
I was talking about the Goldie incident in Philadelphia, and it just is an even more kind of a clearer example of how organizing can be difficult and how messaging can be difficult in that context, especially when you're trying to organize a lot of people who may have slightly different goals, may not all be kind of on the same page. And we were talking about the river to the sea. Yeah, I mean, that was what started it off, was just that slogan in particular, the way it can be interpreted differently by different people, and whether or not it's right to kind of exert pressure on marchers and organizers and protesters to modify their language to kind of satisfy the demands of people who maybe in perfect good faith believe that it's an incitement or an insult, or it's that it's signifying something that the demonstrators don't mean to signify.
I love that you hit the word pressure in there. I want to see if anybody else has any thoughts on this, because I want to maybe you can come back to it. But the idea of putting pressure on people, that's really problematic to me in a few ways. So we should dive a little deeper into that one, that aspect of it. But yeah, exactly. River to the sea was where we were. Can I give it like a 10-second excursus here, Mitch? Specifically, you're in Philly.
Yes.
Is it hot? Are you ever anywhere near the waterfront?
Yeah.
Could you possibly take some pictures yourself of the United States, the SS United States, the ship that's down there? Because she's been sitting there for almost 30 years, like just stuck on a wharf, like waiting there. And there's finally a possibility of somebody developing her into something instead of scrapping it. For anybody who doesn't know, one of my first loves as a child was ships, and then I fixated on transatlantic liners. So it's like a childhood love of mine that I can't quite shake. And there's honestly only one pre-World War II liner that's easily accessible, to me, Queen Mary, and most people see that. And there's one Japanese liner, there's one transatlantic liner and one trans-Pacific liner that survive from pre-World War II. Every single other ship has been scrapped. but a handful after World War II survived. The United States is interesting because she was the fastest ship ever made, although she's been stripped from the inside. So I don't know what the hell they're going to do with it when they develop it. But I'd love to see like where she is now. And I personally don't have any friends who are in Philly. Some people close by, but no one near there that could do it. I'd love to see, like, from your perspective, your camera lens, what does she look like from the outside now? Because I'm curious about some of the current development proposals that they're putting out, like what they could do with her. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I can definitely do some Team Liam reconnaissance for you if you'd like. I suppose that's not the one that Mashulu is on then, right? That's like a restaurant that was.
I don't know that. But I can't remember I can't remember the pier number she's at, but she's been at the same pier number for almost 30 years. Just like docked there, and people have been paying the fees to hold it because they don't want to scrap her. Because she was the last blue ribbon holder. That's the fastest ship in the Atlantic. No one wanted to like scrap it, but they also had nothing they could do with it, and no one had the money to develop it into something like the Queen Mary. So it's like been sitting in limbo for decades. The fact that they're currently talking about doing something is interesting, but I don't know if they can, and I'm kind of curious what she looks like from
The SS, what was it again?
United States.
Oh, okay.
So if you Google SS United States, it'll give you the pier number, and you'll probably know exactly where it is because it's your neighborhood.
Sure.
Okay, so French, are you there?
Yeah, I am. How are you all doing?
I think you wanted to respond to the phrase. I think A1 also wanted to respond, and I also wanted to respond. So I'll throw it to you first, and then A1.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Good to see you again, Doctor, and and meet all you new folks. Sorry, my voice is kind of hoarse. We were doing a die in action tonight in the French Quarter, protesting obviously the bloodshed celebrations, and there was people walking by that kicked us on the ground and other things like that. So coming from the activist perspective, with this phrasing kind of stuff, I see it. Of course, I'm biased, right? I fully acknowledge that I have a pretty singular a viewpoint on this conflict and things, and that obviously tempers my vision of how things are conveyed. But the phrase, I think it's in many ways it's similar to the struggles of lots of oppressed people reclaiming words that were used against them, right? And I think that and I think that as Doctor pointed out, this is currently an oppressed group by a massive oppressor that has our full backing in the United States, and I think that them reclaiming it is a powerful motion. A couple other points about it is I also think that it's also really important to point out that we critique it as, oh well, somebody at some point in history said it and they meant the extinction of the Jews, but okay, when Likud said it, did anybody say that it was Islamophobic? When it was part of the Likud party platform, did anybody moan and complain about it being Islamophobic or anti-Arab or anything? No, we heard zero words about. I mean, it was literally the exact same phrases were written into the Likud policy for decades. But but the last and most important point about this all about the phrasing thing. Especially in this moment where there does seem to be a sea change happening in the world, at least in the United States, I should say. I think it's also valuable to point out that the vast majority of, this might be the pessimist in me, but the vast majority of people out there that are passersby of these various actions that are going on don't have a clue what that phrase means at all, and certainly do not go home and Google whether or not this phrase is anti-Semitic, right? And that's not to just, there's lots of code words that are problematic that I obviously wouldn't support and things like that. But I think it does matter that a lot of folks that are going to be hearing these phrases aren't necessarily going to know the context that I think most of us here understand, the greater context behind behind such statements. Um, and so saying them, I think does help inform, I think it does help inform the public about, okay, maybe I will go home and look up what this is, and now we're starting to see some shifts in that. I also think that this is my final point on the thing. I'm sorry, the continued weaponization of anti-Semitism is I mean, we it's starting to turn into the boy who cried wolf, to the point that the real enemy of Jews is going by unskirted. The real threat of right-wing nationalists, white nationalists, the real NAZIs of this country and around the world, the real anti-Semitism of desecrating synagogues and desecrating Jewish cemeteries. The real anti-Semitism is being swept under the rug because of the weaponization of anti-Zionism. So I agree, it's incredibly complex, and again, I come from a privileged, I'm a white Mormon, middle class, heterosexual. I check all the boxes of privilege. And so it's unfair for me to maybe make some of these commentaries, and I apologize if I'm centering my ideas in this conflict, but but I do think that tonight, all the other folks that were with me were members of JVP, right? I was hand in hand with Jews, with young Jewish folks who have been kicked out of their communities the same way that I sort of was kicked out of my Mormon community because of my activism. And so I think that it's important to note that if we really do care about anti-Semitism, continuing to allow bad actors to use anti-Semitism as a weapon is incredibly damning. And then I'll leave it at that.
Can I jump in on that? After you
can I make a couple points so I don't lose them? I'm sorry, I have a terrible short-term memory. But I'll be very, very fast. There are so many useful things there. The idea that some people are weaponizing this concept is true, but it's sort of separate from the question of how you can reach people psychologically. And that's what I'm trying to add in here. There's a lot of people who massively, massively misuse the concept of anti-Semitism. But that's not really what I'm talking about. It's where people are and what they've heard and what they can deal with. And that's useful at least to think about. But this question about, oh gosh, I guess, I think I'll shut up at this point. That I just want to at least leave a distinction between those two things, because there are a lot of really disingenuous people who use this term. Stefania came earlier, that are wrong, that are misusing this, that are saying that any criticism of the system is anti-Semitic. That's a whole separate problem from the way that we actually reach moderate people who don't know enough about this. And it complicates the situation, because that exists and so does the other problem. So there's two distinct issues we have to deal with. But thank you. It's really good there. There's another thought I had, but I want to leave it for a minute, and I'll let. Was it Mitch?
I'm thinking along the same lines that you are, but I'll come to me in a minute. Go ahead, French.
Oh, sorry. Just a 10-second response to what you just said. I totally agree. Which is why I was kind of bringing up earlier that I do think that the vast majority of people that, at least in my anecdotal experience, that my actions are reaching, they have no clue what that phrase means. And I do think that when they ask what it means, because then it forces them to ask what it means if they actually take the time to actually come and interact with us. Like tonight, I had several individuals come and talk to me, and it was a really productive night, in my opinion, to explain what that phrase means from our perspective and things. So it's tough, because I don't know. In my anecdotal experience, I feel like not a whole lot of people understand understand it as anti-Semitism and don't understand the phrase at all. And so therefore, I don't think that it's necessarily doing harm to those moderates that you're talking about, because I think that they're necessarily aware, but I may be dead wrong on that. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Yeah, it's tricky because the problem is if most people don't know what anti-Semitism really means, then that majority is also easily manipulated by media. And media is misusing this term and conflating anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. So it's something we at least need to be aware of. That's the only caution I have there. But okay, back to Mitch.
Yeah, I think Mitch wanted to respond. Go ahead, Mitch.
Well, first off, thank you very much for that, French. I mean, I agree with everything you said. Snaps for JVP and so on. And that issue you brought up with the boy who cries wolf, like that whole thing. I mean, that gets at something that I raised in the conversation that inspired the question, actually, which is if you want to know what real anti-Semites, neo-Yazis, what they are thinking about and talking about, it's not hard on Elon Musk's Twitter to find them. And they love everything that's going on. They love it when anti-Semitism is like allegations of anti-Semitism that are not really very well grounded are leveled against passionate protesters who rightly kind of reject the accusation and are resentful about it and carry that around because it makes it so much easier for them to dismiss allegations of anti-Semitism when they are actually being consciously, overtly anti-Semitic. I mean, they can chalk it up to, the government trying to shut down leftists. That it gives them that rhetorical pathway, and they are just as thoughtful about rhetoric as we're being right now. Maybe not quite just as thoughtful, but they think a lot about it, and they definitely see it as a strategic advantage that they can sort of advance this narrative that anti-Semitism, every time anybody complains about anti-Semitism, they're just trying to repress legitimate criticism, which obviously that's not true either, not by a long shot. But, we have to be careful about letting them have that ammunition.
There's one small sub point to connect to what Mitch was saying. The right has, and this is again me speaking as a historian of ideas, the right is much, much better at tracking how rhetoric works and what works and how to shape that shit. The left often struggles because it'll respond to things. It'll basically plays into their narratives. You end up allowing them to choose the field of battle, in a sense. And we have to be careful of that because they do think about this shit. There's a lot more thought put into how shit works on people emotionally. I've just speaking as a person who spent a lot of time in like news groups and chat groups and whatnot about political fights. It's weird that right-wingers often call leftists emotional when right-wingers put a lot more work into how emotions work and how emotions shape the way we think. And leftists love to think that they're much more logical, that they don't fall into those traps. But realistically, emotion shapes the way all human beings think. It's fundamental to being human. But the right thinks about it more than we do. And they use specific language that shapes basically the battlefield on which we engage. And there are so many issues I can point to where liberals and leftists have walked into massive traps set by the right because they thought about the rhetoric first. And we don't do that as much. leftists love attacking each other and ignore the rhetoric of the right. We have to think about what they're using, why they're using it, like what effect it has. And then, from my perspective, shift the way we approach things to account for that kind of, basic human issue. So I don't know. Thank you for that.
But again, there's the problem, right? That like what solution is there besides putting pressure on demonstrators? Which, if you've ever tried to do that, it does not work.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Which is why I never took a position on this. I love the fact that someone finally brought this question up. No one has ever asked me about that phrase, and it's so common. I don't have a position on it specifically because I don't think putting pressure on demonstrators makes sense. I understand why they're saying it, but I also understand why people hear it differently. So at the same time, and it's not an emotional issue, because emotionally I'm with the fucking protesters, but as a scholar, I understand why people like Stefanik hear it differently. And the problem is, it's not her, it's the way that her base hears it, because people don't often know enough of the nuances of these different issues. And if they hear it differently than we intend it, then it's actually a different message than we intended. Because at the end of the day, and this is something I can tell you from personal experience, intent doesn't matter. What matters is how people hear it. What they hear is based upon their reality, what they have experienced. And it doesn't matter how fantastically awesome your intentions are. If you use the wrong words, you're still fucking yourself. But it's very difficult to actually talk to activist groups. And I do not like the idea of preaching to people and telling, especially oppressed people. How do you tell an oppressed people to respond differently than their own experience tells them to respond?
Oh man, now you're really speaking my language, Professor. You're talking about, I was a literature major, so the intentional fallacy is, one of my founding documents.
Thank you.
So
Yeah, and we ignore it so often.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I was getting a bit of an echo. So I want to try and see if I can offer some points of thought. Um, so okay, I appreciate what you're saying about try and put yourself in the position of the way different people hear it. So let me put myself in the position of an Israeli who hears this and understands this phrase as something that is dangerous because it is understood as, oh, for that phrase, it literally means that I'm without the place that I have been calling home, right? I would hope that if somebody is genuinely curious, they would go as far as, and I'm talking about somebody in good faith saying, okay, what does this phrase actually mean? Let me try and investigate. Would then go to, okay, but what is it that these people are asking for? Even if they're asking for, as the phrase has been said to them, freedom from, river to sea for Palestinians. All of the land is free for them to roam as they wish. Should that mean that somebody who's currently Israeli would then be banished? And I hope that in them continuing to go down that line, they will start to maybe question some of the things that they had been fed as a tool of propaganda. Because, well, what happened to other places which gained independence from colonialism? Take for South Africa, for example. Were all the white South Africans removed from the land? No. Were all of the people, the white people from Zimbabwe also removed from the land? No. But there was mechanisms used that was about creating a balance, that it was equity for all. So take, for example, what happened in Zimbabwe. In some cases, farmers were told you cannot have supremacy over, farmland. So some of that needed to change. For example, bear with me, my detail on that is a bit limited, but so I think that in the person trying to, a regular Israeli asking that question will maybe understand that these ideas of no, this land is only for me and I am allowed to be the only person that has freedom will quickly sound ridiculous to them, right? And will become a case of them saying, oh, actually, this should be a land for all peoples. And therefore, and if we can achieve that, then it means safety for everybody, not just that sense of danger that I'm feeling for myself. Now, from those that are using it, and why this discussion has been so popularized, is being popularized because it suits the propaganda that's out there, because it is about making sure that the regular Israeli is made to feel unsafe by that phrase, because nothing else has ever been allowed for them to be able to explore, of them being able to live in that line, whether it's as Palestinians or as Canaanites or as Jerusalemites or whatever it is the name is picked for. Now, when it comes from the Palestinian perspective, I think that I see why they stand on this and refuse to budge on it, because this is just another example of them being told, minimize your demands, minimize your demands. I mean, to the point where it is now getting to a point where Palestinians are told, you do not exist. The word Palestine does not exist. You are not even a people. So there is a point when you cannot yield anymore for the comfort of people who already have comfort. So I think that's the I think the reason why I think we cannot afford to go into this discussion of, oh, this is possibly anti-Semitic. No, it is not intended to be anti-Semitic. It is intended to be a call for liberation for the people who existed in that land. And that is the intention of the people, both who are marching and the people who are of that land. Anything outside of that is part of something that has been created to create new meaning in order for those people to not have power in that word.
There's this is it's so weird. This is one of the places where the use of the different monikers and handles that we adopt gets in the way, because I so want to address you by name and I can't. But be blessed, like what you're hitting here, I think particularly the Zimbabwe example is a great one, because it's a matter of framing psychologically from the perspective of almost anyone who could possibly relate to us. It doesn't possibly affect the existence of white people on that land. It affects the power relations, the way that they have oppressed people. And there's this weird question of like privilege. Like, questioning your privilege doesn't take rights away from you. It takes away your right to fuck other people. And no one should have the right to fuck other human beings. But that's the problem here, is that they're not, from their perspective, they're not defending the right to fuck other people. They're not. They don't think in terms of power. They think in terms of their own reality, what has been normalized to them, and from their perspective, they are losing something, and it becomes very difficult to reach them psychologically. Ethically, there's no possible way to criticize the criticism of Zimbabwean farmers, but psychologically there is, because you can see that present in far-right discourses all across Europe and the US, the way that they latch onto the idea of the loss of privilege of Zimbabwean farmers. And for people who don't know the details of it, for people who don't know what actually happened, the rhetoric can really matter, because what matters at the end of the day is what touches you emotionally. And that is shaped by your own experiences, your reality. Remember, our reality is tribal. Our reality is emotional. It's not objective. No one shares the same literal reality as other people. There's an objective reality, and then there's what all of us experience. And for many people, they emotionally can react better to the plight of those Zimbabwean farmers than the vast majority of people that they have fucked for generations. And the trick is, you can't reach the hardcore committed. That's a whole different issue. Set those aside. It's the same thing like, I'm not going to convert Eichmann to my way of thinking, but ordinary people, when they hear it, based upon what they have been exposed to, what can they hear? And people in the West have been subjected to generations of white supremacist rhetoric that predisposes them to the Zimbabwean, the Rhodesian, like
Exactly.
the
Yeah,
person
even calling it
perspective.
Rhodesia. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what that we are predisposed to hear that. Now, that doesn't make it the objective reality, but that's what we are conditioned to hear. And people like me who can hear the opposite are rare. So the trick is in all of this, and how it relates to Palestine, is how can you possibly touch the people who don't know the details of this issue, who have not really thought about it much, but have simply grown up in a particular cultural framework that sets them up in a particular direction, that gives them particular sympathies? How do you draw them to yours? That's the key for us, I think.
So I would again throw it back to the idea of Zimbabwe / Rhodesia. I think that there is a duty on governments like in the US, for example, and lawmakers in the US in making sure that they stand on the law, right? What exactly is happening? So, which is, yeah, that in itself is going to be very difficult. But
Yeah.
there is currently a video doing the rounds on TikTok of a American guy that purchased some ad space on the train platforms, which show the map of Palestine as it continues to shrink. Right now, he did it because he's trying to encourage people to look at what's happening. People who would ordinarily not look at what's happening, and for a lot of people, it's the very first time they've been confronted with that map because it's really opened their eyes to what is meant by colonialism, what is meant by loss of land, and so on, right? So I think there's an aspect, and the law can't do absolutely anything about it because he's not saying anything that is illegal. He legally purchased the space, and therefore, if people are confronted with that and they draw their own conclusions, so be it, right? And I want to go back to the discussion earlier on about the fly postering that were being ripped down, right? Those aren't legal, right? They're not. It's fly postering, so in itself they should be pulled down. But equally, they're also saying something that is fundamentally wrong because some of the people on the posters have yet. I mean, we still hadn't found the numbers. For example, we didn't know what was actually going on. The numbers have since decreased since October the 7th. So there's a lot of question marks in both the content but also the method of communication. So if they are pulled down, it's treated as no different than any other fly posters that are out there, which is they all get pulled down because fly postering is illegal, right? So I think that sometimes it's a good idea to try and think through these things step by step and see where you arrive at. So just going back to the whole thing about Zimbabwe, um, we call it Zimbabwe right now for a reason because people have been told that's what it's called. That's going to appear. What's going to appear in the maps. Nobody calls it Rhodesia. Yes, probably in the early days, there's people who refused to move and said, "No, I'm going to continue to call it Rhodesia. I'm not moving from this." But those people you don't hear about them anymore. We all call it Zimbabwe. Same as Tanganyika. We don't call it Tanganyika. We call it Tanzania, and so on.
Has anyone seen the
So
film Blood Diamond?
yes,
I
I
I
actually have a friend who's in it.
the like DiCaprio's character in there, like, wow, the use of, like, holy shit, that's like a throwback. Like, no one says that shit anymore. It was so fascinating to see that person because when I was a kid, you still heard a lot of people saying that, but today, more recently, no. It's such a tiny share of the population that still gives a shit about that. For most people, the term Rhodesia is relegated to like historians. It's lost, it's gone, which is good, but it was fascinating just to like see it used in like common language.
Out of it, just to say, even though I said those people you don't hear them on, occasionally, depending on where you are in London, you might
Exactly.
hear the odd person actually
I
deliberately call it Rhodesia.
Right.
But there we are.
And as somebody who studies the far right, believe me, I have put myself in places deliberately where I've heard people say that. But just outside of that, you never hear it.
It's often in some of these dinner parties and like some of these events with people in stuffy ties and everything that usually will go, oh, I remember the good old days of Rhodesia, and I deliberately continue to correct them throughout the conversation.
Wow. that's outside my experience.
I was just going to say that's another one that the far right on Elon Musk's platform.
Yes.
Really love. Oh my goodness, they love that
Okay.
one.
Anybody in the chat who loves Elon Musk, think really hard about this before you keep fluffing this apartheid baby, because he has really swallowed a lot of the rhetoric he grew up with. And when he talks about wokeness, the reason that kind of rhetoric in the US resonates with him is because of the environment he grew up in. It's because of the apartheid language. It's because of the support for Rhodesia. It's all this shit. When he hears wokeness, that's what it takes him to. So if you're not really into ethno-states, think really, really hard about whether you really like Elon Musk, because holy shit, he is a bad human being.
I gotta bring my brother in, y'all. We gotta save my brother. He looks up to Elon, and I think that he's still savable. So,
Liam, I'm a
but yeah,
victim.
it was.
I'm a victim. I can't return my Tesla, man. It's too late.
Yeah. I mean, electric cars are good. Believe me, electric cars are good. Now, there's still tons of problems with our our generating capacity. There's a lot of problems there. So all the stupid memes about, yes, oil and gas still play a big part in driving your Tesla. Electric cars are still good. Elon Musk is still a fucking fascist.
But
They're
he's a piece of shit, especially after his visit to Israel. I mean, look what he did, and
he didn't create the company. He has invented nothing.
He stole, he stole, and I think because I live in California, and the guy who actually invented even the name Tesla, he stole that name from him. Or actually, I don't know if he actually stole it or
Yeah,
paid
there are
him
two
for it, but
inventors. He bought the company. He out of his money, out of PayPal, he bought this company. He didn't start this shit. That wasn't him. Tesla's not him. He just swooped in and bought it.
Oh,
and look, California helped him out so much, and then just because of the bullshit that the governor gave him, he bailed on us and he went to Texas.
Guys, when I said Elon Musk, I meant the real life Tony Stark. Like, I think we're talking about people.
Honestly, okay, so Tony Stark is interesting figure, because on the one hand, this is somebody who is up to their ass in like the military industrial complex. Tony Stark is not a hero, but he at least tried to, kind of like a Batman figure. It's like he's I have my heart's in the right place, but I refuse to give my privilege. Tony Stark, interesting. Elon Musk is not. Don't think of him that way. He's an industrialist, yes, but it's all the bad shit. It's like what we should connect Elon Musk to is finance capitalism, not to actually building a company. At least the Tony Starks of the world inherited the wealth in an actual company. Elon Musk doesn't give a shit about companies. He doesn't give a shit about employees. He doesn't give a shit about IP. What he cares about is the stock value.
He's the complete opposite of Steve Jobs. I mean, Steve Jobs was an inventor. He's completely
at the end of the day, yeah. I mean, honestly, Wozniak is better than Jobs
as well.
Jobs is much
Yeah,
better.
no, yes, Team Woz.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Team was, but Jobs is at least halfway there. Jobs is like in the middle. It's sort of like Gates. Gates is kind of there, but Gates is also much more on the finance side.
Hmm.
But like Musk has done nothing. Musk is only on the finance capital side. He is not a Tony Stark. There's plenty of problems with the Tony Starks of the world, but Musk is purely a finance capitalist who has managed to masquerade himself as an inventor who has brought value to the world. He has brought nothing useful to the world.
Doc, can I ask you a question?
Oh, hold on, hold on.
The
We just want
Oh,
to
sorry.
make sure that we wrap up
Oh,
this conversation. Did you want
sorry.
to jump in on the conversation about the phrase? Because I think French did. So,
No,
I
no,
can
it's
hear
in
you.
reg.
I'm gonna step for a
yeah,
second.
sure.
I can hear you though.
Yeah,
I
go
No,
didn't.
no,
ahead.
it's in
Just
regards
gonna
to
say.
Elon. Like,
Oh,
Ah, okay.
I was
no,
just
what I
gonna
was.
say that I had to bounce, and I love y'all, and I'm so appreciative of all the insight that you give to me. I'm a very emotional, passionate person, so I appreciate all the cool level headedness that you can help bring me down to a plane of sanity. I hope you all have a happy new year, and we'll talk to you soon. I hope. Bye bye.
Hey,
Yeah,
French,
Likewise,
before you
thanks,
likewise.
leave,
French.
please
Hold
give
on.
me a follow. I would really love to talk to you sometime about the LDS Church because I'm an ex-Mormon myself. So
Oh, yeah.
that would be
Likewise.
wonderful.
Sounds good.
Yeah, if you could give
All
me a
right.
follow
Hey,
as
I
well, because I'd
grew up
love to
Church of
invite you
Christ.
to
That's
different
not far
panels.
from Mormon.
There. Yes, we all us religious folks definitely have shared experiences, and Mormonism is certainly a unique one. That's for sure.
I
Sorry,
hope your voice
Blessed.
comes back soon.
Cheers, y'all. Have a good night. I'll follow y'all. Appreciate the follow back so I can actually put my face up on some of these lives. Love y'all.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Likewise.
Have a good one.
Happy New Year.
Blessed. Sorry to. I don't know if I cut anybody off. I apologize if
Oh, no,
anybody was
no,
going
it's
next.
fine. Although I think we might have to cut off this fan club for Elon Musk and Tony Stark and so on. But
I just had like one issue with it is like I just don't understand like at the beginning of the conflict how this guy was, he was throwing out, tweets and comments and stuff about like, for example, that comment he made about the H group, like when he was like, oh, if you get rid of the H group, another group's gonna come out. So he was kind of like in the middle. And then after his trip to Israel, he just like completely changed and just became a straight douchebag about the whole situation. And then with Starlink, he was talking about giving them Starlink, and then Israel's like, no, 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 no. What got into the guy? I
I
just
think
don't get it.
Elon Musk is a very Trumpian figure, and I think he has in common with Trump that he just sort of the last thing he heard from a person that he remotely trusts
Mhm.
becomes what he's always believed all along. You know what I mean?
Of course. I mean, obviously, we know who's invested in this company a lot.
Well, it's a psychological thing. It's
Yeah.
Trump. It's a well documented thing about Trump. When people have conversation with him, depending on how you frame it, if you say it in the right way, and if you, I don't know, fluff him in the right way, and you tell him something, then that's true immediately. Because he doesn't think, he doesn't have any kind of critical intellect. He doesn't have a knowledge base to go on. He's the first person to tell you that he skated through college cheating his way all the way through. He doesn't know a goddamn thing. But if you talk to him the right way, he'll believe you absolutely. Musk is similar psychologically. And I think
Mhm.
that's where knowing where people are coming from is important. They are
Yeah,
similar in
I,
ways.
I believe that.
If I might ask a quick question before we move on from the Elon, because I would really like to move on from the Elon. Um, but one quick question, because I do think that my brother is savable. What do you say when like, especially my brother's main thing is it has to do with like he's a coder, and so it's all about open source and free speech and kind of things like that. And you know, I'm just wondering, and then we can wrap up the Elon fan club because I hear enough of it. His brother owns a restaurant, and he's in Colorado. And anyway,
I
we
think his
can
brother
end it,
is a real Trumper.
I think I
Yeah,
missed something
well,
here. So
which is
I
surprising.
think I completely missed something here. You're talking about a brother and open source. Okay, first open
Oh,
source
Elon
takes me
Musk.
back into
So
like
I'm sorry, we're talking about
I
two
am an
different people. I'm actually not far. I'm very, very strange. I'm very strange, and I have to be very careful about how I speak out here. I am like 1 degree separated from Snowden. I'm 2 degrees separated from Elon. I was an assistant for Tutu when he was writing his Book of Joy, and while we were traveling internationally during that, he was hospitalized because of the pressure put on him during that. So like I'm incredibly privileged in that, like a lot of the people that we all talk about with Ty, Thich Nhat Hanh, I so honored that I was able to spend several years with him. So I'm coming from this in a very interesting place. But my personal brother is not far from who we're talking about, and Elon's brother actually lives not far
a
from
little.
my own brother.
Okay,
Like, this is not like we can talk about Elon's brother and we can talk about my brother, and like they're kind of the same person. Um, so but like this is the open source free speech, the Starlink thing, like this, like propaganda of him being um Philippine I'm sorry, I need to stop
that's
with the sake, but yeah, like sorry.
philanthropists, right? Uh, there are so. Oh gosh, I'm so. On the one hand, I'm intrigued and confused at the same time. The whole like your brother thing. When you
I know
bring up,
I'm weird, and
I
I
okay, I get the open source thing. Okay, here's a weird thing about it, and I've heard that before about Musk. You know the because some of the rhetoric he uses. Okay, here's a okay weird point of let's see what are we up to. Oh, it's only 100 people. Weird point of trivia. Since 1996, which may be I'm unfortunately longer than some of you have been alive, but I am old. You see the gray in here. Okay, since 1996, I have exclusively used Linux as my desktop. Desktop, like my computer, right, is a Linux
not
computer,
surprising,
right?
not
And
surprising.
before that, I used various forms of Unix. I've never been a Windows and Mac person. Like, I have always been for free software. The whole open source. Honestly, on some level, I'm with. Oh, look at sunglasses. I'm with RMS on this. I mean, he's. Oh gosh, that's weird. I can kind of relate to him because he's an autistic weirdo, but like Richard Stallman, if you want to look him up, he is insane. Like barking mad. He is me if I had fewer people skills than I have. I kind of get where he's coming from. The kind of like software should be free. We shouldn't have to fight for this shit. Now, there are ways in which the Elon Musk fan base veers in that direction, but it sucks them into the far right at the same time. And at the end of the
Well,
day, what RMS is actually asked after is a kind of like an almost communist ethos. So it's like two completely different ideals. It's one of the few places, and thank you for bringing this up, Erica, because I think it's hilarious. Like, has anyone heard of the horseshoe theory? At the end of the day, horseshoe theory is bullshit. But the idea that the far left and the far right are somehow similar, there's a small element that's accurate. It's psychological, not political. There's a small element where there's places where we overlap, even though we disagree on almost everything else. And this is weirdly one of those. Like I agree with some of the Musk fan base on the kind of technology aspect on how technology and freeing technology and actually I guess futurism is a useful term here. Like we can move into a better future for all of us, but at the same time, it's a future dominated by capital interests, by oligarchs, by people like Musk themselves. And that's where the left and the right diverge. It's who controls this shit. Some of the goal aspects were similar. It's why very early in this discussion we hit like science fiction stuff. I'm remembering like, okay, Heinlein at the end of the
So
day is
say
a
we
right
all.
libertarian. I'm a left libertarian, but we're both libertarians. But Heinlein being a right libertarian means I can read The Moon is a Harsh Mistress and read it from a left perspective, and it makes sense. But at the end of the day, he's still in a different position than I am. And that's where Musk is. Musk is an enemy of like real progress. But there are some tempting elements, places where we overlap. And I think you're using your brother as a way of like showing that, you know, if I'm
Well,
catching it correctly.
and I think that this is where a lot of people within the tech industry get sucked into the alt-right is where it comes to open source. Open source really quickly goes into that free speech. And I like what you were talking about. And I've said this before, and maybe this is something that I'm sure in the endless hours that we're going to have discussion, because I hope that you wanted a new friend in Erica, because wherever you go, you have a friend that I'm just going to follow you. But I've said that before of like the conservatives would actually really love leftists if they would care about human beings. But I really think that if they would value human beings, conservatives and leftists would love each other. And on the main, like, I think on the human right issues. But
Well,
Can I?
right libertarians, because they overlap with conservatives, but the there are many right libertarians that you can actually relate to. And I'll tell you from experience that through long, patient discussion, I have a lot of right libertarians, like hardcore right wing, like Rand Paul, Ron Paul, whatever fans. They've ended up left wingers just hanging out with me. And I didn't even do this shit deliberately. But we actually have some things in common, and those places give you a way to drag them over. Now, the right wingers who are also hierarchical, like the hardcore Republican MAGA types, you're probably not going to get anywhere with them. That's a whole different ball game. But the Ron Paul friends, they're batshit crazy, but they're batshit crazy you can draw to your camp, and you can actually find places of agreement with them. So it's a much more complicated area than we tend to think. So I like when we can bring that kind of crap up. You know, the sense that it's not just like you're this or you're that. There's a broad spectrum of positions you can fall on. And at some positions, some points along that spectrum, you can reach people and find common ground. And from that common ground, find a way to relate to them. And if you can find a way to relate to them, to communicate with them, to really reach each other, then you can influence each other. And I think that's useful. We should run with that. You know, I don't
Can
think
I?
we should be afraid of it.
Can I just throw something in there as a point of thought? Have you heard of the Black futurist kind of idea of water, in particular deep sea, and its connection to futurism and space and things like that?
Deep sea? I'm not
Yeah,
sure
as
what
in
you don't mean like things
underwater.
like sea land, do you?
Sorry?
You don't mean things like the sea land experience or things like that. Like let's build a libertarian paradise on like some floating artificial
No,
land.
as in there's a lot of kind of black futurist I guess, films and literature and even art that focuses on water, in particular underwater, as a space for liberation and an idea of this place where kind of the black body can exist without any well, any oppression, but also any kind of confines. Partly because it's also connected to a dreamlike state that goes back to the days of slavery and people who were thrown overboard. Um, there's
Maybe,
Atlantis, yeah, exactly, Atlantis vibes and all of
maybe.
that kind of stuff.
I have a feeling that I do, but I'm not positive. There's,
I'll see if I can
it
send you a
sounds.
link to a video.
Oh, please do. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because that sounds like it sounds like something I've encountered.
I think most of us have kind of encountered it on a part, but it's only recently that I understood how deliberate an idea it was. The only reason I mention it is because I feel like part of what Elon is talking about is almost kind of creating a version of that for people in the far right, as this idea of space and technology and all of these things as a means of being able to suspend this idea of the confines of the world that we exist in now to being literally in a completely new planet, which is possibly exclusively for people that he wants to be able to have, but also technology which excludes certain people. So even if it ends up being here on Earth, it is this aspect of, oh no, we will price people out, whether it's a Tesla or we will kind of ring fence certain people out because of the use of technology. We will create things like Parler where you can have possible free speech, and even X and how he claims that it's free speech. But then during the last 80 days, he's come out and said, if you dare say anything like, from the river to the sea, you're going to automatically lose your account. So, of course, a wave of people, including myself, tweeted that right at him. Said, go ahead and try. So,
Thank you.
yes.
I have been shadow banned since the moment he took over. I'm not even kidding. Like
Yeah.
there's websites that track that they run through it and see how it works. I can track this. I can see the change. My number of like Twitter followers was going up steadily for years, and it flatlined as soon as he got in. And you could see exactly why. He's not for free speech. He uses the terms. There's a way that far right populists tend to adopt certain language that crosses boundaries, that touches elements of the left and the right, and they do it very deliberately. There's if you don't mind a very quick analogy, it's not far off from what NSDAP was doing. I don't know if anybody knows that in the chat, but the Yahtzee movement, they used the term socialist very deliberately to draw people from the left to the right by showing there's some areas we agree on. And then if you also have these ideas or whatever, you can get sucked into this movement. There's a really tempting way that the Elon Musk type libertarian right faction, the sort of like, almost like weirdly populist capitalist version of like the right that he represents and the Trumpiest faction kind of intersect deliberately. And Musk is actually helping to radicalize people to that far right populism by giving them certain elements of the language that are left out of the Trumpian and Le Pen and whatever like other far right figure you want to get in there that don't use, because he's also a so-called futurist. There are certain areas that he can tread that people like Trump cannot, and he helps to draw people into that. So the language really matters at the end of the day, but it does draw people in. So yeah, that's a good connection to make, I think.
Gothdark, I think you wanted to add something to this. I saw that you commented it all. Gothdark? Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I was like, when you were explaining that, I was like, I was going into like a fantasy type aspect, sci-fi, and I'm thinking like a Roman Galactic Empire or something. Like, oh gosh, Warhammer.
Oh, that takes me way back.
You know what I mean?
Let's not get into
Calculator? Like,
Warhammer.
it's just
Goodness,
like,
that'll be that'll be a 2 hour diversion.
I'm like, oh my gosh, this is not good.
In a
But yeah.
way, you're not far. I mean, okay, maybe not that far, but you're not far off in the sense that yes, it is connected a lot to sci-fi because a lot of comics and music and people like oh gosh, I've forgotten his name. Sun Ra, I think his name is, the musician, ended
Sun,
up. Somebody correct me, please, Mitch. I think you were mentioning. I have an image of who I'm talking about, but the name feels odd now that I'm saying it.
Sun Ra, which it's we can talk about the
Sun Ra.
Yes,
yeah,
I think that's his
SUN
name.
space RA, yeah.
Oh God, that I don't know this. I don't know the musician at all. I know the mythological reference, but
Yeah, no, there's I believe that's his name. A lot of very kind of chaotic jazz aspect of.
oh,
Anyway,
you know, if you give me a second, there's a funny connection I can make that it occurred to me like gosh half an hour ago between I have a personal connection to cyberpunk literature. I read a lot of cyberpunk in like the 80s and 90s. So like William Gibson and crap like that. And then my ex was really into what she called sunpunk, which was a conscious refutation of the darkness of cyberpunk and arguing that there's a better future that we can aim toward. And there's a really weird way in which the kind of dystopian and utopian ideals actually line up in a certain way, but there's differences. So there's a weird kind of connection there that you can make, you know?
yeah, no, absolutely, because I think there are aspects of
Yeah,
that
solar punk.
kind of pop culture ideas that sometimes do go a little bit dark. So again, I've experienced this more from the visual arts kind of side of things rather than the music and the literature side of it. But there are aspects of the art side that do get quite dark and kind of um, looking inwards in this place of isolation that I think is quite interesting. But from a music perspective, it is often very aspirational and dreamy and so on.
Yeah, it's weird in that cyberpunk stuff can be very dark, but I think part of my personal psychology, it's never really hurt me in the same way that it would probably hurt others. So it's like it's not dark in the same way. Like the way that people gravitated towards solar punk, I didn't think it was necessary until I heard it, until I heard people expressing why this was important psychologically. Because for me, whenever I walked through like dystopian fiction, because I have read a lot of dystopian fiction, and for me, it's not depressing because it's like these are directions we can turn that are bad, and there are ways you can recognize the bad aspects and take a different course. But I recognize in the hindsight, shit, people don't recognize that. That's not normal. Like you need to approach it in a different way. That dystopian fiction can actually be very depressing because it's never depressed me personally. Like I've read a ton of it. It's never touched me at all emotionally negatively. It's always like got me thinking like, fuck, we can change this shit. We can make it better. But I totally get in hindsight from my interaction with my ex that oh man, this can be a real downer. But solar punk stuff is like about like how you can make the world a better place. And really it's a question of framing, like how you put it, like where you shape the narrative, the rhetoric. That's important.
There's there's a white South African band called, oh gosh, now why am I blanking on everything today? But they're a kind of very cyberpunk band, and kind of sing with a very heavy
Let
Afrikaans
me know.
accent.
If you think about it, let me know.
Oh yeah, I definitely will. So I got into them kind of probably about 8 years ago when I first found out about them. Really enjoyed their videos, really enjoyed their music and everything. And they were really popular. I mean, they were selling out and doing big festivals and everything. They have completely fallen out of favor because for a lot of people, they realized that the rage in the music did have connotations that were um, echoing some of the anger that a lot of people who wanted to go back to the old days of apartheid felt. Thank you, Di Atwood. That's their name. It is, yeah, Di Atwood is their name. I don't know if you've ever come across them.
I'm sorry, my eyes are shitty. So you know, it occurs to me that most of you see only my face as the big fish. So when I take off my glasses, it's gotta look weird. But here I
You
am
can't be thinking
looking
about
at the
that,
damn
Liam.
chat, and I'm like scrolling back to the chat, and my shitty eyes, and my left eye is much worse than my right. So here I am looking with this pirate fucking gaze, like yar, scrolling back, yar. There was something I saw here a minute ago. Actually, yeah, this is a really interesting chat. Somebody mentioned spelled it wrong, but the Antwort is a funny
Yeah,
ass.
well, it is spelled wrong, but if you put it in Google, they will come up.
The Antwort is a funny hip hop group. They have some really interesting videos, but
Yes.
it's a way of like getting at the confusions of like working class Afrikaans culture versus like the transformations of post apartheid culture. If you take it outside of a South African context, it wouldn't make a great deal of sense. But if you know anything about it, it like, wow, this is really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, sonically, I really enjoyed them, but after a while, I kind of just was like, oh, this feels a little bit hairy to be touching these days. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, there's some really weird shit, but again, it's a matter of where they come from. They're working class Afrikaans people. And there's some really interesting but also really fucked up aspects of the lyrically. But yeah, I find that kind of shit fascinating. So it's like two O's.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. There's some really funny videos they made. I honestly find that kind of like weird, kind of liminal hybrid cultures where you don't really fit, kind of like you've part of your culture is based upon white supremacist privilege, and part of you is based upon the kind of marginalization that comes from poverty. And like, where the fuck are you? And then you find it's this weird space, and people in the middle there, they can be pulled in either direction. They can become fucking Nazis, or they can become socialists. And it's a matter of how you talk to them that I always kind of like.
Yes.
It's also like, go ahead if you want to talk.
No. I was actually just
I just
asking
wanted
you
to
if
say
you can
like
contribute.
there's like a romanticization of like the working class, where like the working class scene is like this pure idea that we have in our heads of like them not being able to do any wrong because they're oppressed. When in reality, like the working class is a more complex, more nuanced element within, for example, society that can either become fascist, as we saw like in Germany, or they can become revolutionary, like we saw in Russia or Ukraine, as within like the anarchist movement. So I mean,
avoid romanticization, because at the end of the day, the working class can become a tool of reactionaries and can pave the way to fascism, or they can point the direction of something much, much better. So it's a much more complex issue. When people like think
when people like reify it, when people like romanticize it in a certain way, that's weird. Like because it can go in either direction. And I think one of the things I think leftists really have to get better at recognizing is that the emotional considerations of the working class can take them in different directions, and how you frame things really matters, because the same person could have gone for the Communist Party or the NSDAP. The same person, depending on how you talk to them. And if you talk to them in a way that actually laid out the socialist vision, then shit, the Yahtzees might have never happened. But if you talk to them much more effectively emotionally, the way the Yahtzees talk to them, then shit, the Yahtzees win. So this is for me, from my perspective, a lesson that the pro-Palestine crowd really needs to take to heart, is that the way you talk really affects people's emotional standing. If you can reach people on a deeper level, then you can actually steer them in the right direction and not lose them entirely.
Oh, I don't know if I entirely agree with that, because I think what has been very eye-opening for me with the pro-Palestinian movement is that I think you can manufacture consent, and we're seeing it happen so obviously right now, and not just because of propaganda and everything, but literally constraining people's kind of rights and standards of living in order to force them to make a choice that they might not have made a choice had they been in a state of being, I guess, I don't even want to say comfortable, but existence that wasn't one of jeopardy.
That's a really good correction, because because capital plays a significant part in this. The people who actually have the bully pulpit in the first place, the people who actually can talk, really matter. And the simple fact is, money directs this shit. Think about the way that somebody mentioned earlier, the way social media is censored, right? Social media, the way that all these platforms, this one included, the way, hi, you're seeing me on, as well as Twitter and Facebook and everything else, is controlled by massive multinational corporations. And at the end of the day, their views kind of predominate. So what's going to show up in the algorithm is going to fit their views much more than it's going to fit ours, or mine anyway, right? So the money, in a sense, really does manufacture consent, but we still have a choice. And this is, oh gosh, I'm sorry if this comes across as a little idealistic, because in the 21st century, when we have social media and TikTok and everything else, people have passed around samizdat, like text that you scribble things on, you pass it from person to person, messages. The Iranian Revolution happened without the internet. There was no internet, and yet a massive coalition of people came together, all saying fuck the Shah and trying to change the world. We still have an ability to organize outside of the neoliberal consensus that structures so much of our reality. Now,
I mean, absolutely. I think that a lot of people are really impressed with the numbers that the Palestinian kind of marches are happening here in London, which is, I think the last big one was 1.1 million. But then forget that the marches for the war on against the the protests that were anti-war against Iraq also reached 1 million. So
right.
there is and I mean, we're talking at a time when we didn't have social media in the same way that we have social media right now.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's not social media that makes this possible. That's that, and I hate to be one of those what's the term, Debbie Downers, like you're trying to depressed people. People want to think that
Debbie's don't like that term.
a lot of the pro Palestine crowd wants to think that we have huge numbers, that we're really changing things. I'm sorry, the numbers aren't really there. Like, we're not really, it's not a huge movement. It just seems like it because we talk to a lot of people who agree with us. The key is we have to change in some way the way that we talk to people who don't. Now, if I'm talking to somebody who already has something in common with me, I can use certain language and I can be myself and I can talk the way that I would talk because they have some way of relating to me as a human being. But if I'm going to talk to somebody who's very different, whose worldview is fundamentally different, I have to shift the way that I do that. That's how movements grow. And if we reach a critical mass, if we can reach a point where we get beyond the small numbers we have, because small numbers can't change the world, but ours are too small. If we can get them a little bit bigger, we can fucking change anything. We just have to change a little bit to broaden our coalition, to bring more people in, and then we can tear this shit down and change the direction we're going in. But as long as we focus only on the people who already think similarly, we're stuck. We're going to keep bouncing around the same kind of people who already agree. I mean, shit. I'm dating myself, but I have been politically active since the 1980s, like since the fucking Reagan era. You know, granted, I was precocious, but I was involved in a lot of issues for a long time, and I have seen, like, from my own personal experience, like, how things have played out over the long term. And so many issues that I cared a lot about never got anywhere because the groups never expanded beyond the affinity group, the people who already agree with them. Like, oh, cool, we're all hippies, we already agree with this thing. But you can't slightly broaden it to actually make the really big difference. And where significant shifts happen over time, because cultures evolve, always. It always involves, you have to slightly broaden that thing, and then you can change everything. And the people who don't agree with you, their kids will, because you change the world. Small groups of people can. I have to say, a lot of the discussions I have, like, since I have joined TikTok in the last couple of months, and people who don't know me very well, I talk about a lot of really depressing shit. I don't want to depress you because small groups of people who are committed and organized, not just committed, but also organized, can change the world. And this has happened over and over and over again. But you have to slightly shift the way you talk about things to make a large enough group of people that you can really change things. It never has to be a majority. This is a lesson that the right has always understood. This is why the Yahtzee types win over and over again. People forget that in Yahtzee Germany, it was like a third of the population. And 10 years after the Second World War, 10 years after, in 1955, opinion polls showed the same 1/3 of the population supported it. It's always a minority, but a minority can completely change the direction of a country. But it can't be 10%. 30 makes sense. 10, no. So you have to slightly shift the way you talk about things, bring more people in, you know, honey versus vinegar, draw those flies in, and then actually shift it through organization in the right direction. And we can do it. You don't have to change every mind. So for all the, and I say this just, there's only 100 people in here, but for all the people who've ever heard me, please don't think this is depressing. You know, if you don't get me in a whole semester. Like, I try to, like, bring things back to, like, a positive direction. Like, we can always say, like, this doesn't have to be this way. This is a really fucked up situation, but it doesn't have to be this way. We can be better. And if we organize, we can change.
So let me see if I can offer some optimism then, because I really think that when it comes from the Palestinian solidarity movement, or even the Palestinian cause, I think that we're there. I think that there is a level of sophistication that we're seeing right now that is maybe not being seen in the light that it should be seen. I mean, to the point I'm actually making it almost akin to the Obama campaign from a marketing perspective. And I say that because the difference between where we are now than where we were when I think it was the kind of violence in Jenin happened, and how we I think it was 2014. Am I right? 2014. There was all of a sudden people were openly speaking about Palestine, and we started seeing discussions which people were afraid to touch before. It was almost like you could say in private circles, yes, I'm pro-Palestinians, I support the Palestinian cause, and so on. And I'm talking about polite conversation, not people who had committed
Right.
activists. They would say, okay, I support, but there wouldn't be
Yeah.
much more beyond that.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, social media was awash with everybody talking about it. And it happened overnight. And we had people like Mohammed Al Kurd, I think his name is, come out, and the whole Jacob from New York, when the meme video that's went completely insane of what's it called, a settler who was in, I believe, Mohammed Al Kurd's house, and said, well, if I don't steal it, somebody else will. I don't know if you remember that at all.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. And even the
Guy
popularization
from
of
New
that
York.
meme, you know which one I'm talking about?
Yeah. Dude from New York. He was talking to the family, saying if I don't steal, somebody else will. And then she was saying like, no one's gonna steal it. You're like, yeah, they are.
Yes, exactly. That's the one.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So a meme was made of that, and then I mean, to the point where the team behind Brand Israel was going on, into kind of um, uh, like marketing newspapers and writing a lot of articles, and how much ground they had lost because suddenly there was a shift. And then I think there was a bit of a lull, but even though there was a lull in terms of what was visible, I think people got comfortable with openly saying, no, I am pro-Palestinian, and I'm not going to be
Yeah.
kind of be fearful of kind of weaponized anti-Semitism. And then now we're here today, right? You have a very sophisticated, like a Palestinian ambassador to the UK, who is doing an amazing job. I mean, his media training is unbelievable. And his counterpart, the Israeli ambassador, was Tipi Hertovelli, has been a car crash. So you're seeing these really sophisticated moves being made.
It has gotten better. I mean, if you go back into the 70s and 80s, holy shit, the Palestinian ambassadors were terrible. They put nothing into actually reaching ordinary people. They focused on like tiny minority groups, thinking that they mattered. Like there's a huge change. So you're right that things are getting better. All I guess I want is that for us not to get complacent, that we have to keep getting better because we
Yes,
are improving.
yeah, absolutely. And I think that's also a point that concerns me as well. So I think that the people who have been activists, who have been focused on this campaign, have sophisticated their campaign and have done so much to make sure we get to where we are right now, right? However, the ordinary person on the street is still in a place where they're picking up and dropping and picking up and dropping. And it's that is a bit of a concern. And I've been trying, and I hope we can bring it up in kind of future lives, about exploring things like the bus boycotts, for example, right? And how
Like
they worked, and
Selma?
how the longevity of that kind of how the details of that, because again, I'm very vague on a lot of
Took
that,
2 years,
but
I believe,
See, you mean
right?
like the US, like Selma,
yes, the
right?
US, yes.
Okay, so okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So things like that, I think, are important for people to be able to understand that this isn't something that you can just go, oh, okay, I'm just going to wait for the 2-week social media cycle and then I'm going to move on to something else. But actually embody.
Everyone likes to talk about Rosa Parks like, boom, it just happened. But holy fuck, that took months and months and months of conscious planning. It's not just like one person who showed up on a bus and refused. Like, I've seen high school textbooks, and granted, for anybody who doesn't know me well, I teach college classes, and I get high school students into my classes. And the worldview they have is something I have to work with, right? The question of like Rosa Parks showed up at a bus and refused to give up her seat, and boom, a whole thing happened. That took years of work to happen. There's a lot that goes into that. And that is something that the pro-Palestine movement could really learn from, the planning long term. The U.S. Civil Rights Movement and the earlier anti-apartheid movement in South Africa, they worked hard to get where they were. And a lot of the pro-Palestine movement has just historically, and this just for me, from my perspective as somebody who's been kind of like involved in the outskirts for a long time, is like a lot of the majority of people have sort of assumed, well, this is sort of obvious morally. Of course people will understand this. And they don't. And because they don't, you get nowhere. But the anti-apartheid struggle and the anti-Jim Crow struggle assumed people didn't share their perspectives and tried to find ways to provoke them, to get them to think. And if the pro-Palestine movement can push people in the right ways and get them to think about this, that doesn't fall into the pitfalls. And this is where, again, it's not just modern anti-Semitism, but the long-term history of Christian anti-Judaism. If we can be savvy about this and know this is a factor and work around it and plan our strategies around it, we can push people in the same way that they did. Rosa Parks did not come out of nowhere. She was a planned activist. She was put there. That was not an accident. I don't care what your fucking high school history textbook said. It's lying to you. That was planned.
So one final point, because I feel like I'm kind of dominating the conversation a little bit from the rest of the panel, but
No.
even if you look at more recent activity when it comes to civil rights, there's a group called For Freedoms, which is a part, I think it's a part art group because some of the founders were in the art world, but and they do lots of different activities. But one of the things they did during the BLM riots is take up posters and put posters everywhere to try and make sure that they confronted people's ideas at a place where people were often not confronted with questions that had anything to do with race. To the point where they took up a whole stretch of the highway. I wish I could remember where it was, but they took up a whole stretch of the highway and put poster after poster where you could not avoid it. It wasn't one of those things you can just drive by and it's like, okay, no, you're going to see all 10 posters and make sure that this question hits you. And if I remember correctly, it was one particular question that just kept getting increasingly bigger and bigger and bigger, depending on how far down the road you were. So it was, you're not avoiding this, you will ask yourself this question. I thought it was really fascinating the way they use marketing, but also using that opportunity to try and cut through the lack of representation for some of these ideas in the media, and saying, no, actually, we're going to buy our own space and we're then going to be able to be the ones in command, but we're going to put it towards people who traditionally, as you said, who you don't normally talk to, because then if you confront them, there's likely to be a shift.
There's something really important there. Just really quick, and then see if anyone else in the panel wants to share something. But the sense of, for fuck's sake, money matters. Like, it costs money to buy billboards. If I can afford to buy billboards, you have no idea what I would put on them. like But a group, an organized group that can actually save up and plan and post signs to get in people's heads. And it's oftentimes as simple as that. This is the way that okay, somebody used a term earlier today, like from like Herman and Chomsky's term, like manufacturing consent. The sense of the way that our media shapes the way we view reality, right? There's a sense in which if you can get an idea into people's heads in the first place, billboards cost money. How do you do that? How do we raise the money? And at the end of the day, it's like, the cost of a coffee a month. If you can find the right group, that has the right strategy, and you can give them $5 a month, the cost of a Starbucks coffee, they can put fucking billboards in major cities and change the way people think, because people are cruising down those fucking highways every day and they're seeing those billboards. It seems like, on the one hand, and this is one of those places where like psychology really matters. For some people, I don't know about you, but advertising doesn't mean much to me. Like, if I see an In-N-Out burger ad, I don't want a burger. I don't care. It's but for many people, if they see something consistently, it really, really fucking matters. And if you can afford to buy those billboards, and it doesn't cost as much if enough people care about them to really spread an issue. And if you shape the message well to reach a wide enough audience and you put it on a large thing that people are going to see, that can have a huge political impact in the long term.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just sorry, Mitch. They are, by the way, for the people who are asking that, they are people who are doing it. If you look at a media group called Slow Factory, they have pulled ads and also trucks with ads on them and stuff. Thanks, Mitch. Go ahead.
I would feel like that's sort of sorry, Mitch. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a couple things to say, and then I gotta get going because it's a very unhealthy hour for me in the SS United States right now. But first off, I think Liam. I mean, if you wanted to, you could probably crowdfund a billboard. I mean, I'd pitch in a few bucks for that. Like there are people in the comments expressing support. So if you have a good idea for a billboard, let's
I'm
do
not
it.
a good I can talk to groups and just suggest ideas, but I am not a good organizer.
Okay. I mean, it's a hard thing to do, as we've been over tonight. Organizing is a very, very difficult job.
You generally don't want autistic people in charge of organizing.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I want to thank you and Erica and Be Blessed and everybody else who's participated. This was a really great conversation. It's the second time I've participated, and it was just as good both times. And I just really, really appreciate what you're doing here. I will be back, whether you want me to be or not. You don't have to let me up. You can talk to Erica and Be Blessed about that. But I'll be back to listen at the very least. And and just the last thing. Oh, and it was Be Blessed who brought up manufacturing consent. She used that. You weren't sure who. Sorry,
Edward,
what?
It's
Chomsky
Edward,
and his co-author, whose name I shamefully can't remember now. Something Herman or Herman something. That sounds right.
Edward Herman.
I'll put it in the chat in a minute.
Also, speaking of Stallman, just to call all the way back to that, I gotta wait for Liam because this is specifically for him.
Okay, and then I'm gonna say my adieus.
Liam, just make sure you don't we don't catch you eating your toe schmutz on camera, the way Stallman did. I mean, that was It was not a good image for him. It was not good from a PR perspective. So,
Did you say Stallman and Toes? What?
Stallman Toschmutz. Are you familiar with this event?
I didn't see it.
Well, that's something for you to look up on YouTube if you're interested. Oh yeah, that's it. That's the one. And it has Edward. What's the last name? It's mirrored, so it's hard to read.
Herman.
Edward Herman. Yeah, it has his name first.
Herman's first.
He gets a short shrift, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's funny. Everyone talks about Chomsky afterwards, but it's mostly his work. But,
all right. Well, have a good night. I'm sure I'll see
y'all
all around.
If you're thinking about Solomon like picking his toenails, like really like.
No, I mean on camera, him like picking something from between his toes and eating it. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Erica.
Yeah, we're thinking
this is an important moment in Stallman lore.
Okay, for anybody who knows RMS, okay, this is probably like 1% of people who can watch this shit. So probably only you. But for RMS is a fucking weirdo. But like literally eating chunks of his own skin. Like as he's talking without thinking about it. Okay, I will tell you, I am an autistic nutcase, but I understand most of the world is not like me. So this is something that
set that as a boundary. Don't let that happen on camera. You know, if you got to eat your toastnuts when
I try to pay attention slightly to what people see of how weird.
Yeah, you said earlier Stallman was basically you, except there were differences or whatever.
Except that I care. Like
yes, okay. That's an important distinction.
To understand where people are coming from. Everyone is different. We all have different experiences, different things that shape our reality. And the problem with a lot of this is people. Okay, so my peeps in the crowd, a lot of autistic people in the crowd, we tend to think that the whole world is wrong, that it's fucked up, there's something wrong with you, and we just proceed the way we think. But everyone thinks a little bit differently. There's a broad spectrum of perspectives, and if you can think a little bit like other people and try to shape your rhetoric such that you can reach other people, it's much more effective. This is something that RMS has always failed at. Oh my God, he is so bad.
We know that you're a highly effective professor, Liam, is because you brought it back.
For free software. I have been with free software since the 1980s, and every single time RMS speaks, I'm like, oh my God, are you on my fucking side? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, he said some problematic.
Our perspective, philosophically, like in terms of the basic perspective he's outlining, I love what he's saying, but he says it in such a way that it's going to turn off so many people that you lose them, that you can't actually make real change in the world. That's my problem with RMS.
Yeah, I think he said some weird stuff as well. I mean, yeah, I mean, I can't associate myself too positively with Stallman. He's a little bit, so,
Yeah, it's hard because it's the same kind of thing you run into with like your Bobby. Oh guys, I'm slurring a little. Like Bobby Fischer's the world. Bobby Fischer falls into some weird ass far right bullshit, but he is insane. But
perspective wise, where he's coming from, why he ended up there in the first place. Like there's a way in which I can relate to him. It's like I love RMS and I hate him at exactly the same time. Like at exactly the same time. He is fucked and he's beautiful at
Yeah,
exactly the same time.
that rings true. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go to bed. But thank you again
Yeah.
so much, and I hope to, join future conversations as well.
Yeah,
Good
it's
night,
a
Mitch.
really, really niche issue, but if anybody wants to discuss like the free software movement or oh gosh, I almost said BDS, like Palestine, like BSD, like the Berkeley or free software movement, open source, so called, like Linux. I swear I have been using Linux on my desktop since 1990 fucking 5. It's not new, but it's new to most people. And the single biggest problem that Linux had, the free software has had, is rhetorical. It's honestly, if you think about it, set it aside, it's the same fucking issue that Free Palestine has. It's the way we talk about it. If we talked about free software in a way that reached more people, then who the fuck would use Microsoft or Apple? Why are they doing it? Why are you giving extra $100 at a pop to Apple or Microsoft for nothing that the community could do it on their own? But we don't talk about it well. And then you end up with people like RMS who are zealots. RMS is kind of like the H group of the free software movement, where you kind of like take a hardcore position and express it in ways that are off-footing to almost everybody. And yet, people like me who don't give a shit about that stuff are perfectly happy to use it. Decade after decade. I didn't use Windows, sorry. Windows 95, 98, 2000, all that shit. I did not use Microsoft. I did not use OS 10 or everything, all the OS 10.1, 10.2, 10.3. It's not my thing. I'm perfectly happy. I've done all the same things. I've sent my resume to everybody. I've done all the same shit that everyone has done. But we don't think it's possible. And the problem is we get caught in these weird ideological fights. Like it has to be all or nothing. Like no one can be out. You're either with RMS or not. And some of us just want to fucking use a computer.
It didn't surprise me when you said Linux. I'm gonna go to sleep. Um, there's a couple I'll say just on a closing
Whoa,
note. I
it's
know
late.
it's very late. So
So
metacognition,
20?
metacognition is I love like
That's late,
knowing
babe.
each other, knowing our thought process. And I'm so interested in other people's thought process. So that's one of the things I talk about is I'm very interested in metacognition. And then I made a note about just on a optimistic note to end on. I believe it's the Dalai Lama. I believe that's what he said was if you feel like you can't make a difference, try spending the night in a tent with a mosquito. So
Yeah,
I will
yeah.
leave leave on that note, and everybody sleep well and Happy New Year. I'm so happy to spend New Year's with
Oh,
y'all, and I'll see you on the flip side.
this is such an interesting way to spend the New Year's.
It's so weird. This
I'm
thing out here is so weird and wonderful. So
again, I'm new to this.
nice.
So the whole
Likewise.
like spending my New Year talking to my fucking phone. And
Yeah,
yet
it's
there's people there. There's what is it, 90 people?
yeah,
So yeah, it's
yeah,
fascinating. I love it.
yeah. I'll let Be Blessed and all y'all close it out. But thank you so much. Good night.
Yeah.
Thanks, Erica. Good
So
night.
Happy New
thank
Year's.
thank you. Thank you so much.
Goth Dark, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
I think the last question and word should go to you.
Oh, it's very late.
Well, I just want to tell everybody Happy New Year and stuff like that. You know, hopefully the new year brings better things than this last year.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Please,
hopefully
please.
things don't go into utter chaos in the United States. Let's hope for that.
It can't get much worse.
Yeah, well, the thing I've been seeing, you know, the Colorado, Maine, and I think it's Michigan. They're, they're doing their thing, and I have this weird, sneaky suspicion that Republicans are going to be like, "Oh yeah, you can do that to Trump. Well, we're going to do it to Biden," and they're petty enough to do it, you know, because their base will feed into it. They're like, "Yeah," and they'll just, oh, worst case scenario, of course, but you know, yeah, just. Whew. Yep. But yeah. All right. Well, I'll let you guys go. Everything. Thanks for the awesome panel. It was great. I'll hit you on those DM about the games you play and stuff. I'm curious now. Yeah.
Me?
Yeah, you said you play some video games. I'm like, I wonder what he plays.
Oh,
Is he
God.
playing on Linux?
Let's see, guys. There's 90 people left. Obviously, it has to be on Steam because
Okay. Yes. Okay.
how else could I play video games? But
What?
some of them I've stuck with for a while. Okay. God. I'm worried about saying this because it's so geeky. Like Crusader Kings 2.
Oh
like
yeah, I own the third one.
Paradox. Now the third one is interesting. Now, granted, my computer's old, so CK3 hard, but I have written mods for it to take it way back into antiquity to give you all kinds of like older civilizations, and I have a hard. It's interesting. Sorry, it's interesting to see like whether cultures can survive or religions can survive over long periods of time, given the structures of the game. So yeah, Paradox games are interesting.
Have you ever played the Total War series or anything like that?
Yeah, I can't with Total War because it's Microsoft. And it's hard to get them to work. It's the same thing like for a number of years I played World of Warcraft. But Warcraft on Linux is a pain in the ass. Every single time they update anything, it breaks. And you have to start all over again.
Oh no, I don't mean like World of Warcraft, like Total War, like Rome,
but
Empire.
it's a matter of like writing games specifically for Microsoft, and Total War writes for Microsoft.
Oh really? Okay, I see what you're saying. See, I didn't know
Total
that.
War is not for Linux. So Paradox is nice, at least in that they release things for Steam. So I'm not Microsoft, I'm not Apple, but I can still run it.
Got it. Okay, I understand what you're saying now.
Total War, it's so hard to make it work. Like if I get it working, oh yeah, this is great, and then the next update comes along, boom, it stops working completely, and I have to start over again.
Oh man, that sucks.
You know, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
So because I've loved it, I've seen so many memes and discussions of like Total War Rome,
Like I
Mm-hmm.
want to
Oh
play,
yeah.
can't. I fucking can't. But so the best that I've been able to do is like kind of like write my own mods to like tweak the Paradox games to be like a little bit like that. But I can't play Total War. Sorry.
Yeah, that's too bad. They're really great.
Yeah. But they're written for they're
Yeah,
for
yeah.
stuff.
But Crusaders Kings is really good too, though.
Yeah, it's the best I can do. But you know, any truly like native Apple or Microsoft software, I'm fucked.
Oh
Because for like 30 years I've been on like Unix and
yeah. So
Linux.
you have only so many certain packages.
So
Yep.
whatever I can do, I absolutely refuse to do. I won't do the whole dual booting. Sorry, dual booting.
Yep,
crap
I
with
understand you. Yeah.
because I don't want to buy like I don't want to pay for Microsoft. I don't want to pirate it, but I also don't want to pay for like a Windows. What are they on? 11.
11. They're going on 12. I
Yeah,
think next year and a
yeah.
half or two.
I'm not gonna buy an 11 license.
Yeah, I understand that. Well, there's a lot of really cheap keys out there now. You know.
No, yeah, that used to work much better than it does now.
Yeah.
With the way things work in the cloud, it's a lot harder. I don't want the NSA watching my computer.
Oh, I got you. I understand.
So, yeah, like Bill Gates can like lick my asshole. You know, if it works on Linux, I'm with you.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I could not tell you how many things like wow, I'm so as far as I'm not good at it, but Discord at least works on Linux.
Yeah, Discord's pretty fun at times. With
Anything that works on Linux, I'm with you. But if it doesn't work with free, okay. So as a person, RMS is a lunatic, but philosophically, I'm not far off from him. So if it works on Linux, I'm with you. If it doesn't work on Linux, sorry, there's not much I can do because I have no access to Windows or Mac. I just don't. Every time I buy a computer, I erase it and I install Linux because there's a philosophical problem. Because the idea of paying some fucking corporation just for the privilege of pressing the power button.
Yeah, I get you.
Sorry, it's a weird principle issue for me, and
Yeah, I
I'm
understand
losing everybody in the chat. But hey, we're at the end anyway.
But okay, well, I'll drop off, or Be Blessed drop me off so it doesn't hurt the live.
There's some comments though. There's some people saying we should chat.
Well, no, he's mentioning somebody we dare not mention over here, because he's really not a character anybody should spend any time with. So there's a dark side of TikTok lives which you might not know about.
I don't.
But there's a group of pro-Israelis that I don't even want to call them pro-Israelis. I'm just going to call them what they are, which is grifters, that are just awful. This gentleman called Hebrew Hammer is one of the names.
Oh, I have heard that name repeatedly. I looked for him and couldn't find him.
Yeah, so him and, well, you would know him because he is, he sometimes hosts with Moderate Democrat, I think his name was, or Older Millennial.
Oh, yeah, him I know.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some cute comments saying it like, "Am I under the weather?"
I thought they were talking about the gaming, but they said, "Oh no, it just sounded like you might have possibly had a cold."
No, this is probably about as high as I get. So this is me impaired or inebriated. Whatever you want to use. But yeah.
Actually, before I forget,
I am slightly off from where I should be. and noticeably so.
There's a gentleman called Smitty who does lives. So he
Yeah,
does regular lives, which is often
exactly.
debate lives and everything.
It's
But
yeah,
on
just
Saturdays he does one called Litty Smitty. So yeah, he gets a drink and just chit chats. So
yep.
we do see him kind of getting a little bit loose, and
This
the
is
chat tends to be quite fun.
this is new for me. I it's rare that I drink, and it takes rather a lot to have any really like a noticeable effect. You're noticing something? Great. Cool. It takes a bit to do that. So yeah, sorry, that's it. It's as simple as that.
So yeah, I
It's the
think
apple
it's
juice.
getting quite late,
It's
but there's two people.
chocolate.
Maybe that we can get them to do one question each and then wrap up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's wind
Okay.
let's wind down.
Pyman, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
I have a question for Be Blessed.
For me?
Yes, for
Well,
you.
that's unusual. Okay.
Are you pro-Palestinian or pro-Israel?
Oh, how dare you? How dare
Really?
you?
Come on. Come on.
100% 10 toes down pro-Palestinian.
Yeah, come on.
Okay. Hey.
Oh,
I just
no offense. No offense. But still,
I
sorry.
would. I like that you could say it every second of the day, and I wouldn't blame you. Yeah. So, anyways, I was just asking because we were not clear about it, but that's good to hear. That's my question, by the way. Thank you so much.
Do you know how many hours I spend on panels, like arguing points?
I did the same thing like what 2 days ago. Somebody said I was far right. Like
Well, it's Pyman,
It
so
was
I think
me.
he's
I'm
keen on asking controversial
I'm like
questions.
I'm like what?
Hey,
Are you
hey,
kidding me?
I will ask these questions no matter what, okay?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh yeah.
And it's good to hear from you guys. Good to hear from you guys.
Well, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, my brothers and my sisters.
Did you have another question, or can I throw to Layman?
No, that was my only question. Thank
Just
you so
one.
much for
Cool.
clarifying that. Thank you so much.
No problem. Layman, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Cool. I was gonna ask your take on the conflict in like with the Palestinians, like out there, like the Sikhs and Punjabis,
The what?
like the people in Punjab, the Sikhs in Khalistan, the idea of making a sovereign nation of Khalistan.
Shit. Okay, so honestly, anything related to the Punjab conflict probably deserves more time than we can give to it now, because the
Not
fight
conflict. It's a
over
Sikh conflict.
just okay. So bring in like the Sikh conflict, and then the whole question of Kashmir and how there were competing claims to it at independence. Holy shit! Thank you. You're the first person to ever bring that up.
Because they're reviving the idea of a sovereign nation. Like supposedly there's someone who's like a copy and paste of the last person who did it, but you know what happened.
Since okay, it's shocking to think we're in what 2024. Holy crap! It's New Year's 2024. 1947, Kashmir was split between India and Pakistan, and we are still stuck with this bullshit with Punjabis on either side of it, and two nuclear armed states facing each other over what? Okay, so this is Layman, is it?
Yep.
Oh, my eyes are shit. Okay, we should talk about this. Like, we should really dive into this, the impact of British colonialism and Pakistani ideologies and Indian ideologies, and because honestly, if you think about it, the perspective difference
between the two sides is not that different from the perspective difference between Israelis and Palestinians. If you can understand the way that Indians and Pakistanis viewed the same conflict here in Kashmir, we could probably wrap our brains around the Palestine issue and maybe make progress. So bringing these two conflicts together is brilliant.
Agreed. Like Operation, what was it, Blue Star and Operation Searchlight are both like extremely analogous to.
Yeah, for sure. We should spend a whole time on this. Okay, be blessed. So, can you? You're good at keeping track of this shit.
Yeah,
Can you put
yeah,
a day for this?
yeah. No, absolutely.
A day we can talk about? Because I would love to dive into like South Asian colonialism, plus the progress to independence and how it has affected the two, well, technically three, independent states, and how this has played out since then. Because if we can, because we could do it analogically, like how the way things have played out in South Asia are so ungodly similar to what's happened in Palestine. If
Dude,
pro-Palestine people could really draw some lessons, like don't do this, do this, you know.
So, Professor, would you say that the situation in Pakistan versus its neighbors, it's the same as Israel and its neighbors? So, meaning that Pakistan is acting like Israel in that situation. In that situation,
with
I'm not sure.
Bangladesh. So sorry,
No,
sorry.
no, I'm not trying to say that. Honestly, in some ways, Israel is a little bit more like Israel because it's
Israel is more like Israel.
Israel and India are the more powerful states, and granted, Pakistan and India both have powerful nationalist movements.
Yes.
India is by far the more powerful state between them. And there's many ways in which the BJP in India is a lot more like the Likud. And you've seen this in sorry, I'm slurring a bit. Indian politics has shifted because over decades they used to support the Palestinians, but increasingly support the Israelis. And the BJP supports Israel. And it's the nationalist element of it. Now, granted, Pakistan has some elements of that nationalist element, but is the weaker side in this particular dynamic. So even though philosophically there are some places where it's like the Israelis, in terms of the structural conditions, it's a lot more like the Palestinians. So it's a complicated dynamic. Sorry.
So you would say that there are some similarities.
There are similarities, but there are similarities on both sides of it, and it makes it a little bit more nuanced. Which is why I said we should spend a day talking about South Asia, because I think that if you're going to talk about how the pro-Palestine movement can really improve itself, drawing some lessons from the back and forth between South Asia over the last half century, wow, there's a lot we could learn from that.
You know what? I respect you a lot for connecting those and comparing those and actually understanding that. I really respect you for that.
Thanks. I mean, this is one of the funny ways where I'm both working class and bougie. At least I'm lucky in that my profession is reading for a living. So I get to touch on things that are outside like a specific emotional interest. I get to read widely.
So you would say that Pakistan is a like an occupation type of state. Like
well, honestly, in both cases, in both India and Pakistan, they're both places where mentally and economically they're both colonized. They're both taken in ways that fucked up the way that they would think normally. And this is the same situation we have in Israel Palestine because the Palestinians and the Israelis have both taken in tons of outside influences as well as their own nationalist interest. And they're both heading off in different directions. And if we can understand what's happening there, and this is useful to anybody who still has put up with me, holy shit, it is almost 3 a.m. It's like 2:40. Okay,
Absolutely, absolutely. So,
so
do you
let me be
know?
clear
Do
here.
you
Hold
know?
on, hold on, Simon.
South
One second,
Asia,
one second.
super, super important for Americans and for Europeans to really understand this is two nuclear armed states that honestly, in cultural terms, have everything in common and yet are willing to unalive everybody on the ground. If you want to understand Israel
Exactly,
Palestine,
exactly, exactly.
Israel
So, do
Palestine
you understand? Do
culturally
you
they have
understand
Hold
that
on,
so
hold
there
on,
is a
much in
Simon.
common.
genocide? There's a
Simon,
genocide
Yes,
hold
going
on,
on,
hold on.
there's a genocide going on in Pakistan right now. With there's a genocide going on in Pakistan regarding the Pashtun tribes.
oh, pushing people to Afghanistan. Oh, okay. That gets it much more complicated because it
So no,
forces us to
we're
think like,
still talking about Pakistan, but
well,
what I'm
but the
trying to say
Pashtun population
is that
pushing
there's a
Hold
Afghan
on,
genocide going
populations
Simon.
on
into
there.
Afghanistan. Is that what you mean?
There's a genocide going on in that region that Pakistan has the disputed territory in.
Oh,
There's a
okay.
genocide
Yes.
going on, and I don't know if you know about this,
Yeah.
but there is a genocide going on in that disputed territory between Pakistan and Afghanistan on that
Right.
border,
Right.
where
Exactly.
there is tribal, there's villagers and there's tribal
Right.
leaders and all that, the whole
The
Taliban and the whole
right.
Pashtun thing.
The so-called tribal areas of Pakistan are like the southern areas of Afghanistan. Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah.
this is where European colonizers are taking their fucking crap in here. I know I
And I
had one here.
respect you
A
for
Sharpie.
talking about
Take
this.
a Sharpie and draw along a map. Boop, 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 boop. Here's the lines. But people live on the other side of that. So there's a lot of long-term complications between the two countries. And they're showing up today in a way that they never did before because of the imperial consequences of the American intervention, the Soviet intervention, everything else. So, yeah, honestly, that's another one. Be blessed if we want to talk deeply about South Asia, and because this is a weird one where a lot of people try to put. It's weird. Somehow people put Pakistan in the Middle East. What the fuck? No, it's South Asia. The South Asia and Central Asia are the
Central Asia, yeah, Central
yeah.
Asia.
That's what we have to talk about between Pakistan and Afghanistan. That region there, and if we look a little bit more at how that gets complicated and
Do you
places
know about
where
the genocide that's going on in Africa?
yes, yes, oh, wait, what?
There's a genocide that's also so the genocide in Pakistan and Afghanistan. There's a genocide in Africa. There's a
Yes,
genocide in
well,
Palestine.
more than one. But if you're thinking about the one like the Eastern Congo region, Congo, Rwanda, that's sort of area.
Yeah. Okay. There's multiple genocides going on.
There
Well, I
are
don't know about multiple genocides in
well,
Africa, but I
there
would
are
say
like
that
so like in
there.
Sudan, in Sudan, in Eastern Congo, in like Nigeria. It depends
Yeah.
on what. If you really look at
Very
the UN
complicated.
definition of genocide, like what it means, like the cultural aspects of it, holy shit,
Yeah, man.
sub-Saharan Africa
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
fucked.
Yeah,
But again,
man.
it's the same basic issue. Like the borders that Europeans drew, and then as soon as you get nationalists thinking these borders are something we have to fight and unalive people for,
Hmm.
they oh wow. So yeah, for be blessed if we can talk about South Asia for a day, I would maybe if we can find a panel of people who are
Yeah,
really
Yeah,
no, I see
absolutely.
there's a few
I'll
people.
come up for that.
Simon, give me one
yeah.
second. Would you mind muting, please? Just
Yeah,
give
I
me
will
one second,
mute.
Simon.
I will mute.
Thank you.
If there's a few
Yeah, I
people in
think a
the
few
chat
people.
room.
So Layman, you mentioned, and also Ryan wanted to jump in on it. So yeah, I think a few people, and I can also think of a few other people that I know from other
Yeah.
panels that would love to participate.
Let's build a larger discussion here because I would love to have discussion of South Asia because if we can better understand South Asia, we can apply lessons from that to Palestine.
Yeah. Perfect.
So
Okay. I'll let Layman and then Ryan have the last word. So go ahead, Layman.
can I run the
Yeah,
loop
yeah,
with
yeah.
Sure.
Sure.
Layman?
So I'll mention it to them, and then we'll just come back to do final comments and stuff. Yeah. So Layman and Ryan, if you can send me a DM, I'll be able to make sure that I let you know when it's coming up. Then we can just maybe arrange some points of discussion, and anybody else you think who'd be good for having the discussion on or being on the panel for it.
All right. No mansplaining. You gotta follow me back, Bless. You follow me on my other account, but not this one.
Okay. Well, which other account?
I have two. One of my PFPs has red in it, and then this one. There's this one.
Fair enough. Okay. Cool. Ryan, you wanted to.
I was just gonna say, like, there's three conflicts that happen in Southeast Asia. That would be there's Blue Star, Operation Blue Star, Operation Searchlight, and then there's the Tamil Tigers. Those
Oh God, yeah.
Those are perfect analogies. The history of those people also can go on, like those discussions can last for a while, and they're also just extremely analogous, like perfectly analogous to the issue for the most part.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I think there's also been a few people that have been interested in having the discussion about South Africa, but timing is not always the best because of the huge time difference between them and the US. So yeah.
Was that Layman?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so the Tigers issue. Holy shit! Thank you. No one talks about Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
Like the whole Ceylon, Sri Lanka, whatever. The whole Tigers issue. If you, oh, wow. Okay, everyone wants this. This occurs to me a lot when people talk about. Okay, I'm still stuck on like what TikTok can support, like the S word, like unaliving yourself. Can I say that? The word for unaliving
self
yourself.
unaliving.
No, you should just say unalive.
So people who unalive themselves in order to hurt other people. The Tigers did that shit. And everyone wants to say that Muslims do that. Like it's something in Islam. Like these are fucking Hindus doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Like if Hindus can do this, clearly it's not a Muslim thing. It's a kind of unconventional warfare. You know, I mean, Buddhists do it, Hindus do it, Muslims do it, Jews do it. It's a much broader conflict. But if we can, that's another fascinating discussion. If we can bring in the whole, like, Ceylon, Sri Lanka, like the Tigers fight, the discussion, if we can connect the fight inside Sri Lanka to the fight in Palestine, no one talks about this shit in real depth.
Yeah.
In a way, when somebody drops a missile, that is a suicide vest. That is a suicide. What is that called? That person that runs into a building and then just blows himself up. A missile is just the same thing. They just are doing it on a more fundamental, poor level. So
yeah.
So
weapons,
so what it
as
is,
like
what it
Rob,
is they're doing the
as like
same
Scott
thing.
says,
Diamond, hold
weapons
on.
of the week. You know, weapons of the week. You know, like people who can't afford a massive military industrial complex, they find ways to fight back.
Yes, sir.
So, James C. Scott, really, really influential thinker for me. So yeah, it's exactly the same thing. I mean, in terms of the impact on ordinary people, the impact is exactly the same. Whether somebody's wearing an S vest or a missile hits the cafe, the effect is exactly the same thing.
Yep.
Right?
Oh, and also, sorry, you mind if I? Sri Lanka has made it illegal to mention the G side of the Tamils, right? So it's also, I find that to be very analogous with the way U.S. has condemned criticism of the state of Israel as in being inherently a criticism of Judaism.
Right. Well, Nakba, the fight between the two groups in Sri Lanka is about the way we discuss the difference between the creation of the state of Israel and the Nakba. Because as soon as you start talking about more about the Nakba, then it seems like you're delegitimizing Jews, and that's a whole different issue. So, yeah, if we can find a way to connect these issues, this is productive.
Yeah, I think so. Cool. Ryan.
Yes. Well, first of all, Professor, Happy New Year.
It's 2024.
Yes, it is. I just wanted to ask. I guess Be Blessed said that I've been invited to do so, but I just wanted to ask if I could be a part of the dialogue regarding South Asia and Pakistan and India, because I believe I mentioned this to you a few weeks ago. Actually, I asked you a question that was similar to what Layman had asked regarding the British Raj, and had that never happened, what would relations between Hindus and Muslims be like there? But yeah, I would just like to be part of the panel. I lived in Karachi, and the stuff that I witnessed there, the poverty, the devastation, and still the indelible lasting impact of the British Raj, the colonialism. It really did a number on my head. And coming back, the stuff that I saw.
Please, from my perspective, at least, please, because if we can draw enough people in with real experience in the South Asian situation, but also care a little bit about the Israel-Palestine situation, we can find a way to draw lessons between the two of them. Because from my perspective as an outsider both, but as somebody who cares about both, I have found interesting similarities. I would love to draw in people who have direct physical experience. You're from Karachi? Great. Please. So yes, go on the list. Let's talk about this.
Okay. Yeah. That's all I had to ask.
Yeah, I think
remember to
there's a
DM me,
lot we can
Ryan.
draw from this.
Okay.
And not just the Sri Lanka issue, and not just the division between India and Pakistan, but also the fight between the two Pakistans. There are so many interesting parallels we can draw in if we think about the competing nationalisms that could help us to, kind of like get past some of the really fucked up aspects of the Israel-Palestine conflict. So I would relish that. And if we can draw in people that have real direct experience in it, and I can kind of like, I guess, as kind of like the neutral moderator, kind of like historian kind of thing. But if we can bring people in that are really have been affected by this, if we can bring more people in that have different perspectives on India and Pakistan and Sri Lanka, maybe we can draw certain lessons out of that we can then apply directly to the pro-Palestine conflict.
So do you understand that Pakistan was created the same time that Israel was created?
Yeah. Well,
About the same time.
A half a year apart, but yes, exactly. Again, as somebody who both personally and professionally studied the British Empire, yes. So for me, this has always made sense that there are similarities in the whole colonial aspect of it, but we tend to leave out the decolonization aspect and the Cold War aspect. in both of these cases. And the Cold War, oh, pardon me, oh, gosh, it is definitely 2024. And the decolonization aspect have a huge impact on both cases. One weird thing about the Israel-Palestine conflict that everyone leaves out is that the far Israeli right thought of themselves as fighting an anti-colonial fight against the British. Honestly, it had nothing to do with the Palestinians from their perspective. They were fighting the British in order to achieve independence. Like, perspective matters. If we can try to understand where people are coming from and how it fits into that period, that time period in the 1940s, it might help us to kind of like find a way to reach people in the right way, if that makes sense. I don't know.
So in a way, you're trying to justify what Israel is doing.
No. I'm trying to.
Hold on,
There's a
Pyman.
difference between
Hold
justification
on.
and explanation. There's a huge difference between justification and explanation. The way that the Israeli right thought, we can try to understand, but it doesn't justify it. There's a huge gulf between it.
You're saying that Palestine didn't have any control over itself, and that Israel was only fighting against the
From
British,
their
the British,
perspective,
the
from
British,
the
and
perspective of the
so
Hold
there's.
on,
Israeli
Pyman.
right.
You have to listen.
Yeah.
I am listening, but at the same time, I just want to make my point. Just reflecting on what you said, you're saying that Israel is fighting the British for colonization of that land because
From the perspective of the Israeli right, they were fighting the British so they could fight the Palestinians on their own. So it's a matter of trying to understand where people are coming from in their own heads. I'm not trying to talk about it in terms of value judgments or where we would stand, but from where they stood, they were fighting an anti-colonial struggle. And then they would fight the indigenous population.
Well, didn't
So
the British?
it's a more
Hold on,
complicated
Pyman.
issue
1 second.
from their perspective. And if we can try to if we can wrap our heads around that shit, then it's easier to try and find a way rhetorically to address the people that they have influenced in the subsequent decades. Because the Israeli right who fought the British are the same people, literally.
They never fought the
in the
British.
chat here,
Again,
like
hold on,
like
Pyman.
They never fought the British.
the
Hold
Lehi
on,
movement,
Pyman.
like Lehi / Stern Gang, the far right of the right, so the right and the far right within the Mandate period in Palestine, they actually are the ideological ancestors of the Likud. The current ruling party of Israel has its origins in a far right movement in the Mandate period. And if you can understand why they are thinking the way they are, then you can
Zionism.
the language that can reach the people that they have influenced, not them themselves, because again, fuck them. But the people that they have influenced, if you can understand the way they shape their arguments, we can counter those arguments to help people not to fall into those traps. Because the far right, and I don't mean the right wing, I mean the far right of Israel, has dominated the discussion in the US and in Europe for decades.
The far right,
Hold on, Pyman. Hold
nationalistic,
on, Pyman.
racist,
Pyman.
Zionists.
He's fine. He's fine. I'm done.
Oh no, it's just I want to make sure that he understands that there's also a time limit as well, because we shouldn't be having the conversation right now.
Yeah,
because it is quite late. So I want to make sure that
I understand. I just want to reply back to what he said.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so your stance is what you just said. Just to summarize, is that the Israelis had to politically gain power from the British. They had to.
No. I'm saying from the perspective of people who did that shit, not from mine. That's a whole different ballgame. So, and the trick here is, if people who are the ideological descendants of people in the Irgun and Stern Gang have actually affected the public opinion in Europe and the US, then it helps us to understand why they were thinking the way that they did in the 30s, and then try to like flip that shit around. So it's not a matter of like saying or trying to relate in a sense to where they were, but try to understand where they were, to really feel why they thought they were fighting. Because from the perspective of the Irgun, they were fighting an anti-colonial struggle. And in that way, it's quite analogous to the South Asian struggle. But in in like
anti-colonial struggle, okay.
because they're also a colonial movement. And that's where it gets complicated, because the Irgun are descendants of themselves, a colonial movement, who are then fighting an anti-colonial struggle. So it gets really, really, I'm sorry, I'm probably not being very clear right now, but it's really, really fucking confused. But if we can try to understand the perspective of the people who were involved in their fight, because if you look at their writings, and I have read what they're saying in the 30s and 40s, they thought of themselves as anti-colonial fighters in the same way. And I've also read people in Pakistan.
You know what? Of course, somebody that's going to be
it's this that I'm talking about.
Of course, they're going to be trying to act like the victim. They're going to try to justify themselves.
No, again,
they're going to
Hyman,
try
you need
to
to listen.
justify themselves.
No,
So
Hyman.
how are you going to
hold on,
say that, man?
Hyman.
It's not about acting. That's what I'm trying to say.
Bear with me, please, Liam, because I
fall
think
in different places.
Okay,
so
I think I understand where Hyman, I think you need to understand there's a difference between somebody giving you historical context and somebody giving you their opinion.
No, I understand. I'm not attacking him. I'm asking.
No, I know you're not attacking him, but
I'm asking him.
It's how you frame. Hold on.
Okay.
It's how you are having the discussion.
Yeah, I understand.
You need to receive the information that Liam is giving first, digest it before you respond, because you need to because what's happening is that you're reacting to it as if it is opinion rather than trying to understand the historical context.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay, cool.
Okay, cool. All I'm trying to say is like it's not my view.
I understand what you're saying.
What people said. So it's if we can grasp the way they thought and then apply some of those lessons, it can help us to understand and apply it analogically to a completely different conflict. Now that's where it gets really, really complicated, and why I said we probably need a whole day, and this again for people, like we can organize a day where we talk about South Asia. Because if we can really take a deep dive into South Asian conflict, we can try to take some of the lessons from that and say, where can these ideas apply to this situation? Because it's a matter of trying to understand where people came from. I do not agree with anything. I can tell you in great depth what like Jabotinsky's faction thought, the revisionist Zionist movement thought, the far right movement thought in the Zionist period. Before Jabotinsky died in the 30s, way like more than a decade before the creation of the state. But his movement, what they thought, matters, I think, to the current conflict if we can really wrap our heads around it. And that's all I'm trying to say. It's not a matter of like agreeing with anything they said. It's a matter of trying to understand, because it gives us a sense of like what shapes Israeli national consciousness. Because as much as the left, so-called, the labor movement, structured the early state, in the long run, the Israeli far right, the revisionist movement, is what takes us to Netanyahu. Like, so if you can go from Jabotinsky in the 1920s and 30s, you can take it all the way across 100 years to fucking Benjamin Netanyahu, and that's his ideological DNA. If we can understand why they thought the way that they did at the time, and how that has shaped, and this is a problem. I mentioned this like, oh my God, it's 3 a.m. from my time at least. If we go way back hours ago in this discussion, we brought up a little bit about like the difference between the Israeli right and left. Like Ben Gurion and Rabin are not good on these issues. their views are actually closer in many ways to the Israeli far right, not to the left. And if we can understand that perspective from like the Iron Wall thesis in 1922 all the way to 2024, if we can understand the Iron Wall thesis and how it has been reflected in every single Israeli government, Labor or anybody else, it'll help us to understand how to reach Israelis and change the situation is I guess my perspective on it. I try to bring this up in classes. Like, it doesn't matter which party's in charge, the core nationalist ideology never changes.
How would you reach an Israeli that
Okay, I
is
think I'm
a
going to have to
far
cut you off,
right
Hyman.
far
No,
right
no,
wing?
Because
let me finish the
okay,
sentence at least.
last question,
One
but you're going to
sentence.
have to mute to
I
hear the
will mute
response.
after this. I will mute after this. But how would you reach an Israeli who is a far right wing, uh, influenced person that's just grew up in that community? Someone, how would you reach that person and say, "Hey, this is," how would you justify, or how would you actually go and talk to that person and say, "Hey, this is absurd." How would you reach him? How would you
In
reach
part,
a
Okay, can
far
you?
right
Yeah,
wing person?
all right.
in
Can you
part, it
mute to
depends on the
receive the
person.
the answer?
The degree to which they're committed to the idea matters. Now, a person influenced by the idea can be completely sucked into that way of thinking. And for people like that, the simple answer is I wouldn't bother. In the same way that, like, I don't debate people that John Brown would unalive. Like, it's just not worth my time. Because on a certain level, when people have fallen so far down the rabbit hole, you can't actually get to them easily. People in their own personal network can. So family, friends, over years can make a difference if they approach it the right way. I can't. So I wouldn't. I would ignore them completely. But somebody influenced by it, if you're just saying in the broader sense of influence, that's pretty much all Israelis, because that's the media there. That's the normal political discussion.
How would
So
you penetrate
there's a
that?
ton of ways.
Uh,
There's a ton of ways to
Hyman,
reach
you're going to have to
ordinary
stay
human
muted.
beings inside Israel who have heard this shit all their lives and have been told to be terrified of Arabs and, oh, the H group wants to kill us all. Those people can still be reached. But the people who have swallowed it, who have like taken it, like swallowed it all, fuck them. You can't reach them. Their own affinity groups can reach them. Their own family can reach them. You cannot. But tons of people have heard that shit through their whole lives, but you can still get them if you understand what they have heard. It's not a matter of saying like they've been brainwashed. It's just, what have they heard? What have they already heard in their lives? And then try to at least adjust the way we approach it to account for the bullshit that they have taken in, and try to counter it in a way that reaches them personally. Most people are somewhere in between these radical poles. The people who have completely swallowed the far right Israeli view, you have no, I will tell every single person here and everyone who ever joins my lives again, you will never reach them. Leave that to their family and their friends. Because within an affinity group, within like a personal relationship, you have a chance at least of reaching somebody. But, like in a debate, in like a fucking TikTok live, you can't. It's not going to work.
Yes.
You can reach 90% of the people. 90% of people are actually still somehow in play if you touch them the right way. If you touch them the right way here and here. And it's a matter of understanding that there's a spectrum between here and here. And different people need different kind of language. And it's not about lying. It's not about changing like the truths. It's about like framing things differently. If you can reach somebody here that was influenced by the far right, you can still pull them back to your side. That's all I'm saying. I know it's like really weird gray area, but
That's very strategic.
I have pulled a bunch of people out of that shit
Yeah.
Let me respond to you as well, Pyman. I don't know if you know, there's a TikTok user called Macabaya.
No.
Okay, if you send me a DM, I'll definitely send you his profile. But both him and another TikToker called Hasmonius both are on this app and kind of do lives and quite big lives as well. I think that they get around the 700 to 1,000 something mark on a regular basis. The reason I'm suggesting them is because they have a way of discussing certain things. Both are Black Hebrew Israelites. And quite a few people who are evangelicals tend to go to their platforms. Maccabiah particularly is really interested well, not interested. He's very familiar with scripture. One particular live that he did, which is the first live that I was on him with, he had an American woman who was an evangelical and also had far right ideas and so on. So she came on and she was very clear. This is what it said, and this is why I'm supporting Israel. He said, okay, well, let's sit down and go through it. And step by step, he examined every, verse that she put forward as to why she held the beliefs that she held. And over the course of probably an hour, you could see her as he was dismantling everything that she was saying based on something she held very dear, something that she said, I believe this to be true, and whatever this tells me is where I will go. So he, instead of him saying to her, you're wrong, he actually challenged her to examine what it is that she believed in. So she would put something forward and he goes, okay, well, let's go through that. And line by line, he would go through the verses with her. And as the hour was kind of passing, it got to a point where she put through what was the final verse. And he said, okay, well, let's read it. And she's reading it and she stopped halfway through and there was dead air for probably about 30 to 40 seconds. She couldn't move because suddenly she was reading that verse for the first time with the point of view of actually trying to understand what it said to clarify her position. And she couldn't. She was completely stuck. So she left that live with more questions. And I think for the people that Liam is talking about, sometimes it's a case of creating enough doubt in the beliefs that they understand so that they can actually start looking at things without that veneer of propaganda that they have been kind of living under.
Yeah, that makes sense. God, I wish I could have been a fly on the wall in that room.
Oh, they do it quite often. So I will send you one of their lives.
Black Hebrew Israelites and wow, because again, I've encountered them both in Israel and in the
There's
the
not a lot of
antecedent
people like that.
the 3%ers and whatnot. It's like the people who are able to do that are worth their weight in gold. I'm not great at it. For me, I at least can try to be as dispassionate as possible and try to say, hey, I can see both sides here, let's talk. But I'm probably not the best person to walk somebody through emotionally through their own traumas and their own experiences and whatnot, but I understand the value of that. And I think that's more of what we need to do is help people to work through their own perspectives and change them for themselves. Because at the end of the day, and this is it's a weird lesson to leave you on for 2024, but hey, it's New Year's, so let's think about this. People don't change their minds because you had a conversation with them. People change their minds because they were willing to change their minds themselves. And the best thing we can do is help to facilitate that, to lay out, lay them some breadcrumbs they can find their own way out and unfuck their own minds. And that's, at the end of the day,
What's the best way to do that?
Science or anything else is that's it.
And I think, yeah, you're right, because I don't think that woman left that live suddenly going, oh no, I'm pro-Palestinian now. But what she did do is question things
Mm-hmm.
going forward from that point.
That's it.
However,
Yeah.
you will find that people who don't do that, and we see that daily, there are people who they will say, okay, give me the source. You give them the source. And some will be cordial and say, okay, I see your point of view. Others won't. Others will fight you and call you anti-Semitic and call you completely flawed, or, the popular one, which is, that you don't know what you're talking about, or even
Mm-hmm.
when it becomes really bad, they start using that number of, what is it, 67.4, whatever it is, which questions. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So they will use all those tactics because they don't want you to be right, because they enjoy where they are.
Right. Fuck them.
Mm.
Like,
Oh
seriously.
my god.
Do for anybody else who here, for like the 90 people left here, don't waste your time on people who are so committed to their views. But the people who are willing to hear you and have those conversations, if you can do it in the right way and leave them with questions, it's not a matter of like getting someone to agree with you right then and there. Like, not in the conversation. But if you do it in the right way, they'll chew on it for weeks or months afterwards, and they might.
Yeah, no, absolutely. However, I think there's another thing as well that people need to bear in mind. Where you have the conversation is also important. So this live and the kind of nature of this live is very different from the nature of the live that Smitty does, is very different from the live that Hasmonius and Maccabiah does, right? And understanding how each of those spaces operates, who tends to gravitate to those kind of spaces, but also who exactly you're talking to. So here in this live, we're talking to each other. I think we're genuinely having a conversation between us and the panel, which, the people in the audience are willing to kind of listen and participate in the chat and see where the conversation goes. Whereas in some of the other lives, it really is about you're talking to the audience. You're absolutely not talking to the person on the panel with you. Hold on for me. You're not having a conversation with the person on the panel with you, because
I
often it's
agree.
a got you moment. So I will find a way to make sure that I quote unquote debunk, um, and you will try and do the same thing. But it's nothing more than an act for the audience, because ultimately they're the ones who come with questions. They're the ones who will walk away with feeling like they've learned something, or feeling like that their ideas are being questioned. And often you'll find that people who are on these panels are solely targeting that audience. So if I'm on any of those panels, I'm very clear that my purpose is to make sure that I halt any misinformation, not really to kind of teach anybody, because I still have a lot of learning to do. But the information that I do have, I will make sure that I am able to provide that information so that people can then go and do their research. But more importantly, halt any further kind of hate speech, halt any further kind of misinformation, so that we're not adding to it on this particular platform.
Yeah, that's the basics of persuasion. You want to persuade someone, you want to make sure that there's no misinformation or any false statements. Um, but most people are not like they don't want to. They don't want to. They don't want to
But when you say most people, are
cooperate.
you talking about panelists or are you talking about audience?
Panelists for sure. They're not
Yeah,
cooperative at all.
no, but again, this is where it's important to understand who you're talking to. If you're having a
Right.
conversation with a hardcore Zionist who comes up and their whole purpose is to make sure that make you look stupid, or
Hmm.
even in a lot of these cases, to make sure that they don't
Hmm.
even acknowledge you. They come, they dump their propaganda, and they leave, and then go to the next panel, and then the next panel, and so on.
Hmm.
And there is a lot of them.
So would you say that it takes a certain amount of IQ, or and
Well,
also maybe they may have an agenda that they have to execute no matter what, even though it's not about IQ. So some people are just lacking IQ, and then some people are just they just have an agenda.
There
But
are people who have an agenda, but that's a little bit different from ordinary people because a lot of ordinary people act as if they do, but it's because they fell into a particular rabbit hole. Now, the distinction I would make is that some people, even if they don't have a conscious agenda, would be too difficult for you to reach. It's not worth it. That's for people in their own family group, their own
Hmm.
local group. They could reach them, but you cannot.
Yes.
But there are people you can.
Hmm.
But the people who actually have a quote unquote agenda, like they're being disingenuous, like they're going to argue this thing no matter what the facts are, they're relatively rare. Most people actually fall into a camp where they have simply they've accepted a particular reality based upon their experiences and this is their truth, but their truth can still be shifted based upon interaction with them. It's only the hardcore that you really
Hmm.
can't reach. It's a relative it's hard to detect, but there's a relatively small number of people that cannot be reached, and for them, leave them to their family. But for other people, there's still ways to do it. It just, every human being takes a slightly different tactic to touch them in a way that opens them. And if you open them, then these other ideas can come in. But if you don't do that first, if you put them on the defensive, they'll never hear you. They'll never hear all the important shit we want to say about Palestine or anything else in the world. They're going to dig in their heels and nothing will change. But if you can find the key to turn that lock and open them, and then they'll hear it. And it's hard. I
I
still,
understand what you're saying.
I've done it in this kind of context, but it's uncommon. But I'm telling you, in my own personal life, I have found that key with people. It is possible for ordinary people to do it. And I'm not good with human beings. We can do better than we are, is all I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
I don't know the best way to do it. I'm no expert on this. I can just tell you what I've run into, what I've read, what I've thought about, and what I've done. All I'm saying is I am convinced that we can do better than we're currently doing to reach people here and here so that they
Hmm.
open up and can hear this stuff.
Finding that key is the most important thing.
Yeah, it's hard. It's not it's hard work. And in very casual interactions you run into on like TikTok or Facebook or Twitter or whatever, you're probably never going to find it. So don't stress yourself out about it. Don't waste your time there. But when you have an opportunity to spend multiple interactions talking to somebody,
Can
you have
we
an
can we can we
opportunity
figure
to
out can
find
we
that.
figure out a key? Can we make a key like right now? Can we um make um can we talk about the key that would work the best? Can we that would
I'm going to put
work?
the question to you. Where are you seeing these things? I mean, like, can you name a live or content creator or a channel somewhere where you're seeing something that you feel like the
Okay,
message isn't getting through?
have you guys ever heard of Hamza the Absorber? Hu- Hamza the Absorber?
Yes.
Okay. So he is one person that needs a key to get across to people.
But he is
And
getting across to people.
the way, well,
No, but hold on.
that's the
He is
thing.
getting
We need to
across to people.
establish. We need to
So,
write that
Bibilas,
into
is he
stone.
one? Is he an ideologue? That is he one of that 10% that's stuck? Because I
No, so
don't.
he's a massive TikToker. But it's not just TikTok. He's also on
Omegle and all that stuff.
Omegle and what's the other one? Not Discord. Oh
He's
gosh, the
on
other.
all social media platforms and streaming
Yes, but I think he
platforms.
streams
He's
on
a
like 3 or
streamer.
4
Twitch or
regularly.
something?
But he has
Yeah.
a huge platform. He's
Okay.
actually very young. I think he's like 20 or something.
He's 20, yeah.
Yeah, he's 20.
Yeah,
And
so what we're saying is
hold on,
that
hold on, hold on,
he
hold on.
needs the
Hold
key.
on 1 second. Let me try and
Well,
give some context as to who this guy
all
is.
I'm
One
trying to
second.
understand is like, because some people are in that position where they themselves don't need the key. They're the people you don't need to talk to, and it's their audience that needs a key.
Well, that's the point. Yeah, that's the
That's
point
that's
I'm
what I'm
trying
trying
to.
to distinguish here.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
he, as I said, he's a massive TikToker. Omegle is really the channel he interacts with the other person. So the format is Omegle is kind of like chat rooms, is the best way, video chat rooms.
Mm-hmm.
So you encounter somebody, you don't know who you're going to encounter,
Yeah.
and they then have an opportunity to dialogue. And the second they don't want to dialogue anymore, they drop off, right?
Yeah.
So he specifically films the one where he is encountering, people in the same age group as him who are Israeli, right? So because he has done these and like early on and they went viral, he's now become an exciting figure that a lot of these kids in Israel now want to be able to encounter on Omegle,
Okay.
right? So what happens is they encounter him, and it's often with a very hard kind of front of, we're going to do X and this is our
Mm-hmm.
land and so on. But
Yeah.
he just simply asked them questions.
Every one of those kids
Hold on
are
1 second. So
far
he asked
right
them,
extremists, and they
hold on,
are
Pyman, hold
absolutely
on.
just going off on him.
Okay, I hear that, but hold on 1 second, because we also have to remember time. So please, could you stay muted? So yeah, he encountered, and they all have these very, as Pyman said, very far right ideas that they have been taught, given their age. A lot of them are just, these are things that they're just parroting, right? So they're the same age group. He uses the platform to be able to first show that how ridiculous what these kids are saying is, because for a lot of people who don't know what these kids look like, sound like, they're completely shocked. So his views go through the roof. But because his views go through the roof, it then attracts more kids from Israel wanting to participate with him. And when they do that, he's able to get not only a far, like a range, so he gets, sometimes he'll get high schoolers, sometimes he will get or college students, sometimes he'll get members of the IDF, and often it's just very funny. That format has worked so well for him that now he's able to reach them by them seeing not only how popular he is, but also his comment section. So
Recently,
now they're going to be
he had an
questioned on what it is. So, in answer to your question, Pyman, he does have the key. He's found a format to be able to cut through to a group of people that were completely sheltered from having anything they believe questioned.
No, I don't believe that he has the key. I believe he's just exposing their philosophy.
I think you're
Well,
falling for
I
the
think he
language
has a
that TikTok
key for a
uses.
specific type of people, and the key there is if I'm understanding correctly, and again I don't know the person, but if I'm understanding correctly, he has found a key that works for a specific group of Israeli youth. And if you find a different key that pulls them in a different direction, that will still work. This is one of the God, I'm sorry to anybody still in the audience. I hate to use an example like this, but okay, so think about the Yazis in the 20s and 30s in Germany, right? They came up with a language that could touch people on both the right and the left, and could draw people who might have gone for the language of the left to the right. If the left had better language, they would have been on the left. There's a section of people who are hardcore on one side and a hardcore on the other, and there's a huge chunk in between that if you touch them the right way, they end up in that place. This is the reason that NSDAP chose the word socialist for part of the name of their party. Well, got a crown. Cool. It's late in the day for that. Yay. But there's a reason they chose some of the language they did. They chose it to pull people from the left to their side. If you can get as good as they are, and you can pull people back, because most people, hey, there's a heart, are somewhere like they haven't really thought enough about this to really pick a side. They're not ideologues. You can draw them in based on the words that you use and the way that you do it. And I think that's what what she's trying to point to here is that if you can find that key, the person that you guys are, I think, talking about has found a key that pulls people to their side. If we find the counter key that works from the other side of the lock and pulls the same
Yeah.
people the other fucking direction,
Mhm.
that I think is what she's pointing to. If
So here's a funny thing. His platform is so popular that now Israeli propaganda is using exactly the same platform to try and humanize the IDF.
oh, that's
It's
fucked.
insane.
That's that the like in chronologically they're taking from him.
Yeah.
Well,
Wow.
well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
the
doesn't
whole
surprise me, but
the whole topic was for us to find out the key that would automatically switch people from thinking this pro-Israeli far-right philosophy to actually the key would be to switch him over instantly over
oh
to
yeah.
something that would be like, hey, okay, we get it. We get it that there's a genocide. We get it that there's mass massacres. We get it that there's injustice. What we're getting right now is that these people want to kill children. They want to
Yeah.
freaking they want to
It's
do this stuff.
the
What we
key is
want them to do, what we want them to do is to realize the key would be to for them to realize it's wrong.
okay,
So, okay, hold on.
okay,
Again, you have to mute to receive the answer.
I have one simple point to add into this because and this is a really really hard people thing for people to take on either side of this. There are different moralities for human beings. And I don't mean in the sense of like some people love killing, unaliving killed children, but there are different ways of approaching issues that co-evolved with us as human beings. So there's a broad spectrum in terms of like the core morality, the language that would work with us. A single conversation with somebody, if you are a person with that inherited a different approach to that morality, you're going to have a hard time applying your way of reasoning and your language to that person. But if you can figure out what are the triggers for them, what is the language that reaches them and their evolved morality, you can reach it. Because the simple fact is, and this is, I know, really hard for a lot of people to hear, there is a broad spectrum of morality. There's not a single universal morality. This is because morality is evolved. It came with us from fucking, earlier apes. Simple fact is humans are apes, but like earlier, like it's part of our lizard brain. Morality evolves with mammals. Cats have a morality. Cats are moral beings. Their morality is different from ours, but they do have a moral view. Like humans' morality is there's a spectrum along it, and if you can find where people fall along that spectrum, you can reach them. But if you talk to them in the way that it touches your morality about the mass unalivings and everything, if you use your language, it's only going to touch people that have your evolved sense of morality. But other people who fall along that spectrum at a different point, they won't hear it. They'll hear something completely different. And that's the core of the point I'm trying to say here. Is this, it's like there's different positions you can be on from being human, but if you can talk to them in their language, you can get them to accept your point of view, but not if you use
You
your
said it.
moral language.
Again, hold on, Pyman.
He just said it.
Hold on. Go ahead,
No,
finish, Liam.
that was it.
So you just said
Again, hold on. I really need you to hear what I'm trying to tell you, right? There's a difference between is that person being effective in some way to a group of people versus is he doing what I need him to do and do it right now? It sounds to me that you're asking him to literally stop the unaliving of people in Gaza, in the West Bank, right now by something he's doing, right? And I ask you to question how realistic that is for him to be able to do, given that he's a TikToker, right? So is he using his platform effectively?
How is that gonna help this conversation? What we're trying
Because
to say,
it sounds to
what
me.
the
Hold on,
the
hold on,
point the
hold on.
point that he
No,
made,
but
the
no.
point that
Again,
he
hold on.
made
You asked the
was
question. Wait for
that
the answer.
we should.
No, hold
So
on.
no,
Wait
he
for the
made a
answer.
very good point.
Hyman,
I
wait
want
for
to
the answer.
emphasize the point.
Hold on and wait for the answer. Because you're again, Absorber is a TikToker. You said, does he have the key? And we need to give him the key. And I said, he does have a key. He has a strong, loyal, in fact, very loyal
You know what? He
following.
doesn't have the clue. He
Hmm?
doesn't have the clue. He does not. He's just all he's doing is just taking reactions.
No,
That's
okay,
it.
hold on. Does he have, okay, I'm going to go with you step by step through this. Does he have a large following?
Yes.
Okay. Does he have a loyal following based on the fact of the number of likes and views that he has just on TikTok alone?
I'll follow you on this, but yes.
Yeah, okay. Is he a known figure given that you've recognized him, I've recognized him, several people on this chat have recognized him?
I think you're just kind of diverting from
No, no,
what
hold
we're
on, hold
talking
on.
about.
Again,
We're
go with me.
talking.
I'm trying to get you to understand what I'm trying to tell you.
You're diverting, but okay.
No,
Yes.
okay. And you're muffled. I think you're doing something to your mic here.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm here.
okay. So those people, particularly those people in his age group,
Mm-hmm.
what are the chances that all 200,000 people that follow him even knew where Palestine was on the map before he mentioned it?
He has a following of 9 million people, and
Okay, 9
the
million people,
people
even
that
better. So we're
follow
talking a
him.
huge group of people. What are the chances that all of those people knew where Palestine was, understood what the conflict was, or even had an inkling of why people are saying free Palestine?
You know what?
9 million
Oh,
people.
dude, the whole world at this point knows what's going on. There is,
Actually, no.
yes, there is.
No,
Pyman, I
no,
promise you
absolutely
that is
not.
not
It's a
true.
matter of perspective.
I could
A
understand your
lot of
point.
people think
I
that
could
what's
understand your
happening.
point.
A lot of
Okay.
people think what Israel's doing is justified, and that's the thing. If we want to change the situation, we have to reach the people. We have to reach a small share of the people who think what Israel's doing is justified and good. They think it's good. If you think that all people understand what is happening to Gazans is if you think that's known, then this makes no sense at all. We'll never change anything at all. They simply
Can I?
don't understand it.
So we need a key.
No, hold on, Pyman. Where are you
Yeah,
based?
exactly. No, we need a key for some
Yeah.
people, not for the opinion leaders, not for the leaders of like whether it's a TikTok audience or a politician or a major media figure, doesn't matter. They're all the same in that way. You don't need a key for them. Fuck them. You need a key for a portion of their audience.
I think I got the key up based on what you said earlier. You said we need to speak their language.
Yeah, and that
Exactly.
varies. And that varies based upon the okay, so I'll give you a very, very simple example. I have had and lived around a lot of cats in my life. Okay, so cats. Here's a
I could
cat.
I
Right?
could
That's
tell.
the, now, every cat is a little bit different, right? They all have different needs, different personalities, different approaches, right? But if you spend the time to understand what does this cat need, they will love the fuck out of you. Every single person I've ever heard that said, "Oh, cats are very
Okay.
off-putting. They don't like people. They're very antisocial. They only want food. They don't care about humans." Those people have never spent the time trying to understand what the cat actually wants because every cat is different. If you understand what they want, they will love the fuck out of you. When
So
I
you're
come
saying
home,
find out what they love and
I've
speak their
had
language.
I've
Again,
had dozens of
Simon, you have to
cats,
mute.
and they have all followed me around from the house. They have, despite their personalities, because I find the key for them. Now the trick is for an audience like this, it's actually similar. Yeah, I hate to say it, but humans are still mammals, right? Humans can be reached if you can find the right key. And I think so. I think you're kind of getting that, but ignore the opinion leaders, ignore the TikTokers, ignore like your Ben Shapiro's, your politicians, and all this. Fuck these people. They're not the people to talk about. But there's a portion, not all of it, but a portion of their audience that can be swayed to your side. If you can find the key for them, not all of them. We don't have to worry about trying to sway everybody. We do not have to try and get every fucking hard. If you're thinking you got to convince hardcore Zionists to be pro-Palestine, no, it's not what I'm saying. But a portion of their audience can be pulled to your side. And that's
If I
it.
can, I'll just add one final thing, and then I think we really need to let Liam get off and get some sleep. I used to work,
What is that?
literally, my job for many years was talking to a database of 9 million people. I was able to determine why somebody wasn't using our product, and that maybe one of the reasons was because that person was pregnant and could no longer use our product. The way I was able to do that is because I was able to examine the data that I had in front of me and how people were behaving based on that data. So when I'm explaining to you about what Absorber is doing, I'm looking at it from a lens of a professional whose job it is to be able to understand what is happening. You're looking at it from the point of view of how you personally are receiving it. So when I tell you this guy has the key, you need to understand that he has the key because he is able to reach a large group of people and say, hey, let me spotlight one particular place in the world for you for a second. Let me get you to understand that despite what is happening in, I don't know, in Ohio, for example, where you probably don't even know where Palestine is, this person you're hearing right now saying, I will happily unalive a baby, sounds ridiculous to me. Does it sound ridiculous to you? Does this sound as shocking to you as it does to me? And if the answer is yes, bingo, he's hit the mark. He's made somebody who previously thought, no, Israel has every right to do what it's doing, question things from a point of view of, I would never say that because my morals and my understanding of what is acceptable socially here in Ohio tells me what is coming out of the mouth of this person in Israel is completely wild, it's outrageous, and suddenly I'm questioning everything that I have been thinking about. Maybe not all at the same time, but at least you're questioning and saying that particular act is outrageous. Some people will go and research more. But if he's able to manage to move even 5% of his 9 million audience, he's got the key.
For a portion of that audience. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And all I'm trying to say is like of that 9 million people, we can take 5% easily too, and probably more. If we can find the right key to pull them away from it. So for whatever small audience I have, if you can pull 5% of that people here, it depends upon the exact key, the kind of language that opens them up, that opens their hearts up to hear something different.
Take a moment and go through his comment section. See what people are saying.
Yeah. So I just want to recap
Go.
or summarize real quick. The key would be to speak in their language and also be loving and use love and speak in their language. That's the key
Sometimes.
to persuade them to change their perspective. It would
They're
be
Sometimes.
it would be
emotional.
let me
Yeah.
finish. Let me finish, please. It would
Yeah.
be to speak their language and speak their language in a loving way, with love. And I believe that if this Hamza guy, I mean, that's the best platform right now. This Hamza guy, if he actually does this, none of this other stuff, nothing else. I don't want to confuse anybody. I don't want to go on about anything else. I just want to say love, language, and that's the key.
Again, sometimes Alex Jones got through to a whole load of people by just being an angry guy that goes red in the face every
Yeah.
5 seconds.
That makes it more complicated. I think focus on
I
for
understand.
us, it's a kind of empathy and love, and it can pull people away. The kind of people who are motivated by Alex Jones, we can't reach them. You know,
No, I meant as in in terms of technique.
within your personal network, and I'll tell you from experience, I have a person in my social network that was like hardcore Alex Jones. That was the person that shaped their political life. Today that person's a leftist, and that's from long patient conversations. But in TikTok, you're not going to reach that person. Don't worry about it. The person who is most drawn to the Alex Jones rhetoric, it's not worth the time. But there are other people who are worth your time, who, if you do shape your language the right way, can be pulled to it. So, it is not a matter of like thinking we can't reach people who are exactly like us, but you also can't reach people who are complete opposites. There is a spectrum, and there are people you can reach that you can pull away. That's what I'm suggesting. Ordinary people we can talk about and keep building up skills there. Like there's a way to do that, but to reach people who are sucked into things very different from you, that takes someone in their social network, someone that they know and trust intimately. If you don't have a relationship with them, you will not reach somebody who is falling for Alex Jones.
It would take some
Yes.
love. It would take somebody
Okay,
that loves
I
them.
think we have gone almost an hour over the time check we were supposed to have. So we do need to let Liam get some sleep.
I love you guys.
Yeah.
I love you and your kitten, Liam.
Oh, we can't hear you, Paimon. It's a little bit muffled.
I love all of you guys, Liam and your kitty and everybody else who's listening. Thank you for your viewers. Thank you for you. Be blessed. I don't know your name.
You're more than welcome.
But you guys are amazing. And I've had a tremendous conversation tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Paimon.
It's a lot. It's actually quite complicated, but at the end of the day, if we really put the work into it, it's not that hard. It's weird that way. I think if we spend the time, and everyone's a bit different about this, but we can actually build up some useful skills and techniques that can drive people away. So I want to have more conversations like this going forward. So thank you for the questions, for the thoughts, for the suggestions and ideas. And I guess from my perspective, I'll end with the fact that, okay, like any other mammal, if you spend the time with them, every cat is different. Their personalities are different. What they want is different. But every fucking cat I've had, and I've had 24 of them, have loved me and attached themselves to me in exactly the same way. And I've never, ever had a cat that's like, people say, oh, they don't like you and they just want attention, like a food or whatever. They just, like the way people describe cats, like, what the fuck are you talking about? But the difference is they're all different. This cat is very different from Moshe, my previous top cat. The reason you see more of Minerva is only because she's top cat in the Clouder. Socrates shows up. You guys have seen the gray cat, right? Some of you have seen the gray cat that have been here. Yes. He's only here when she's not here because she is top cat. So that's the reason she's here. If Moshe was still alive, he would be here. But they're all different. They have different needs. And if you talk to them in a different way, it's very much like people. But people are slightly more complicated because we have fatter ass brains, but it's like a spectrum. It's a difference of the way I like to describe this to people. It's a difference of degree, not of kind. We are all mammals, but we have larger brains. So there are different techniques you have to learn, but you can reach a portion of people along that line. If you talk to them in a language that they understand, they can come to appreciate you and love you,
Hmm.
and work with you.
Right. And I believe that medium
That's
that
all I'm at.
medium that medium that you're talking about that would reach all of those people would be a medium that would reach all those people. What would that medium be?
There
Love.
isn't one.
It's
There.
love.
That's the thing. There isn't one. There is no
There,
single way
there
because
is.
people are
It's
like
called
cats. We're different.
I'm sorry, but I would say that medium would be love. I mean,
No,
um,
no.
I believe
I will
that
tell you straight up,
love
it's
would
not.
reach the
A
deepest
lot of people will
depths
not.
of the darkest realms
The
of
very
of this
there are
world.
there are people who will absolutely never respond
Yeah.
to that. But there are a lot of people who will. And that's the key. If you find the language that uses love, because love can still be expressed in different language. So love is good. Focus on that. But it won't reach everybody. Just be aware of that. But if you understand that love has a way of being expressed, and if you take into account all these
Mhm.
different love languages and you talk to people in the way they are, you will reach a huge chunk of people. The small
So,
chunk of people you
so
can't reach, you don't have to care about because we don't have to convert 100% of people. You just need to find the a way of expressing love with the remainder of them, and the way that she would take love is completely different from the way that Moshe would. But they will both send me in exactly the same way because I'll talk to them in different ways. I interact. You guys don't know me long enough, but I interact with in Minerva with ways that are completely different with Moshe, but they do exactly the same thing with me. With humans, you can do the same kind of thing. There's a broad. You're right in the sense of love, but love has to be expressed differently. And the portion who can't be reached by love, fuck them. Don't waste your time. But
okay.
focus on the skill.
What would be
Well,
another
hold on, Hyman.
No, no.
To the chat, we need to get to 200. Otherwise, Hyman will be asking his question, and you'll be stuck here for another hour. So,
Look at
get
this.
tapping.
196. I'm finally
Absolutely.
Sorry,
starting to look at this
Hyman.
thing. People are mentioning I'm finally starting to look at the top here. That's cool.
Um, a question for you, Hyman. Where in the world are you based?
We're
If
in
you
this
don't mind
world.
sharing that.
I'm along the equator somewhere. Um, California.
Okay,
Oh,
so
we're
it's the
neighbors.
same time zone. Okay, cool. Um, okay. Oh gosh.
Either way. So
No,
my
hold on one
main
second. It's worth you seeing if you can go to a march next time. Um,
March.
only because, particularly if there's a march that has, like a well-organized march that has lots of people there.
I don't
The
like
reason I'm
going to
suggesting,
those things because there it gets very I don't like to go to marches. You could voice your opinion given social media, given blogs, given um YouTube channels and all that other different. You don't have to go to a march. I mean, you know what? The people that do, I applaud them.
okay.
Me
Um,
myself, I wouldn't go.
all right. The chat has obliged and got us to 200, so I think that means we have to cut you off for today. But you can come back next time and we can continue this discussion because I do think we have to have this
Absolutely,
discussion.
absolutely.
Honestly, please do.
I have one question before I go.
No, the chat has spoken, I'm afraid, Pyman.
I
Well,
gave
Because
you
your last question took an
Liam.
hour.
It's up to you, the Professor Liam.
yeah. Well, this last one. Yeah. Let's. What was the last
Okay.
thing?
I gave you two keys. I gave you love and language. I want to hear a key from you.
Well, that's the thing. So assume humans are like this, right? And love will reach this many people. In that area, the language still varies. So there's several different languages that work in this area here. Ignore this section, but in this area here, love works. But there are still several languages. So all I'm trying to say is we have to learn how to work with multiple languages within the same spectrum. If we work more in the sense of like love and acceptance, and again, that's kind of common in the pro-Palestine crowd, work with that. Don't change that. Don't think you have to abandon that. But there are still several languages within the love section. That's all I'm suggesting.
I'll give you one, Pyman. One of them, believe it or not, is action, particularly local action, particularly protesting, non-violent protests, and so on, which Liam has talked about and is on his YouTube. So you seem to have a lot of energy still. So I'm going to get you to go and watch those. It's Office Hours with the Mad Professor. I believe most of the lives that we have done are covered on that.
Also,
So
yeah, it took a long time to upload the last one because it was fucking 11 hours. But
I
but
know, right?
and this one will take probably all of tomorrow to upload.
Yeah. Oh,
But
so
yeah,
the last one was uploaded already?
yeah, it is. The
Oh,
last one
perfect.
is up.
Because a lot of people wanted to revisit some of the points on that and were saying, oh, when is it going to be uploaded? So I'll
Yeah,
definitely send it to them. But yeah,
it's there.
if you
It
go
finished
back, I
sometime
think,
today.
yeah.
And then this one will take all day tomorrow. But they all go up, and then there's a whole bunch of other things still. And anything you guys want to talk about, I'll bring up. I'll put up.
So Pyman, yes, there is, I believe it was 2 weeks ago or 2 editions ago. If you try and revisit that, there is one about organizing, and I believe we touched on how non-violent protests would be one way that to kind of win this for the pro-Palestinians. I think that was a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, visit those, and that will answer your, at least give you one of the other keys.
Either way, if anybody cares, there's something. If anybody cares, and I'm terrible at self promotion, but Office Hours with the Mad Professor, I decided to keep my existing YouTube, and I upload all my TikTok tests. I'm slow, but my TikToks slowly all get uploaded to it, including the lives. They're all there, so they're archived in a sense, and makes sense. Historians love archives, so they're all saved. So the stuff is available.
They are actually incredibly useful because regularly I do see people come because certain people come at different times throughout the lives. So you do find that some people are like, oh, I want to ask this question. Like we mentioned that literally an hour ago. So if I can point people to those videos, at least I know that there is a point where we're not going to get the Khazarian question
Oh
four
God,
times
if I
like we
had the
did the last one.
time, I swear, if I had help or at the time, because there's so many good things that come up in these. If we could like excerpt certain sections and pull them out and make separate videos for them, or like put in like the time markers for things,
Yeah.
I don't have time to do that shit. But there's so many good things that come up in these conversations.
Okay. I will try. I mean, I will try and make notes when I'm watching them to see if I can say, oh, okay, that
But still,
portion was when we were talking
it's
about it, and then let you know.
but yeah,
Yeah.
it'd be nice if we could. But when there's like a 10-hour thing, I don't have time to go. I'm not going to listen to the whole damn 10 hours. I'm just going to upload it to YouTube. It's
Oh
there.
gosh. Right on cue. We have
It's
another
like
one.
save. I'm going to save the record of it. But if people want to collaborate with me, it's the same thing that I ran into where for years I wanted to come up with I wanted to do like a podcast or a YouTube show. Like all these right-wing douchebags have YouTube shows. I can't do it myself, and everyone I've tried to do it with, it's too short-lived. It doesn't last long. I would love to have. I need more than one person to do this shit.
Yeah.
But a lot of good stuff that shows up in these discussions. I simply don't have time to pull it out. Sorry.
Dexter, I'm not going to give you a yes or no because we went in depth. I'm not joking. 4 times in the last live that happened. So I'm going to make people go and watch those. Yes,
For what? Oh,
because
for the
some
Khazar,
of them
yeah.
were
Oh
interesting.
shit. In that 11 hour, yeah, it did. It came up 4 different times. Holy shit, yeah, it did. And I tried to answer it every time, but yeah, it's but like if I could pull out all those pieces and put them together, then boom, no one would ever have to ask this shit again because holy shit, it's so annoying. You know, on the some level that you get the same question, but I totally get why it happens because who has the time to find all this shit? If I get a long ass log, YouTube, who's gonna find it? But
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, just like TikTok, YouTube Shorts is something they're heavily investing in, and actually, it's something that grows audiences for channels a lot faster than the videos themselves. Um, so it's a useful tool, particularly a useful tool if it can speak to things that people are searching right now. So yeah, they're points that can be useful. But I'll have a think on how to do it. And for the people that are saying volunteers, I might hold you to that so that I can get
well,
people
sure.
to help with different things. So yeah.
If there are volunteers or people who want to try and organize things or pull pieces out and like I don't know, find somebody to do it. If there's something that I can contribute, here simple thing. I want to help however I can. But I have only the time that I have. And honestly, the time that I'm here in the lives is the time that I would just be relaxing to go to sleep. That's it. This is, and honestly, this works pretty well. This is better than watching a fucking movie, but it's fine. But that's this time. This is not work time for me. If somebody wants to help to find a way for me to be able to do this more effectively, to present certain arguments, please let me know. Because
Well,
I'm
I
not a
mean, I
naturally
think
media
first
savvy
thing is,
person.
Can I
yeah, first thing
suggest
is I
something?
really think that it's worth trying to find a way to connect you to. Well, I'll send you a DM about it. But yeah, I think there's a couple of things that you could do quite easily that are low hanging fruit that can probably move you in the right direction. Including getting your blue tick, because I do think you should be getting your blue tick. But I'll mention that to you in the DMs.
You mean a blue tick for like TikTok?
Yes, so it's a verified account
Honestly, I'm
basically.
still pissed at Elon Musk for taking mine away.
That
I
might
had
be
a
one
blue,
of the ways for you
I had
to
one of those,
be
I
that
had
might,
one of
that
those
might-
blue ticks, like the organic ones on TikTok, on
Mm.
the old TikTok, for
Yep.
years, and Elon Musk took it away. So, hey, Elon, if you're ever gonna see
yeah.
this, thank you for
Well,
taking. I am never gonna give you $1, you motherfucker. You took it away from
yeah,
me.
yeah. No, he really is trying any way he can to try and backpedal the silly
Well,
business moves that he made.
if
Twitter,
you
yeah.
are gonna get recognized, if you're gonna get taken seriously, I would say keep it short and sweet, and I would say that you need to cut it down on some of the long sentences and just keep it very direct.
Impossible.
I'm not good at that.
Impossible. We need the historical context.
People need to help me with that. It's
Sometimes.
the way that I think.
I understand you
We
like the
can get
long,
there.
drawn
We can
out
get there.
Hold
explanations.
on,
I
Pyman.
I'm
totally
not good at it.
understand that.
Pyman, hold
But
on,
I
hold
hear
on.
you. No,
Yeah.
no, that's a good point. But
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just
I'm
saying
not good at
just
it.
not to talk over each
She
other.
loves to shut me down and tell me to be quiet.
Well, if I wanted to, I'd just drop you, but I do actually enjoy your questions. I enjoy your enthusiasm, actually. So it's
Well,
good.
drop me if you want, but trust me, I'm gonna be on another live talking about the same thing.
No, we need you here because you're going to
Me too.
then have proper answers to your questions.
I
Anyway,
appreciate that.
so what I'll do is, yeah, I'll DM you because I think that the blue tick is something that you
Well,
actually can achieve very quickly.
let Liam answer. I want him to answer. He said he wants to be effective. He wants to reach, and he wants to, like, be effective in his
Right.
in his thing. And I think the main thing would be to not beat around the bush, because a lot a lot of people are looking for answers, and they come on their live. They're only on the live for quarters of a second, quarters of a minute,
Right.
a
Yeah,
minute
but
or a couple of seconds. They're not on the live for hours for you to for them to listen to this
Right.
drawing out. You need to be
hold on,
very,
Pyman.
very
One
direct.
second.
I
No, okay,
think
one second for
I
you.
think Hyman is onto a really good point there, in terms of the dancing around or how long it takes to get to things. I think one good thing people could do, and I know this is a shitty thing to point out, but it's just it's a way memory works, right? Like I can remember shit that I read for years, but I have no idea what I said 5 minutes ago. Like I have literally no idea what we talked about. It's just not how my memory works. If people can find things that I talked
I
about
could
that are
tell you.
interesting and
Hold on,
say,
Pyman.
this is a good point. This is a good point. You should make a short video about this. Cut that part out and let me know. If people, and this is something, this is one thing that anybody can do. And for anybody who's hearing this, because since I put this shit on YouTube, if you can find a piece in there that's useful and you say, this is a good idea, make a short version of this, let me know and I'll do exactly that. But
okay, no,
I don't
why
know.
don't
Hold on,
you?
I
Pyman.
don't remember what I said.
No, but hold on. I think, again, Pyman, I'm assuming you're around the same age as Absorber.
Why don't you just make it memorable? What you're
No, but hold
saying,
on,
make
Pyman,
it
1 second. No,
memorable.
hold on. Don't talk over me 1 second. I'm assuming you're around the same age. The reason I'm making that assumption is because I think that you're maybe seeing things only from a particular lens at the moment, right? These
No,
lives are
you're
hold on.
assuming,
Let me finish my point first,
and I don't
please.
know what my age has to do with anything.
Hold on. I will explain to you what it has to do with it. 1 second. You're used to consuming TikTok in a very particular way. However, this particular live is very unique amongst other lives that are happening where people are having these discussions, right? The number that you see at the top, at the moment it says 82, but consistently it's 200 to 300 people who
It's
do
New
not
Year's
move.
Eve. Why the hell? Why the hell are 81 people listening to me
Exactly.
at okay, at my time it's 4 a.m.
Yeah,
on New Year's Day. I mean, I
exactly. That
understand why
proves my
I'm
point.
here because I have no life. I'm an autistic nerd living on a mountain with cats. Why are you here? I love
No,
you.
no,
They can answer for
listen,
themselves
listen.
in the chat. Hold on, Pyman, 1 second.
This is the
They can
whole
answer
this
for
is the whole
themselves in the
thing.
chat, right?
We are talking
Again,
about
please
something
give me
very
1 sec.
interesting.
Pyman, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. They can answer for themselves in the chat. However, the point I'm making is metrics do not lie. Consistently, we get 100 to 200 likes, even more sometimes, depending on, how much I'm reminding, because people on this live do get absorbed in the conversation. Additionally, the number of people that want to come up, it's difficult to manage because so many people want to engage in the conversation. So many people want to be able to ask a question. And that in itself is also a success marker, as is the number of people who stay in the live so it's not constantly fluctuating. So, in terms of this live serving its purpose, it serves its purpose for the people who are here regularly, who want to make sure that they participate and who are interested in what's going on, right? Because for a lot of people, having access to Liam allows them to be able to ask questions and
What happened to her? She just like disappeared. Oh, there she is.
Internet sucks. But I think what she's trying to get at is that I do what I can do well, and I can't do everything well. If people can help me to do certain things better, I'll do what I can within the amount of time and skill that I have. But again, at the end of the day, I'm an autistic academic. There's only so many things that I can do, and I can help point people in the right direction, and we can all get better ourselves. It's not one thing that people have. I've seen this over and over again. Like, point me to a leader, point me to like a group that'll help. I can't help you with there. I can't be a leader. It's not my thing. I can help as much as I can. I will do what I can do as best I can do, and if you guys can help me to do better, I'll do it. But there are other people who can also do these things. And it's a matter of picking out certain threads and running with them. I think what she's trying to point to is that I do what I can do already. And all I'm saying is I can do a little bit more if you can help me. But there's still, I can't be perfect for everybody. That's just not, nobody can do that. I'm not going to be the best communicator for tons of young people to motivate them in the streets. But I'll do whatever little bit I can contribute, and I will be happy to do that. So if you guys can let me know what I can do to better, I'll do what I can because I want to make the world a better place. But that's really it. I mean, it's if you want me to be the world's best beautiful TikToker and come up with all kinds of videos, I'm never gonna do well at that shit. I mean, I'm a fucking middle-aged nerd, you know. I'm gonna like stand in front of my books and just say something, you know. I mean, sorry. But we can get better together, you know. That's the key. It has to be collaborative, you know.
I think that the Instagram era has died. And people who wanted, the perfectly manicured, super edited videos and everything, some of those are losing favor. People actually want to be able to have a level of realism. That being said, I don't know how. I think you've been on TikTok for what, close to 2 months?
2 months, yeah, yeah.
In 2 months, you've managed to amass 14,000 followers.
That's great.
Too,
That's
which is
great.
Yeah.
Given I'm also kind of shadow banned already. Yeah, it's not bad.
So clearly, there is something that is happening that is proving to be interesting and worthy for people to want to not only come to the live, because regular people are coming to the live,
Liam is
and
fucking
regularly
crazy. Oh my God.
people are, telling other people, because I'm seeing people I see on other lives coming to this one. So the fact that people don't move, it was crazy that for 11 hours, 250 people last week did not move. It consistently stayed at 250.
Hey, be
For
blessed.
11
How
hours.
did you meet Professor Liam? How do you know him?
Through Dominic's life. So Dominic is another TikToker. He is kind of very similar to
Okay,
Absorber in terms of
and
followers and stuff.
where are you
Dominic was my
based out
student
of?
actually, which I think is
I'm based in London.
I ended up on TikTok because one of my former students, Dominic, spent 3 years begging me to get onto this thing. And I just like, I don't have time for this shit. I'm not going to be good at it. I mean, who the hell's going to listen to some weird ass nerd? And he invited me onto one of his TikToks to talk live. And I just stuck it out after that point. That was it. I put it off over and over and over again, but he kept trying. So
Hey, let me tell you something,
He mentioned.
Professor Liam. You are not a nerd in the sense that you're lame. You are an amazing, inspirational man. Except when you do that. So, except
sorry,
when you
I'm
do
a
that,
bit too metal.
yeah, that's kind of crazy, but rock and roll, bro. But anyways, you're an inspirational guy. We love you. I think everyone here, including Be Blessed. She loves you a lot. Um, but at the same time, we actually want somebody like you, with a big beard and somebody that's gonna be, like a pillar in the community. And so we're looking up to you, man. And we want you to be able to stand up for dude. This is big. This is a big deal.
I'll do what I can. Again, that's something. As long as you guys can keep the trolls from getting in here, so that my account doesn't get shut down, I will do whatever I can, and I will help whoever I can.
Okay,
I'm
last
saying it's
word.
not perfect. So, if you
And I
want
do
to do
mean.
better, then I'll need help with that. But
Okay.
I'll do
So this is
everything
the
I can.
very last word,
I
because I really feel
recorded
like I now have to
everything. I
cut
already
both of you.
know what he
Hold
said.
on, Pyman, hold on. I feel like I have to cut both of you off now. So
We'll put her in church instead.
last week we had two people that came in, and one of them said Jerry Garcia ? And I responded, no, historian Jerry Garcia. Do I class that as spam or not?
Sorry, can you repeat your question again? I'm sorry.
Jerry Garcia is an Oh, musician?
He was a lead guitarist in the Grateful Dead, a band from the
Yes, sir.
'60s. It's a
Yes.
it's an old fart reference.
So yeah, so
I
and I
have
said
I
no,
had friends
historian.
do that. I made a meme one year, many years ago, like kind of putting my face on Jerry Garcia. So I'm like immediately thinking about that.
And then somebody else came in and said Cheech and Chong question. No, he said Cheech Martin question mark, and I said
Chong, Tommy Chong,
yeah.
absolutely.
So I said
You
no,
look
not
like
today.
him. Oh my god! I forgot about that. I forgot about that.
I think I responded with not today, but do stay and get high on history, and they did end
Mhm.
up staying. So again, do I
Yeah.
treat that as trolls, or can I
Cheech and
allow them to stay?
Chong. Cheech and Chong.
I mean, I I I partake. So Tommy Chong is fine.
Hey, yo, your cat's like, dude, this guy is just not leaving me alone.
She's here because I'm here. You know,
Yeah.
and honestly, when I go to bed, she's gonna curl up in my arm and do the same thing.
Dude, I love, yeah, we
It's just
love
how it
her
works.
look. We love her look. Can you put him
Yeah.
back on? Put your cat back on.
No,
Honestly, she's very Sphinx-like now, right?
Ah.
Yeah, very Sphinx-like. Okay, Pyman, good night. I think you also need to get some sleep.
Yeah, it's like 4:16, 4:15 here. Everybody, good night.
Liam, thank you so much. Again, another lengthy live, but we appreciate you. So thank you
yeah,
again.
no worry. I
And
mean,
again, Happy New Year.
yeah, it's only 8 hours, so I guess it's better than last time.
Yes.
Still longer than I expected, but it's these are fun. And as far as I'm concerned, as long as people are getting value out of it and it's not hurting my schedule, I'm fine to help out.
I
Um,
think it is definitely because the
in
number of people
spring,
who are noting the books and the messages that I'm getting saying, can you remind me of the book, please? So it's a good thing I remember some of the books and I can
yeah.
send it to them. But yeah,
Okay, so yeah, anybody stick around, stick with me. Like in spring, regularly on Fridays. So I think we for you, I think Fridays like 3 p.m. my time.
yeah,
If we can do that regularly all through the next semester, I'm fine with
perfect.
that. And then just only occasionally in between. But in January, I have more time. But it's still gonna vary a bit. But once we get into February, only Fridays. But I'll
Fantastic.
stick around. I'm not
Do you know
gonna.
when you want to do the next live? Or do you want to just
Um,
think about it and then DM me?
hasn't occurred to me. The tomorrow I have things I gotta get done for the class that starts on Tuesday. Um, I don't know. Probably sometime there's probably not gonna be a huge amount that I have to do during the week. I mean, there's during this month in January. Um, in addition to the class, I'm writing a chapter. But there will be some days during the week I can probably do it, but at least Fridays. Fridays for sure. Maybe at most one other day a week, but I don't know how they'll work. It's going to have to be a little bit more flexible. Is
Brilliant.
this going to depend on what if I get in like a good zone and I want to keep writing, and I'm going to keep writing. But during January, I think it's better to like lock in the Fridays and
Yeah.
keep that going, and then probably one other day of the week just because it's winter. But I think that's the best I could do.
Okay, perfect. So I'll set the one on India, Pakistan, Kashmir for this Friday coming,
Oh,
and I'll let these guys know.
the one coming. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. There were a few. What were the other ones? There's the. I know there's the socialism one. There was something else that somebody had said.
Yeah. So actually, no. Let's do that first, and then we'll do the one on India after that.
There was another one. There were already two things that people wanted as a themed day. There was socialism and something else, and I can't remember the other one.
Because you were speaking to, was it Nasser? About
That was for
Marxist.
social. Yeah, we talked about that before too, but there was something that came up relatively recently that was another theme day that people wanted. I can't remember. Oh well, if it occurs to me, I'll let you know. But there were two other things before India, Pakistan that came up as theme days. One of them is Nasser's issue about like socialism we've talked about the possibility of doing one of those before.
Mhm.
There's just something else that was there. But either way, yeah, we should maybe we can knock out those two and whatever the third one is during
Okay.
January. We'll see.
Perfect. All right, cool.
But other
Good
way,
night.
for anybody new to this, every Friday afternoon, my time, I'll dive into this and we'll just run on for a few hours because on Friday evenings, I don't care. I don't have any time I gotta get up on Sunday morning. But 5 days a week I get up at 4 a.m. normally. So
All right. Cool. Good night.
say Salaway. 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 Oh. Oh, yes, it's time for bed. I know. It's time for bed. It's time for bed. I know. What am I doing on here? What am I doing in the office? I know. What is this phone thing here? Sniff, sniff, sniff. What is this thing over here? Why is this thing so important? What am I doing? The cat says I should be in bed. Come here, you. Oh, yes, we'll go to bed. We will go to bed. Thanks, folks. Stick around. I'll be back. Happy New Year. It's 2024. I'm sure none of you have checks books where you have to write 2024, but still, whatever you have to update in your head, it's now 2024 pretty much everywhere, unless you're, well, actually, gosh, even in Hawaii. Who is not in? Wow, by this point, we're past the, you know what? We're past the international date line. Everyone is in 2024. Wow. We made it to the end of that. So, Happy New Year. It's 2024 to everybody, including your cats out there. We're all in 2024. Have a good one, folks. See you next time.